get paid. Keep it real with you, I've been in the field in position. Look, hey, I've been trill, you can tell by how I feel when you with me. Look, wave, tell me, can you slide for a real one? Slide for me, slide for me. Can you slide for a real one? Can you slide for me, slide for me? Can you slide for a real one? Can you slide for a real one?
Flex ain't tell me nothing, I'm flexing stunting. Eating all my veggies in my pocket, half an onion. And that pack smell like a funyun. Trump be beating, shit be humming. You can hear me round the corner before you ever see me coming. And they know just how we coming. Pants drumming, she gon' bust it open way before I finish thumbing. I can put you on some paper, proper play and teach you something. Got my stones on Himalaya, know I'm out your sucker ducking. Ain't no need for that discussion, niggas bluffing with the game. About to build a couple million, came with nothing but my name. I'ma twist it, flip it, stick it like a bop it. Tell them stop it, all them haters out of pocket. Let me plug it like a socket, baby. Big on the set, what they said, part. So I skip straight ahead to the bread part. Tapped out, I'm cool on the chick check. Fuck with the kid, know I got to get paid. Big on the set, what they said, part. So I skip straight ahead to the bread part. Tapped out, I'm cool on the chick check. Fuck with the kid, know I got to get paid.
Wave, tell me, can you slide for a real one?
Slide for me, slide for me.
Can you slide for a real one?
Can you slide for me, slide for me?
Can you slide for a real one? Can you slide for Baby say I make her nervous. Maybe cause I'm real nigga on the surface. Maybe cause I'm 10 down where the turf is. Don't get lost in those facades on the guys. You know ain't nobody perfect. I just put the work in, I know what my worth is. I'm living lavish, I'm flossing, bossing a bag and up cash off the passion. Out here with my niggas, AV to the casket. We reckless, stay in your lane. I'm on gas till somebody cut the brakes. Cutting off these haters in the heads of the snakes. We're spinning the plan, bitch, you catching on late. And she just sent the emoji, said she wetter than a lake. So I better not flake, take a break, say word. Hit me when you through with that shit, then we can shift again. My schedule been clear. These niggas see me, they mad like I'm one of their peers. I put that on Sita, so I'm sure it's abundantly clear. I'm hella big on the set, what I said, shit. Eyes low off the legal in the red wave. Put the leg room and the roof gone. Man, I came a long way from them deals off the Groupon, right?
Big on the set, what they said, part. So I skip straight ahead to the bread part. Tapped out, I'm cool on the chick check. Fuck with the kid, know I got to get paid. Big on the set, what they said, part. So I skip straight ahead to the bread part. Tapped out, I'm cool on the chick check. Fuck with the kid, know I got to get paid.
Keep it real with you, I've been in the field in position. Yeah, yeah. I've been trail, you can tell by how I feel when you with me. Yeah. Tell me, can you slide for me? Can you slide for it one? Yeah, yeah. Tell me, can you slide for it? gotta play the cards that you've been dealt. I know that you get through it. What you fear is not a living here, no matter how you do it. 'Cause you will end up on top again. You're feeling the pressure. The roses will bloom again when you found home. I don't know what you're looking for, 'cause clearly you can see the signs. When everyone knows it, that you still ignore the strongest part of your own mind. You wanna cease it, 'cause you need it. You're drifting off the shore. You wanna reach, but not believing. Gotta lift your head out while you can. What's the point of being lost? There's water under the bridge. To pay attention to what matters not. Levitate above the mist. You will end up on top again. Just follow me, baby. It's the roses will bloom again.
Welcome everybody to the Allied Forces Esports Invitational. My name is Jasmine, otherwise known as Veracity, and I'm super duper excited to be here for the second year in a row. But you might be joining us thinking, what on earth is the AFEI? Well, it is a 3 versus 3 esports initiative that has been set up to promote the benefits of gaming, particularly in the military. But without further ado, I'd like to welcome to the stage, before we dive into all of the specifics, a very special guest, and that is Colonel Cosgrove, Commander of 786 FSS.
Welcome and bienvenue. Welcome to the Allied Air Force's Esports Invitational. On behalf of Brigadier General Williams and Team Ramstein, we're excited to have you all compete here today. This is the second annual Invitational, and we are thrilled to continue this friendly competition with our Allied counterparts. This year, we have some familiar faces, as well as some new teams joining us. Welcome back to the Royal Air Force teams, as well as the United States Air Force and United States Space Force teams. For the first time, we also have the U.S. Coast Guard and French Air Force joining us. We are glad you can all compete with us in this competition. An event of this magnitude requires a lot of coordination, thanks to the members of the 4 support squadrons. Without Adam, Evan, Martin, Andy, Sean, and Kathy from Rally Cry, and Justin, Jessica, and Chris from Air Force Gaming, this event would not exist. Special thanks to the production crew for all their efforts. Thanks to our ambassadors and players for coming, and lastly, veel geluk bij dein Wettbewerb, bonne chance dans tout concours, best of luck in your competition.
Thank you very much. As mentioned perfectly by Colonel Cosgrove, it is a pleasure to have some new faces, some old faces joining us here on the stage. But you know what? I think on that note, we should go ahead and welcome them to the stage. All of the players are going to be performing on the stage, giving us some fantastic Rocket League games that will be played out throughout the duration of these next 2 days. Boys, fellas, ladies, come on up to the stage. Well, thank you all so much for joining us. Lots of Rocket League still to be played. I'm super excited to dive into all of the action. But before we get there, I need to go ahead and introduce some fantastic faces that are joining us from overseas. So without further ado, let's go ahead and introduce our fabulous casters.
Thank you very much, Jasmine. Hi, I'm Taras Manjaks, known as Jarvjam. I have some new and familiar faces here on the desk as well, and we are going to be your trio of casters for this event. Incredibly excited to be here. And James, Relic, it's great to have you here. First time on one of the AFIs. Sorry, you have been here with me before. It's the Bacon I'm thinking of. So you know what? Let's go with the familiar faces first. I'm just so excited, cannot contain myself. Mixing everybody up. How are you doing?
Look, I realize that my clone slash failed experiment is also.
You are
I'm kidding,
brothers,
I'm kidding. We love Bacon, But yeah, I'm so thrilled to be back for this second year. Colonel Cosgrove put it best. We got some familiar faces, we got some new faces. So I'm excited to dive into the action ASAP.
And of course, like Jam, this is all about like pride in not only yourself as a gamer, right, but like the department that you are representing. You're gonna have so many folks at home that are cheering on, you know, the Space Force, because, you know, that's their co-workers right there. But then it's also just the whole get-togethers or team aspect, knowing that we are allied forces, we work together for this. And I love this kind of adaptability. A lot of people, like, you know, seeing the rise of esports, and it's no different from just having, I don't know, a football department, or if you're American, a soccer department there, you know, just because, like, it's all about a team aspect there and trying to, like, engage with each other and trying to improve yourself through skills. And I mean, looking at some of the players, we have got some very highly skilled players, don't we?
Yeah, of course, Air Force Gaming are champions of yesteryear. Tut and Lowtech, the two players from the previous squad, are still here, now augmented by Chowder. Ethan, who was playing with them last time, now moved to Space Force Gaming and is going to be competing with Fruit Loop and Noosh. Coast Guard is joining us, 2 teams for Royal Air Forces. The French Air Force is here as well for a total of 6 teams. So we're going to be seeing multiple countries, multiple branches of armed forces, and it's all going to be an absolute hoot. So let's check out how the 2 days of action are going to be looking. We're going to be best of 7s all throughout. So grueling. But as we all know, if anybody can do it for the whole day, morning to evening, it's of course the armed forces. They are ready for this. They have the stamina, they have the fortitude. They're going to be going through this. So single round robin, which meaning every team is going to play another team once at any time. We're going to be having 3 games going on. We're going to be showcasing one of these games right here on the stream. And of course, nobody's out on the first day. Double elimination starts on the second day. Still best of 7. Seed 1 and Seed 2 from the first day are going to get a bye into the round, so they don't have to play for the first part. The teams that are seated lower are going to be in the lower bracket and perhaps starting with less lives that they would like, and are going to have to make that lower bracket run. The schedule, well, it's going to be packed, so let's bring that on screen, and really perhaps you can run us through that one as well.
Yeah, 100%. So we've got a myriad of matches to get stuck into today. We've got featuring Space Force and the Royal Air Force up first. We've got Space Force later on. We've got Air Force Gaming later on. 2 Air Force teams that are going to be going head-to-head in a derby at the end of the show, but not quite the truest end of the show, as we have not just 1, but 2 show matches. You'll see the Ramstein show match there, roughly at midday CEST, but we also have an all-star show match to watch out for as well. Coast Guard getting a little bit of time on the show as well, Jam. So there is plenty of action, plenty of teams to get stuck into and to enjoy on the field. And as we found out last year, you know, just because nobody gets sent home on day 1 doesn't mean that you can't build up momentum going into day 2. I mean, the Air Force Gaming squad, I think they were flawless, weren't they, on day number 1, and so it proved to be on day number 2 as well. They were fantastic.
Yeah, before we throw it back to the stage, Bacon, for you, first Allied Forces Esports Invitational event. You're already seeing the teams. You're already seeing the names. Do you have a favorite? Do you feel like the standing champions Air Force can get it, or Has one of the teams caught your eye and you feel like that they might sneak one in this time?
I think I've got it back, the RAF Storm Shadows for this one. Of course, not only such a strong team in its own, but we've seen them at numerous UK LAN events, Insomnia Evolved, for example, where they turn up and get solid top 8, top 6s against, you know, the likes that you'll see in RLCS. So this is a very strong squad, not only in the armed forces, but just in Rocket League in general.
Yeah, we're gonna be seeing quality Rocket League on display again. A myriad of these players are supersonic legends, grand champs, and I cannot wait to meet all of these people. So let's throw it back to Jasmine.
Well, there we have it. Best of sevens galore and lots of Rocket League still to come. It's going to be the US Space Force taking on the RAF Storm Shadows. But let's go ahead and find out just a little bit more about the US Space Force.
Hi, I'm a Specialist 4 in the Space Force. My name is Amber Meadows, and my in-game name is Fruit Loop.
Hi, I'm Major Andrew Grosby. I go by Noosh in game.
Hello, I'm Specialist 4 to Ethan DeFrance. My in-game name is Ethan.
Yeah, I've been called beef jerky, pancake, steak, and then at one point they called me Fruit Loop, so I've always just been Fruit Loop from then on.
Yeah, so yesterday was a lot of fun. We spent some time with the team. Ramsar Air Base in Germany in general I love it here.
When we were mini golfing, I beat one of the Air Force guys, so hopefully we can just do that again, except on the stage.
This is my first time meeting all the other people, like the military gaming league community.
Hiking up the mountain to go to the castle.
You were cruising, dude.
So it was like raining and it looked kind of like a rainforest. It sounded like one too, so it was pretty cool.
My leadership was supportive of me coming out.
All of them, I've always been super supportive when it comes to any sort of Rocket League related thing for me.
I've met all the other teams before, so it's like they're kind of just friends pretty much at this point, so
Easy
just
dubs,
fun
right?
competition, but yeah.
Easy dubs.
Hopefully gonna win.
Looking forward to Smackdown Air Force.
Tut, low tech, chowder. Can't do much more. I'm a demo you.
I have confidence in my teammates. They've been practicing a lot, so hopefully it'll show when we get on the stage.
Played against the Air Force and Coast Guard teams before. Not too worried.
If we win, we'll probably go to Chili's, have a couple of drinks, and have bragging rights.
Whoa!
Space Force!
Well, there we have it. I'm joined alongside the US Space Force. But before we dive into an interview, Ethan, I'm so sorry, but Fruit Loop, those were some bold words. You can't wait to smack down the Royal Air Force. I'm looking forward to see whether or not you'll be able to make it happen on the server. But Ethan, yourself as a former AFEI winner, talk to me about the preparations heading into this. How have you been prepping the team to head into this matchup?
We just got to stay calm and get the reps in, just play on the computers a bunch and just try and stay calm during the first match because everybody's going to be kind of shaky, so hopefully we can do that and get the win.
Well, you guys actually ended up facing the Royal Air Force last year. Any key takeaways from that matchup?
Probably just get as many flip resets as possible.
All right. Thank you so much for joining me. I'm seeing the boys on the side of the stage laughing, smiling at that one. You guys can go ahead, get set up and sit down. But how about their opposition? What do the Royal Air Force have to say about this entire experience?
Hi, I'm AS1T Stelios Elia. In-game, I am known as SE1997.
Corporal Elliot Greenwood, and in-game I'm known as G Wood.
My name is AS1 Tech Edward Nussy-Waite, otherwise known as Cedric in-game.
It's already looking like they've upped the bar from last year, which is a really tough job to even do that. We are looking forward, not just myself, but as a team, to going out on that stage and representing the Royal Air Force as best as we can.
Playing up on a stage like this is the first time. We had a thing called Rank A, where it was all the top players played against each other, and then we picked our teams. I finally made it into the first team after a lot of hard work.
Both my teammates are really talented. We gel super well. Really looking forward to playing with them on stage and seeing what we can do.
From my end, the leadership were outstanding. No issues at all.
Not just from my own personal line management, but also the Royal Air Force Esports Association backed us very well, I should say, and made sure we had all the support we needed to get here, and they're always a phone call away if we do need them for anything.
Really excited to play Coast Guard. It'll be closer than everyone thinks. After playing them, we think we stand a bit of a fighting chance.
Second Air Force team, emphasis on second there. They're a solid team, 3 really good players who could do some damage for sure.
Although we are in different forces across NATO, we are colleagues, so it's nice to meet them in person and just have a laugh and play against them and hopefully beat them as well.
Are you ready? AFG, you're washed.
Coast Guard, you ain't as good as you think you are. We're coming for you.
Space Force, stick to mini golf.
We're gonna win it.
No, we're not.
We're going to win it. We're going all the way.
I thought it was good until I saw them play. The Americans will never hit the end of it if we end up winning somehow.
Look, I'll shake on it. You know me, I don't drink. I will drink heavily if we win. It's coming home.
One thing is for certain, the RAF boys definitely bring the banter, definitely bring plenty of smiles as we can see Stelios. But let's go ahead, kick off the discussions. What does preparation look like for you boys heading into this? Because I know yesterday you were saying scrims were a bit up and down for you.
Yeah, preparation for us looks like hours and hours of scrims, weeks in advance from this. So scrimming the Space Force yesterday was an interesting experience, but it was the tip of the iceberg, really. We've done the prep. We do feel good, and as we said in the video there, we do feel it's going to be a lot closer than people might suspect.
Well, we heard the US Space Force mentioning the fact that they feel like people are going to be a little bit shaky to kick off the day. How are you boys feeling? Nerves, or are we cool, calm and collected?
Good. I think the general feeling is that we do feel quite good, and I heard Ethan say that he's going to score as many flip resets as he can, so it's my job to deny as many flip resets as I possibly can.
Can you do it, boys? Give me a nod if so. I mean, I don't know. Okay, you got some believers within you there, Stelia, so go ahead, take to your seats. Best of luck to both of our teams. I'm super excited to see some Rocket League go down, but let's go ahead and throw it over to the boys.
Well, Bacon, they were the bridesmaids last time out. They want to walk all the way down the aisle this time. They want to be the full-on brides when they lift the veil. But as we lift the veil on this competition, we got to get stuck into exactly how these two teams match up. So, of course, the Storm Shadows, they've lost P, they've gained G-Wood. Seems like a really confident player. Of course, Stelios, wonderful, wonderful individual. If you didn't gather already from that interview, a strong captain, a really excitable player, but Space Force seem really up for it.
Oh, they do. They are bringing that like American gusto, that fighting spirit to the game, and I think it's mainly because they've got that close rivalry with Air Force Gaming. But over here, you know, we do have the RAF Storm Shadows, and as they pointed out, the second team in Sentinels that have been pushing each other all the way along. For the Storm Shadows, though, it's going to be the new lad. It's got to be Cedric. You've got to be looking at there. Having reached SSL, you know, is going to be near enough that star flare player, but at the same time, Stelios, SE 1997. I'm just going to call him Stelios, James.
We'll go Stelios.
Yeah, that's a much better name, buddy. Hey, you make your gamer tag and you've got to stick with it for good or bad. They are the captain of this squad, aren't they? And they've got to rein it all in, keep that synergy going.
Man's been getting into casting as well, so he certainly knows how to dash a bit of flair on the mic. But speaking of captains, let's talk about Ethan over on the other side, Space Force, as we get into game one of potentially 7. Ethan, of course, an ex-winner, moved over from Air Force Gaming to Space Force, and so he's got to be the linchpin for this side, surely.
Nope. I brought up Cedric before, and this is some nice controlled defensive running. It's not bad to retreat into your own half if you're keeping possession of the ball, James. Oh.
No, indeed, and it feels like a bit of a false start, unfortunately, there. So don't worry, well, it just gives us a little bit more time to talk about everything. But yes, we'll focus in on Space Force a little bit more. Some strong words from the Storm Shadows. Stick to mini golf. They said stick to mini golf. Look, for me, I'm James T. Kirk. Okay, I got, as much as I love my boys on the Royal Air Force, the Space Force is certainly something that appeals to my heart as well. But what is Ethan going to be expecting from his two new teammates here in Fruit Loop and Noosh? Do you think that he will sort of sit back and allow them to express themselves further up the pitch, or do you think that his experience is actually going to be better served in the final third?
It's a really difficult one, because do you lead by example or do you fill in the gaps? Because we are expecting Ethan to be the strongest player on this squad, right? But that doesn't mean, like, you're only as good as your weakest link, is the famous saying, right? So if Ethan just near enough wants to run it away on their own, that's going to be the detriment to the squad. That's going to be what breaks them up. Instead, Ethan probably, looking at them, is going to be playing that more smarter role. You sit back, we around the midfield and be the connector between the other two. Sure, you know, if you're going to be the second man in rotation, you're going to finish the loose ball in front of net, but realistically, he's going to be looking to get the best out of both Noosh and Fruit Loops.
And you know, it's mind games play play a lot of they have a lot of showtime, let's say, at the AFEI. As you probably could have told by the interviews, there's a lot of smack talk, there's a lot of, you know, trash being thrown around in good jest, in good fun. But I think the mental side of it was what gave Air Force Gaming, the US Air Force Gaming side, such a huge boost last year, that gave them the sort of momentum to not just go flawless on day one, but then manage to storm to success on day number 2 as well. We see here two sides who admittedly might not feel too comfortable getting onto the pitch for the first time. How would you approach a first game of the day, a first series of the day, especially considering you've not just got 4 more rounds of round robin after this, Bacon, but then you're dumping yourself into a double elim bracket on day 2? That's a lot of Rocket League.
It is a lot of Rocket League, but that also means with this format where day 1, whilst it's important, don't get me wrong, you want that advanced seed in, you can kind of figure it out on the fly, right? We have got 5 rounds here. You know, everyone's got to play each other once. So try and figure out where you're best served. If there's a couple of things that just aren't working today, on the fly, adjust it, get talking between your sets and figure out, like, looking at this RAF Storm Shadow squad, we definitely know that Stelios is the big talker. You saw from the interviews both Elliot and Edward were a little bit quiet in comparison, but that's just because Stelios, you know, will chat for days in front of you, and that's not a bad thing. Let him be the one to keep talking, to keep directing the squad, let the other two think it out and adjust on the fly. I find with a lot of these squads, it's actually, whilst everyone's got to be communicating, calling out what they're doing and whatnot, having a director, if you want to call them that, the captain who's making the big calls, like we need to all retreat, is the best way forward.
It's interesting to note, by the way, that US Air Force Gaming and Space Force were the only 2 teams not to submit their ranks. Of course, as casters, we like to do our research. We like to know what we're dealing with here. And a year's a long time. I know, obviously, you said when it comes to those RAF boys that they appear at LANs, you get a general sense of, okay, this is where they sit, not just in terms of their colleagues here at AFEI, but also just the wider scene in general. The only rank, really, on Space Force that we have any sort of knowledge about is Ethan. He's reached SSL previously, and unless he's seriously fallen off in the last year, highly doubt that, sitting at around GC3. So what sort of, there was allusions to flip resets, Bacon. What sort of level of gameplay can we expect from Space Force? Are we talking about total rotations? Are we thinking a little more simplistically at set roles?
It's going to be a difficult one, to be quite frank. Like you said, we don't have those details. We know what Ethan is going to be bringing to that squad, though. So he's going to want to, near enough, install the idea of full rotations, because we know at this level, having set roles means that you're very susceptible to demos. Demos, for anyone that's just new and tuned in, is literally when you hit super speed in your car into another, you'll blow them up. They'll be out of the game for about 3 seconds, respawn on their end. So that's a massive tool which you can have on your belt, right? If you can remove a player that's, I don't know, the designated defender, well, then you've got no defense. The other two have to rush back. Whereas when we're talking about complete rotations, that means everyone's doing a little bit of everything. And it's almost like a triangle turning continuously. And that's the better way to just ensure a bit of safety.
Yeah, we're not exactly in a demo-heavy meta in the wider sphere of Rocket League, but it's always got a place in the meta. And folks, we appreciate your patience. Don't worry, it shall be rewarded in due time. But just to widen the scope of the conversation perhaps a little bit here, Bacon, we've talked in bits and pieces about Air Force Gaming. There were 2 US Air Force teams last time out. It's just the one this time. I think we both agree, probably the favorite heading into this one. I'm just going to ask you the simple question, why?
Why I think the... I mean, might have to put that on hold because we're already on the way.
Let's put that on hold.
Okay.
Good timing.
I absolutely adore that, as we're now underway properly this time. And yes, for this first game, James, I will be keeping a very close eye on Space Force because they are almost an unknown entity for us.
They most certainly are. And well, there is an early demo here from Noosh onto G Wood, but the first real clear-cut opportunities coming the way of the Storm Shadows. And looks like Ethan is going to set up at the back here, although to be fair, all of Space Force on the defensive in these early stages. Finally get a bit of free real estate up the pitch. Infield pass, but well dealt with by Stelios.
Both sides are clearing really well into open space here. You notice, I love that from Fruit Loops. Keep it up in the air, try and slow down the play just a little bit. No, we've been teased once again.
Oh, and look at that from G-Wood. Look at that from Cedric and Stelios. They were getting into the groove. They were getting into the vibe. I can feel their frustration, Bacon. Not just because, hey, this is the first game. You want to just hit the ground, but they hit the ground running. And I think Space Force, I don't know whether this is part of the tactics, whether it's part of the mental, what exactly is going wrong here. But one thing is for sure, the RAF boys, they're having a good laugh. They're keeping the vibes up. Does seem to be a problem on the Space Force side of things. So the best that the Storm Shadows can do, I guess, is just to continue to laugh about it and say, hey, it might have only been 45 seconds, but that was a good 45 seconds.
And we gotta remember as well, like the RRF lads from previous lands, like seen them before, their struggle is going like in a best of 7, that 3-0 down. They don't. Who knows? It could have changed in the last 3 months. They need to get early games to near enough bolster up that confidence, and then they can hit hard. They're not afraid of going to those game 5s. In this case, game 7, but they want to get a game or 2 under their belt. They've got to have it in them to know that they can beat their opponent. Because if they do it once, they know they can do it again, and just keep on rolling with that.
Totally. Last year, I wouldn't say that they were the out and out clear second best team. There were a couple of games here and there against opponents who ultimately finished behind them in the total pecking order, who were able to clip one game here or there off them. Not to say that DAF Alpha, now just US Air Force, were particularly far ahead either. I mean, the Storm Shadows, as they are now, were able to take, I think it was 1 or 2 games off them in the grand final, but that was very much the exception to the rule. So the real question now is, how do they elevate themselves? I mean, does it come through G-Wood? Is there a better synergy here, or is it down to the individuals and just those moments? You'll know better than me, Bacon. You've watched them more times at LAN.
I think it near enough comes down to Cedric. Like we said, new lad kind of brought in. We can see already from that short little snippets, the 1 minute probably in total, we've had a gameplay very mechanically adept, and it's going to be those little nuances which might catch out the other teams. You know, folks at home, from just playing ranked, right? Let's just say you're in, I don't know, Diamond 3, and then suddenly you play with your friend who's up in, I don't know, Champ 3. And then suddenly there's that whole level of difference here. Just bringing out those little mechanics, leaving them in the back pocket, which can surprise your opponents, is going to be RF Storm Shadows, like, little hidden tool here. Don't get me wrong, the other teams have got that as well with certain players, but I think it's going to be for them the intelligence to know when to bring it out.
Oh, yes, you're sending me back, Bacon. You're sending me back to a time where I'd play with Danny Boy. A shout out to our wonderful Irish colleague, by the way. We did see some thumbs up, so we shall presume that is a good sign. And again, thank you so much for your patience, everyone. We very much do appreciate it. I've got to say, it's been a little while. I've been in the middle of 2 moves, and so the throat's a little bit ticklish. I think you can definitely tell that the voice is a little rusty, but I tell you what, for all of these players, the rust has to come off as soon as possible. They've got to get into the flow of things. These stop-start technical difficulties, they're always troublesome. They're always something that players will eventually have to deal with in their careers. And actually, I think, honestly, Bacon, if this was to happen, at least it's happening now.
Well, it's always going to happen at the start of the day, right? Because we actually saw, well, I saw Space Force, not RAF, scrimming up on the stage yesterday during our rehearsals, right? The machines were absolutely fine. It is just the gremlins in the work. We even got a couple of scrims in this morning, you know, just to test the different PCs that they've got up there. It's always going to happen. It's always going to be at the very start of the day. You know, we're jumping in different accounts. Maybe it's just a little Sam. We don't exactly know what's up, but it just seems like a couple of like, oh, this doesn't feel right kind of thing. And we want these players to be able to perform at the best. Because like we said, it's not only pride on the line here, but it is simply you're representing your colleagues. It's not just yourself. So there's a lot of weight on these players' shoulders.
I couldn't agree more. And it's not just these players, of course. If you're just joining us, day one, aside from the two wonderful show matches that are coming up later in the day, almost exactly at halfway and at the end of the day, actually, so stay tuned for those. But we're running a round robin, and so this round robin, essentially, if you've not heard of the format, everybody plays everybody else. Single round, not double round. We're not maniacs. But then that, of course, the overall table, points accrued, that's what leads to the overall seeding for day number 2, a 6-team double elimination bracket. That's still a day away, though, Bacon. Third time the charm?
That's what I was hoping. It's a lucky number for some, and well, who is that going to favor? Is it going to be the Space Force or the Royal Air Force for this one? We'll have to see. Cedric already trying to whip that around Fruit Loops, but easily fended away. Stelios keeping it down the lines. And you can see already on the boost factor, just look over the player names, that, well, Space Force have kind of pushed the Royal Air Force into a little bit of an awkward situation where they're struggling to get full tanks here.
They've started the better of the two teams on this second restart. Cedric able to gain some ground downfield, unable to steal away the 100 boost. Ethan sets it up for G-Wood. That's a shot, and Cedric at the near post shoots central. There was a player that got a touch, but that touch was not enough.
Not able to deflect it away. It's only taken 0.3 seconds, and the Royal Air Force, like I said, run-ups last time. They want to be winners this time. All the teams want to go home with the gold. But at the end of the day, you've got to hit the ground running, and it looks like the Storm Shadows have done exactly that.
Such a feel-good moment, especially when Space Force started the better of the two. But here's Fruit Loop. Lovely infield pass. Oh, what a comeback immediately off the rip.
Incredible as well. And you got to remember, we were saying this, like, Fruit Loops and Noosh were both the question marks on this team. That has just changed to a different type of punctuation, and that is an exclamation mark right there. They are ready to fight. Ethan, dare I say, there is a chance for an upgrade. He saw greener grass, or I don't know, spacier space, and just went for it. This is going to be a match.
Taking to the skies or to space, AFEI is well and truly underway, and Space Force have turned the tables within a minute.
What a belters to start us on here. Great reaction sweeper, but the control, leaving that dodge to the last second, be able to whip the ball into the net with enough power, getting in space and time. Loving it.
Storm Shadows shook. And the Space Force looking for more. Demo onto Cedric. Infield shot. Hits the... hits Woodward. Hits Woodwork again. It's not going to hit Woodwork for a third time, though. Fruit Loops on the scoreboard.
3-1 in a matter of 1 minute and 20 seconds. Sure, the RAF Storm Shadows are able to get that first goal, but Space Force are absolutely hammering them into the back of the net. Interesting as well, we're talking about the formation of this Space Force squad. Ethan's kind of running solo alongside Noosh and Fruit Loops, who are focusing on each other, but that's a freebie!
It's a lovely steal. It's a lovely bit of press. The England national team could learn something from Stelios here. It's a loose touch from Noosh. Fruit Loop marooned on the other side of the field. It's a lovely punish, but there's still one goal behind.
Space Force here, that will be their kind of biggest downside, is going to be when Ethan is left on their own. Don't get me wrong, in that moment, beautiful, exquisite.
I need some oxygen, please. It's all about the demo from Ethan, though. Completely zones out G-Wood. All Fruit Loop has to do is to not miss. She doesn't. She gets that beautifully on target, and the pinch into the ground adds a little bit of pizzazz on it. Sends it on its way. 4-2. 2-goal lead re-established. Space Force Gaming continuing on as they mean it, Bacon.
Oh, the bumps as well for Fruit Loop.
Oh!
Just a little bit high. Ethan not going to be able to clean that up. Read him nice and early that they can't contest that on Cedric, so just retreat them back, play with space, allow it to breathe. We're looking at two teams, like we said earlier, that are very high level and caliber, and that's because, wow, they're being given that time to work on their craft. I remember speaking to Celios at Alan, last year, they were saying, they get about 2 hours a week to be able to just game. you know, they are being fully backed by their different departments, and we love to see it because they've been able to hone their craft.
Ethan, I'm about to doubt everything that you say in future interviews. Nerves? Nerves? Really? Press X to doubt, I will say. And we're not even at half time. It's worth mentioning that is, first of all, an excellent goal. Let's give credit where credit is due, but also backboard issues, Bacon, for Storm Shadows.
That's it. They just don't quite know. There is literally a storm in front of them, and they are in the shadow of it, unfortunately. They cannot just figure out these wild attacks coming from all different areas. Like I said, that is the early nerves. You would hope that the quick early goal would have been enough to set them up. Good response from Ethan there. But they just need to try and calm it down. Ideally, in a case like this, you slow the game down, take a more possession-heavy game, and play it at your pace.
They need to wrestle away some sort of control. Doesn't matter which way they do it. They've at least had a shot on target since Storm Shadows. But they don't want to throw the kitchen sink, or maybe they should just throw the kitchen sink, even if it leaves them a little more leery at the back. They need to find 4 goals in 2 minutes. Not impossible, Bacon, but it is a mountain of a task.
Like this now, the game has calmed down just a little bit. You can see we're playing out of the midfield a lot more. And that's coming down to design from the RAF squad, but gotta be careful. They have sending all 3 forward. So this does get the clearance up, but it's only just stemming this bleed. It's just a bandage to the wound. They've got to find a good clearance here, and then a follow-up, just progressive attack.
At least the performance has settled somewhat. But the task remains the same. Demo on Noosh. A 3rd goal is the start of something. A recovery might be a little far-fetched even now. Just getting that last goal, just, you know, to get something going, a consolation, could mean plenty. And I'll remind everyone at home, a best of 7, that is a long time to play Rocket League.
I mean, you'll see it, of course, like in major events for Rocket League, that generally the best of 7s are reserved for your single in bracket playoffs. And you're in the round robin stage like this, you're generally doing a best of 5, but you know these folks love to game, and wow, that's incredible.
It wasn't just Larry, it was loosey-goosey. There wasn't too much that Cedric could really do here. Just a bit of miscommunication with Stelios, who was low on boost. Couldn't find their way to the ball before a Space Force gamer got there first. 7-2. A bruising scoreline. Do you remember when it was a 1-goal game?
Well, that was only for, I think, not even 10 seconds, right? Before that then got tied up and then was quickly whipped into a 3-1 game in favor of Space Force. But like you said earlier, Royal Air Force right now, they're doing better in the second half. They've slowed it down, they've brought it more under control, but like you said, a goal would just be a great confidence booster here to just know that they're on the right path, that they've got the right strategy. It's already looking better, but they want to see the results.
There's a couple of missed touches, not just on the backboard, but on the wall. Aerial challenges, a struggle for the Storm Shadows. And yes, I do see the irony in that, but it is an irony that they're going to have to iron out as they head further and further into this series. The one silver lining, Bacon, is the cliche phrase that I like to crack out every single time we have a best of 7. You'll hear it plenty of times today, folks. Game 1 is the most anomalous game in a best of 7. For the Storm Shadows, they better hope that maintains its form.
Yeah, if tradition is anything go by, next game is going to be like a 2-1 series. Most likely won by the Storm Shadows. Like, that's just how they go when you get such a blowout like game 1. But it was just a hectic ton of kickoff goals, essentially, for, what, a 1.5 minute period where the ball didn't get kept in play for more than 10-15 seconds. So just leave it what it is. Both teams kind of clear ahead, especially, I'm going to say it now, if you are Space Force, don't look into it too much. Don't get cocky for this one. Just keep calm. Know that every game starts off anew and get that early goal.
Yeah, it felt like we took a trip to the gym almost, and the Storm Shadows were the proverbial punching bag in this case. They have sucked up a lot of pressure. They've sucked up a lot of goals, but they've also learned a lot through this display as well, I am sure. They got to calm down. They got to make sure to do the basics right first. And it really is as simple sometimes, Bacon, as just hitting the ball.
Results from around the grounds as well just coming in. The Royal Air Force Sentinels are currently 2-1 up on the French Air Force. And, well, the US Air Force are 2-0 up on the US Coast Guard. But look at that. It's what we asked for. It's what they needed. It's the Royal Air Force being able to get that early goal once again.
Stelios, I'm pretty sure, learning a bit of snooker or pool because he can only find the bottom pockets right now. Doesn't matter how they go in, though. It can be as scrappy or as beautiful as you like, as long as you score. And now G-Wood 1v1 goes near post. Was actually the right call, but Fruit Loop had her angles covered. And now loose in the midfield, it'll be Space Force on the attack over the top of G-Wood. Oh, he is going to be punished. Noose with just enough pace to get around the ball and nick it in himself.
Arguably too much self-confidence there. It's all awkward. G-Wood was the only one left back in net. Cedric had to spin off, was expecting the play towards the wall. So when you're in those one-on-one scenarios, you've got to be a little bit patient, go for that just killer point. That was left open wildly to get close to the net. I'll be a little bit more careful on those Space Force, but they're so calm right now, pulling out demos at perfect times, just mitigating any damage.
You can see the reaction from G-Wood as well. Crestfallen, he knows how important that early lead was, and now they're just gonna have to try and find it again, get back on the pommel horse and hope that you got the flexibility to pull off something fantastical. Well, that was a decent attacking move, but now for the return punch, it's Noosh. Lots of boost. Great demo from Stelios on Ethan, though, completely removes the threat.
Oh, Noosh sticking around as well. They gotta be careful of those rotations, but they're loving the aggression. This Space Force, they want to just keep the Royal Air Force sweating. Don't allow them off their line. That's a bold move to come in the air from Stelios. It is working right now. They are suddenly tied, but they need to get the ball out of this corner. It's just killing them. You can see the boost levels from the Space Force so high. That final touch is going to be good. It's a perfect pass back. Cedric, though, not a game plan in front of them.
Just feels like Cedric and G-Wood not reading from the same hymn sheet at the moment. You can see Stelios is having to almost do 2 times the work, covering in front, just again trying to make defending runs. That's a little bit better from Cedric. Off the crossbar, G-Wood round the corner, no boost to speak of, but gets a crucial bump, allows Stelios the space to go downfield, looking for G-Wood again. Good interception from Fruit Loop. We've got Cedric moving through now. Ethan, not exactly the greatest clearance, does pick up a save. That's a little bit better. Oh, a team bump, unfortunate. I hope that wasn't G-Wood, otherwise it's more problems at the back.
Yeah, oh, that's a great ball in the center, and Stelios does get away. So the Air Force right now are playing better because they're playing a simpler game realistically, which is making them quite predictable. That's why you're seeing Space Force be able to jump out and beat them to a lot of the balls. But it has also tightened up a lot of their defense. Their finishing, final third still needs a little bit of work, but that will come in time. I like this. Go back to the basics and really look to refine this team. Great on-the-fly adaptations.
Elysian performance from Stelios at the moment. Meanwhile, Space Force going for back passes. The confidence levels of the two teams are there for everybody to see. One is high, one is low. Lovely layoff from Fruit Loop again. She's been an assist queen in these first couple of games. G-Wood, though, finds a clearance downfield. Here's Cedric. Gets a little bit of an interference on Noosh, but Noosh shrugs it off, goes central, throws it into the midfield, and for the moment, at least Bacon. Storm Shadow's keeping it at 1-1.
Well, G-Wood was looking for the demo play there. Didn't connect, of course, but you can see they're now starting to get a little bit more creative on the fly. It took a little bit of a battering in game one. That's a long ball downfield, and Stelios needs to follow up onto it, but well worked out by Ethan or Etan. I don't know. Maybe they just misspelled the name coming into this one.
Somebody check, has he got a mask on? Is it Scooby-Doo Mysteries out here? But who's going to be the meddling kids at the end of this particular horror story? Who's going to upset the plans? Because both of these teams want to start the day with that 1-0, and Storm Shadows almost find the second goal of this game. Just 1 minute remaining, and if you are brand new to Rocket League, first of all, welcome to this wonderful esport. Second of all, if we do reach 0 seconds at 1-1, we head to overtime, golden goal.
And also confirming the French Air Force versus RAF Sentinels match that has just gone to game 5, 2 apiece, as this now gets a go-ahead. Stelios unanswered in the air.
Space Force should know about this. Stelios with a stellar flare gets to the ball ahead of Cedric. Much better attacking vector there as well. Gets way more power, far more prepared. Now can they hold this 1-goal lead?
Still worries me a little bit because you saw there was a little double commit up in the air. I love this from Fruit Loops. The setup for Ethan to sink. It required Noosh, but it got the goal nonetheless. A demo in the mix. Well worked from the Space Force.
The Storm Shadows defense, when they go 1 goal up, as fragile as a chocolate teapot in summer, it seems, melting at the seams. It seems 35 seconds left then, back to parity, and Space Force Gaming have the momentum behind them yet again. But the Storm Shadows, they're able to move forward through Stelios. They got Cedric in support. Cedric's there looking for the near post challenge. Bounces up, but G was a little bit too far forward. Uh-oh! But Noosh doesn't get there. Unfortunate, otherwise that was a certain goal.
But Fruit Loops recycles it, brings it under control, buys a bit of time. You can see that Space Force are back in defense. They're able to cover for this. Noosh has got a great run down the wing. Cedric with a pop-out does find Stelios, so it is worked well. This is going to be dangerous, and they need to find open space. Oh, that was so unpredictable. We go to OT.
Stelios backing up, somehow getting a touch. I have no idea how he did that, but the Storm Shadows are going to be glad that he did. I'm also glad that I explained the golden goal rule, as here we are then, our first overtime on stream of the day, and Space Force looking significantly better, but don't rule out Storm Shadows here. Space Force get a little bit attack happy. It could leave the barn door wide open.
Cedric, you can see, is trying to go for like a cherry picker moment. That means they're just hanging downfield, waiting for these. It is leaving that defense a little bit, shaky, but they've got confidence in themselves. That is a lofted ball. Cedric with a setup. No, a simple shot, trying to sneak it away, but Ethan does get the save.
Very nice follow-up from Stelios as well. G-Wood keeps it locked in the corner. Little boost, but over the top of Noosh, buying time for his teammates. And that's all three on the right wing, and that's allowed Fruit Loop the freedom of the left wing to get a shot away. G-Wood with a crucial save as we exit our first minute. Here's Noosh now, aerial attack, aerial bombardment. Oh, fantastic follow-up touch. Stelios with another crucial save.
Cedric needs to get onto this one. It was left to bounce, so Cedric putting it in towards the box. Where's the finish? There is G-Wood and Cedric stepping up. A fantastic defense from Stelios. This is the full squad we expected to show up in game 1. It's here in game 2, and it's sending us into game 3 tied up.
Bacon, listen, we've been on this esport for a long time. The line between hero and villain, don't remind me of my age, please. The line between hero and villain is so blurred. A mistake from G-Wood gives Space Force their first goal. It's G-Wood who scores the winning goal for Storm Shadows. And hey, it's not like we called it. 7-2 was it in the first game? Yep. Storm Shadows win game number 2. This is a series, folks.
Hey, I said they'd win it 2-1. It was 3-2 in the end. I'll throw up my hands. I'm not perfect. Sorry, folks. But nonetheless, one big thing to take away, notice how Stelios and Cedric there were actually talking and doing like the fingers of tactics, all that sort of thing. That is the sign of a great team, that even in victory, you're still trying to work out, okay, this is what we were doing wrong, because you cannot just rest on your laurels there. You have to go one step further. An OT is not a safe win.
Indeed, it isn't. No, they will want to. I mean, that's their next step, isn't it? In order to improve, they want to win in regulation time. And so fascinating looking at the dichotomy of that Space Force Gaming situation. All smiles and laughs after game number 1. Very serious after game number 2. And hey, we're effectively in a best of 5 now. 3 more wins, and you found yourself with 1 point in the round robin.
They got to be really careful, RAF, here. Whilst they have got the ball in a very aggressive position, they don't have boost control. So Space Force have got the capabilities, nice. They've got the resources to answer it. That's why you're not seeing this convert just yet.
Oh, Cedric, that's a lovely layoff to Stelios, who goes high once again. Cedric, oh, the little lift from Noosh, crucial in buying his team time, but G-Wood's giving it away freely. Chance for Space Force to attack. Good near post defense from Stelios. Cedric on the chase. I think gets a little faint touch there. Gets a demo though. That's high value. Infield. Stelios a little far away though. Fruit Loop down the other side. Fruit Loop with a shot. No, blocked by Cedric. Ethan denied as well.
And that follow-up hit by Cedric was brilliant to pop it into the air, just into a little bit of open space. Bought enough time, and Stelios will get a clearance downfield. G-Wood doesn't pick up on that. Again, another little open net pop shot, but nonetheless, the speed from Space Force to be able to cover these wide areas. We said coming into it, they'd be looking to do a more rotating style. They've swapped that now instead of the initial 1 and 2, and it is coming to fruition.
This is the sort of press that you love to see. Cedric gets up, tries to cancel the attack early, but Fruit Loop is already on her bike down the other side of the pitch. It falls so kindly to her, it's almost more difficult to miss than to not, but it is still a shot that she has to get on target. She does, takes the lead for Space Force Gaming.
Well, that's a nice little drive down to the corner from Cedric here. If they could have held it, that would have been better. In a situation like that, just go steal the boost away. You're not going to be able to contest. I'm not going to hit it flat out. It probably along the wall like it was there. That's where we need to see these adaptations from the RAF Storm Shadows. They've got to be looking to force their opponents to stick in their sides, take away those resources, that boost, capabilities to maneuver around freely. Then they'll be able to be a little bit more comfortable.
Oh. 2v1 Stelios and still able to come out on top. Gotta say, it's a fine balance that Space Force are striking, but it is a fine balance, well earned. Very tight on defense, but expansive on the counter-attack. Storm Shadows, again, a little bit hodgepodge, a little bit uncertain. They have that threat once they get into the final third, but how often do they get into the final third? Stelios trying to go for a back pass to G-Wood. You can also see it's a bit Spaghetti Junction out here, Bacon.
Yeah, they're trying to just throw everything at the wall, see what sticks kind of moment. It's fine, but they've got to be making sure that they keep someone in the back lines because it was inevitable. They've been leaving these lines towards net open for a little bit too long. It was the only downside.
Bit Spaghetti Junction, but Space Force have the source. 2-0. Just over 2 minutes left to go. And it's fair to say, I feel, that the dominant team, the team that absolutely deserves to have scored. Storm Shadows struggling to tie their own shoelaces right now, tripping over each other, although that's a nice bump, but it's immediately back into Space Force possession, or is it? Yes, it is. Two players can't decide whether to claim the ball. That's a miss off the backboard yet again. And Cedric forced to run away with the ball as far as he can muster.
That's it. He is a runaway. He's kind of just trying to snatch it, run down the opposite end, and hold it there for a little bit of regroup. Stelios is so low on boost because he's prioritizing to allow both G-Wood and Cedric to pick it up. It's a little bit all hodgepodge still. It's a little bit scary, but 1 minute 30, all they need is just that come-up goal. They just need a little bit of belief.
I don't believe it.
It's set in front of net. Nice little pop. Oh, it's all broken down.
Just panics knowing that Ethan's bearing down on him. That's such a shame. Needed just that composure at the crucial moment. Still time though for the Storm Shadows. 2 goals in 60 seconds. Crazy things have happened, and here's Cedric. That's beautiful. That's lovely. Oh, the application from G-Wood to go near post, Bacon inspired.
Absolutely adored. Just, I don't know. I'm trying to think of a good reference from spaghetti to something else, but at the end of the day, that was just good cooking.
A goalless affair for the Storm Shadows, a thing of the pasta. Oh, that's a stretch, isn't it?
Still half-baked.
I'm just going to leave it there.
Nonetheless, 45 seconds. They can work into this. Look for that OT. Don't look to go ahead. Don't look to be too clever. Just play some very solid, possessive Rocket League once again. It's what this Royal Air Force squad is good at, these passing plays between them, but they've got to give themselves the space for that. I like the idea, try and go for the bump of Fruit Loops. But Fruit Loops has done this perfectly, and it's what Space Force will do. It would just be keep away, keep it down the opposite end, big clearances, play it safe.
They're still playing with aggression, though. They want to find that third goal. They're thinking that offense is the best form of defense, but you've got to watch out because the Storm Shadows are on the prowl. Stelios got a full run of boost, but Fruit Loop's in the way. G-Wood, too easily read for Noosh, and Fruit Loop again looking for the counter. Stelios maybe looking for Cedric, but Ethan wins the race. G-Wood can keep it up. That goes towards net. Fruit Loop has to get there.
No!
Oh, my word! Fruit Loop, the luckiest lady in the building. 2-1 Space Force.
And I call that finishing with a flair. They weren't stressed at all, not even a bead of sweat on the brow. Space Force, calm as can be, all smiles over there. Yeah, they've got a great poker face.
Notice how each of these games has been getting more and more tight, though. I mean, 7-2 blowout into 3-2 overtime into 2-1. And I mean, Storm Shadows were looking the better team at the end there, Bacon. They were looking the most likely to score. So, I mean, you could throw the old adage out there. If they had another minute, they probably would have equalized. But again, that's the nature of sport, isn't it? You only have a limited amount of time to do the things that you need to do.
I've only just learned that Stelios is a keyboard mouse gamer. That's weird.
Based?
Yeah, after however many years, like, for folks at home, keyboard and mouse entirely like feasible, like fine for Rocket League, but it's just uncommon, you know, like especially at like, you know, the learning level. Most people do pick up with controllers, don't they? So yeah, it just surprised me. Weird one.
Controllers took down the KBM star. Is that how the song goes? Maybe, maybe not. I tell you what though, singing a beautiful melody right now is Space Force Gaming. They might have been on the back foot near the end of game number 3, but they've certainly started game number 4 in fine fettle, although they're going to have to do a bit of defending here. Ethan doing well. Stelios trying to keep it low, but Ethan stomps on that. Via Goomba. I'm not going to Goomba this up here. Noosh infield. Looking for Ethan. Tight attack angle, but you know what? Doesn't matter. I completely misread the car as well. It's Fruit Loop 1-0 Space Force.
Absolute chef's kiss of a finish as well. Stelios doing good, getting up in the air, covering as much of that as possible, but Fruit Loop on the fly, adapts to it, throws it top left of the bin. Just so much grace style and skill to that one.
Oh, and here comes Noosh with a very similar try. Cedric well aware to it. Good defense here from Fruit Loop, picks up the 100. Backboard, Ethan marshals that well. And that's over the top of Cedric here from Fruit Loop, who gets past 2, gets past a 3rd! Oh, she schooled the entire RAF Storm Shadows team.
Watched it up in game 3 and is doing it again in game 4. Looking to dominate, say, you're only getting the one game. Storm Shadows, Space Force are taking the rest.
They get the serial, somebody get her serial number because she needs to be locked down and have the key thrown away if you're Storm Shadows. She is running the show right now. G-Wood, and there she is again, this time on defense. G-Wood unable to get a shot. Stelios is, but Ethan is back in town, ready to make the save. Demo infield, G-Wood forced all the way back. The vibes are immaculate for Space Force.
I mean, we were saying it earlier, they don't have nerves. What are they talking about? And somehow they've just evolved even stronger. Maybe there was nerves. Who knows how far this squad can go? But we do know the results of the other 2 matches. The French Air Force take down the Royal Air Force Sentinels 4-2, and US Air Force have taken down the Coast Guard 4-0.
Is this Dragon Ball? Have the final forms been unveiled, or is there a couple hundred episodes still to go before we get there? Yes, I am a fan. Yes, that is a joke at my own show. Don't worry about it. 3 minutes left to go then, and Ethan now on the trail. Stelios looking for Cedric, who's in the right place, goes in field, but they both trip over each other, going for the same 100 boosts. Feels like there's still communication issues.
The idea to go for the 100 boost isn't wrong there from Stelios, but it's got to be communicated. That is it. They're leaving themselves just a little bit too close to each other on a lot of these plays, and it has been their biggest hurdle to get across. As you can see, when they are spread out, when they are giving each other a little bit of breathing room, they're great, but that's an awkward one.
There's still fist bumps, they're still supporting each other, but that was a bit of a defensive shambles from the Storm Shadows as Space Force open up the 3-0 lead. And at this point in the series, Bacon, where another win for Space Force will see them on match point scenario, you do not want to be giving them a blowout win at this point.
Again, it's... a game is good enough for me. So, you know, just our Space Force were always going to be one of our favorites. But the Royal Air Force, they will want to set...
Oh, really? Wow.
(5-1) here, James, and it's you know what we didn't see was a little bit of the hurt, I think, right now, coming back to it. But this was kind of this evolution we started to see in that last game, and the start of this game realistically for the Space Force, where they're basically just ramping up into their groove. They're finding their form here, aren't they?
Yeah, it's such a shame, isn't it? Things got a little bit better, and then it got a little bit worse again. And this is more similar to that Game 1 performance where, and you actually kind of highlighted it a little bit earlier. When things get bad for Storm Shadows, do they have the resolve and the tactical flexibility to grind their way back into a position of relative control? Can they equalize? Can they then go ahead thereafter? It feels like a year has gone by, and yet we're still asking the same question. But to be fair, Bacon, even though this one is done and dusted, even though Space Force is going to go 3-1 up in the series, there is still a chance for the gentleman's reverse sweep.
Yes, the Royal Air Force Storm Shadows are still in this series. And if we were looking at this as 3-0, I'd be like, nah, Space Force have got it. Even with the OT earlier in the World Fight, if it all went in favor of Space Force, no. But the RAF lads, they know they can beat. They'll be talking right now, and I'm telling you, this next game is going to be a lot closer. They'll be able to bring it, like we saw earlier. The simplification of their game was good, but it's now them trying to add, a little spice on top, which is throwing them a little bit wonky and out of sorts. And it's good and bad signs. It means that their base is strong. But when they try and complicate things, that's when the team falls apart, because it's just a little bit too much of their communication, maybe.
On the flip side, though, as Stelios looks to hype up the team, let's give, again, credit where credit is due. Here I was thinking, well, we've got to obviously see how this team works out on the field. We don't know what the ranks look like. We don't know what they look like on paper, let alone, in reality. But I thought that Ethan was going to be the star of this Space Force team, and it's far from it. Every single individual has something special about them. Ethan has fantastic positional awareness. I feel like Noosh, although we haven't said his name as much as others, Ethan! I'm trying to praise you.
I don't know. Maybe there's such a gentleman that they want to give the handicap. We'll call it that for now, Cope. I know, chat, don't worry. But with this, like I said, they've all got great roles. And Noosh has actually been just this kind of, dare I say, wide winger. It's not necessarily a playmaker role, but it's just a lot of possessive midfield and, when needed, throwing the ball into the box, trying to be this first man to a lot of the rotations. But we do see that they are capable in defense as well and holding it. The team is very well rounded.
My friends who have sold their soul to Football Manager will know the roaming playmaker role is what you're looking for there, Bacon. The roaming playmaker role. But to be fair, he's great at cleaning up in front of net as well. I feel like his overall challenge game has been really strong. And I mean, we've already waxed lyrical about Fruloop in front of net, but let's talk about this interplay. Oh, that is saucy.
Great little catch here. Stelios able to just taking it off the wall, beat Noosh to the follow-up, and then Cedric against Ethan is very fine margins, but it's the fine margins that have got them 2-0 up in this game. You know, it's not just a little gimme, it's not just a runaway 1 goal. 2 is now something you can fight from.
Yeah, what I love him. Fruit Loop, could you just like chill for a bit, please? Like, oh my goodness. But yeah, what I love about that Cedric shot though is that they saw the trajectory of where Ethan was going and they shot in the opposite direction. It was really smart in a snapshot position that now puts them 2-0 up. Don't count out the Storm Shadows just yet. Might have been a couple of bruising games, but I mean, they sit pretty, admittedly, with the lion's share of the game still to go, but keep playing like this. There is no reason to think that they won't get back into a powerful position. Oh, in front of net. Space Force clean up their act.
Gonna do a little Doomsday dish. I adore it. Here's loose in the midfield. Fruit Loops was simple, just put the pressure on net, because you can see Ethan's not got any boost as well, so they're just trying to, they're in a play position in here, throw the ball towards their opponent's backline, then they can step up, take the midfield, boost tanks, and then push from there. It didn't quite work out, but it definitely got them out of the mud in their own half, so it's a job well done.
You know, challenge game, backboard game, that is something that the Storm Shadows have been dealing with. It's a lot better, significantly better over the course of this 2.5 minutes so far. That is a pinch, my goodness. Is Stelios going to get there first? Yeah, he is. Good blocking from Fruit Loop, closing off the alleyway. And they're struggling here, not just to get the ball away, but boost-wise as well, Space Force. Finally a bit of breathing room.
But that's because the Air Force Air, you could see that G-Wood was down on that bottom left side, so they should have been the one to get up in the air, not Cedric. But where G-Wood didn't have any boost, Cedric had to cover for that by jumping across. And those are great little cover-ups of one another, but it has been the entire way through what has been breaking down their game. It's just positionally, they're not rotating into the correct position for how they want to follow up on their attacks.
Another good go from Stelios, looking to go under Ethan, who had already pre-jumped Fruit Loop. Ethan bump, but it goes wide. And Cedric puts it right back to the backboard, sets up for Ethan, far post. Cedric goes the other way. And Stelios with no boost, all on their lonesome, destroyed at last, but buys another few seconds, and those are really starting to add up for Space Force now, who are running out of them.
Hey, if you're Stelios there, you've now got 32 in the tank, right? Like, just helped, and you've rotated back into defense, but these demos are coming in thick and fast. You said at the start, we're not in a demo-heavy meta, but Space Force have been pulling them out, just kind of aggravating the RAF lads.
Don't do a Southgate, screams the entire of Twitter. And that's just at the England team, but I'm also shouting at the Storm Shadows here. You don't want to sit off too much. And they've actually found a good opportunity to work their way down the field. It's a good block ultimately, and now 60 seconds remain, but Cedric, uh-oh, that's a pre-jump. Ethan in field, Stelios to the rescue at the near post.
Just keeping it on the line, but no boost for this attack. You see Fruit Loop has got, what, about 20 in the tank there? Near nothing. It's all been used up. They're not going to be able to pull this off effectively, and it works great for the RAF lads. And Noosh here having to put it back into her own court. That's a great little counter. Can they run with this? They've got nothing in the tank, picking up the 100. Trying to go for the pop, but Cedric gets there perfectly in time. Noosh needs to set this up for a pass. Instead, throwing it to the corner because Ethan and Fruit Loop are not there to be able to follow up on a shot. That's good communication, trying to keep possession, but they're running out of time.
Yeah, possession is all good and dandy if you've got 2 to 3 minutes left. Really, that was just a throwaway for throwaway's sake, and Stelios infield looking for Cedric to put the cherry on top. G would get the shot, Noosh with the save, but time has officially elapsed for Space Force Gaming. The first game in this series, Bacon, where a team is held to 0 goals. The clean sheet is Storm Shadows.
And again, notice it's when the Storm Shadows play, and I hate saying it, but just basic Rocket League, going straight back down to the simple stuff. Don't overcomplicate it. Just make sure that you're focusing on yourselves. You don't need to go the extra mile. I'm liking these lofted balls across, net, of course, but in the grand scheme of things, at this level, that is very simple Rocket League, and it means that they can slow the game down and react accordingly. It is perfect for them, and it'll come down to Space Force to really try and adapt and pull the RAF lads out of that comfort zone. I'm curious as to what Space Force do in this game. What's 6 coming up?
Yeah, I guess that's the worry, isn't it? If Space Force are able to hit the highs, is there much that Storm Shadows can do to respond? Have they got a steel ceiling rather than a glass one?
Because it's weird as well, because looking at it, I'd put, quite frankly, the Space Force mechanically ahead of the Royal Air Force. It just comes down to, in these close-knit situations, the RAF lads like a good scrum. You know, like they're quite happy for the spaghetti to come out, and it works for them. Whereas Space Force want very, like, dare I say, regimented, organized play. They know their roles, they know who they're looking for these passes. So as soon as that is kind of thrown to the wayside, they've got to adapt and fly, and they're not as ready for that.
I feel like we're doing a disservice to the French Air Force. Like, the Italians aren't here. Like, who's going to be the best? No, that's not. Listen, I'm going to say, I'm just going to save that and think of better puns once we actually get to covering the French Air Force. For the moment, G-Wood, all on his own, has done something truly absurd.
Inspired this is. Loving the jump out, cheeky little touch. Was still boosting to get there as well. And this is what we said, they're mechanically able. Like, we're looking at this. I don't think anyone is below GC, you know, in any of these matches. But it's just that capability of knowing that you've got that ability. Maybe on a team level, you're not at 100% today. So just leave those flare moments for those one-on-ones.
Oh, love that patience from Noosh. Sometimes you look at that situation, you're like, this isn't going in. And you try and stuff it against the post to set up for another teammate. Obviously, there's good communication in that Space Force roster because they said, yo, you've got time. And that time was used masterfully. 1-1. Cedric with a save off Fruit Loop. And downfield they go. Kinda fluffs the flip reset. Noosh, that's great, but Ethan is in a different postcode, not able to punish.
It was almost like a little fake in the corner there from Ethan, so it's worked out. RAF again, a little bit awkward for boost. That's up from Fruit Loops, looking for the backboard, but you can see the RAF lads have really adapted to those backboard looking for plays and looking much more confident now. Great little call, but the double commit ain't handsome.
Oh, Cedric with a miss. And Fruit Loop just goes for the loft, but kind of dispossesses Noosh, and now Ethan's been taken out. Gives Storm Shadows all the time in the world. Although that time in the world could have been used better. Oh my word. And it's going back in for more. Storm Shadows playing with fire. Hits the crossbar again. Finally away, but not for long.
They are locked into their own half, trying to get these clearances, and it's all met by the Space Force in the center. Cedric does get a bouncer. Noosh only getting a touch, but Ethan is perfectly there, looking to throw it again into the corner. They're trying to whittle down the boost.
That pass.
And Fruit Loops with near to nothing, perfectly meets it in the mid.
That pass. Ooh. Oh, Stelios. You know, there's often times where you're like, wait, why did he go that way? No. That touch was so faint, so delicious. Stelios was expecting the shot. Complete role reversal, set up for Fruit Loop, sublime. And now here goes Noosh all on their own, looking for the stop on Cedric. And G-Wood gets a save off Fruit Loop again. They've got the lead, Bacon. They're looking to try and make it 3.
RAF cannot allow another goal from Space Force here as well. We've seen this story time and time again.
Oh.
Fruit Loops doesn't have to do anything though. The fake in the air, they had the boost, they had the capabilities. And well, G-Wood knew that. Whoever fought the situation paid the price.
Nothing lame about the mind game. And Storm Shadows are staring down the barrel of defeat if they don't find 2 goals in 2 minutes. If they can find 3, even better. But right now, getting to overtime is the first positive goal! Oh, it's finally got in! Oh, nerves jangled for the Storm Shadows, but they're back within 1.
Post to post as well, having to take it across the opposite side, touching the crossbar, touching that left-hand post. they do get in, and that is a lot of time to work with. Space Force here cannot rest, cannot play the defensive game. They've got to take control once again and push it in for another goal on their opponent's half. That's a quick response, and Stelios to Cedric. That's tied up.
You know what? Stelios's gaming posture has been growing and growing. Like the hunch has been, like the angle's been getting more acute. And you can tell that this guy is locking in right now. Great pass, great comms to make sure that Cedric was on the end of it yet again. 3-3, but now is not the time to go for that loose defense yet again. You still got to keep things tight at the back. Bacon, I don't know about you, but I actually wouldn't mind getting it to overtime first and foremost before you go for the goal, but the goal is wide open. Cedric! And now Stelios, no, you would know! Oh!
Fruitloop just got the touch to get away, but the danger is not averted. Stelios, good touch from Noosh thrown into the corner. Cedric with a bounce back. That's for G-Wood. Following up touch, and no, and that's just going to be out of reach. Now need to focus and quickly get some boost and restarting up a lot of pressure here.
Looking for another Doomsday. G-Wood throw themselves at that. Stelios has been caught out and Noosh runs with it. Ethan infield. Ethan near post. Oh, it tickles the force field of the goal and somehow finds itself away once again.
Nice clearance as well, lofted ball down towards that backboard. Can they hold up on the midfield line? Cedric does get the touch. This is an awkward bounce out, but Cedric, why did you pick up? G-Wood was coming on in. They're now committed very deep downfield, and you can see rotation is broken. Both Cedric and G-Wood are back, so they have to fall into their own lines. That's a perfect pass. The connection is wide of net.
Millimeters, centimeters away. Is that a moment that they will regret? G-Wood got all the time in the world, falls on it as a Space Force gamer. Cedric in field, and that's dangerous. That's a setup for Space Force. Cedric forced to get in the way of Fruitloop. 100 boost secured. And over the time looking more likely than not. Stelios, last chance. It's Storm Shadows. G-Wood, wait. It's the chip up. G-Wood, and that's well marshaled yet again by Noosh. OT for the Storm Shadows survival.
Chance that there's only one more goal in this, or we go to the game 7. We have to find out. Fruitloop has been dangerous on the attack, but more so in a finishing format rather than the setup, and Ethan not able to get around on that one to send it into net.
Oh, I was going to say take the shot, but Fruit Loop's got it! Oh, she's been spectacular all series long. She puts the stamp on this letter, sends it in off the crossbar. Bardowski Space Force on their debut at AFEI get a dub.
Oh, clear MVP there as well. Ethan has crafted a strong team. I would say picked from the heavens, but he's reached higher with the Space Force, hasn't he?
Oh, hey, let's have more of that, folks, eh? Let's have more of that, of course. Commiserations to the Storm Shadows. Again, nobody's going home after today, Bacon, but that's runners-up from last year. This is a bruising defeat.
Does mean that the Americans have now got a, let's say, second runner, because we are expecting the Air Force to still be a strong force. Now in the Space Force in there, we know the Coast Guard did fall just a little bit earlier, and so we've got a lot of competition, a lot of different capabilities here, so it's definitely going to be an interesting one. And you got to remember, it's only the round robin, it's only day one. These teams will figure themselves out. They'll play every team so they can go away tonight, do their homework, get themselves set up for tomorrow. There is going to be so much evolution in this tournament.
Totally. We're hopefully going to have an interview with one of Space Force in a little moment, but how good is that going to feel to get that first win over the line, actually? Because I mean, look, for Ethan, he's been here before, right? Ethan's been here before, gotten plenty of wins with Air Force, but for Fruitloop and for Noosh, this is their first wins on AFEI, and that's, I mean, we talk about the nerve settlers. Well, that is the ultimate nerve settler, right?
Yeah, because and it's coming from two different ends. Like you said, being here before, you want to kind of beat your old team, because that's your own pride, but then also knowing that you're just as good. Stepping up, finding two incredible teammates as well who are going to be nervous on their first time of asking and are delivering. So, I'm going to be so curious to see what they can say in this interview. Speaking of, let's throw it over to Jasmine on the stage alongside our players.
Thank you very much for that, guys. I'm joined alongside the myth, the legend that is Fruit Loop. So Fruit Loop, congratulations to you and the team. The crowd have been going absolutely crazy for you folks. But my question for you is, you started off game one being a little bit of an assist queen, as our casters politely put it, but then you were definitely stepping it up. You know, you managed to secure the victory in that final matchup as well. So my question for you is, what was the difference for you? Were you kind of starting to ease into this matchup compared to when you first started?
I honestly just support my team wherever I can. I'm really good at just shooting the ball on the net when I have that space and time, and that's pretty much the difference.
And I was chatting to you, off camera. Were you a little bit nervous of that? Obviously, this is your first AFEI experience. How has it been so far, and what have the nerves been like?
A little bit nervous, especially with my car ride over here, but once we got onto the stage, started playing, the nerves kind of quieted it down, and yeah.
Well, you folks are going to be facing the RAF Sentinels next, so I want some fighting words, some words of warning for them as, can you guys take down another RAF team?
I'm so sorry, what did you say again?
Can you take down the next RAF team, because that's going to be your next opponent?
I believe so. If they leave that open net for me, I'm definitely going to take it from them.
All right, there we have it. I hope the RAF boys were listening to that. Thank you so much for joining me. We're going to throw to a break before we hop into our next match.
A phenomenal debut there, of course, for the Space Force. But Jam, we got to look at this as well. We've got two other teams that are making their debut today, the US Coast Guard and, of course, the French Air Force. Give us a little update. What are the standings, buddy?
Wow, this first and foremost, the French fans are out in force in the Twitch chat right now. Folks, really nice to have you here. I wish I knew how to say that in French, but I hope you get it. Parle français, I suppose. We'll go with that. But yeah, it has been quite a start. So going out through the result of the matches, of course, we just seen US Space Force versus Royal Air Force Storm Shadows. That series ended 4-2. US Air Force themselves have gotten a win over the US Coast Guard. In every single game, though, the Coast Guard has scored at least one goal, and two of these games have been incredibly close, 1-goal games. And of course, finally, the French Air Force themselves off stream have gotten a hard-fought win versus the Royal Air Force Sentinels. That series also has gone 4-2. And some of these games, I wish we could see them, because 3-2, 2-3, 3-2, 2-3, that has been the name of the game over in that series.
Competition is definitely tough around here, and it has been stepped up over last year. But James, as I throw it to you, let's have a little look at the schedule. What match do we have on the stream next, and what's going on the side stations for us?
Well, I'm delighted to say that the match that we actually have on stream is the Coast Guard versus the French Force, the French Air Force. So that for me is brilliant, because as Jam has rightly said, I think that Air Force game against the Coast Guard looks worse for the Coast Guard than it perhaps actually is. This will be a true litmus test up against their fellow debutantes in the French. But off stage, we also have the Space Force versus the Sentinels and the Air Force versus the Storm Shadows. So that is effectively a run back of last year's grand final. The Storm Shadows out of the fire and into the frying pan, as they say. Will they be able to pick up a win against a team that is looking to pick up where they left off last year?
Well, you got to think at the same time, though, Jam. Like, if you're a team like Storm Shadows, you're finding all your weaknesses really early. They've got the rest of the round robin to now figure it out, prepare themselves for tomorrow, right?
Yeah, it's right now, again, this day, nobody gets eliminated, and even if you get a bad result, you can still play tomorrow and make a good run. And I have no doubts, absolutely no doubts, the Royal Air Force, the Storm Shadows, they're going to be prepping, they're going to be ready. I know just how much they want it after talking to Stelios and the guys over after the last AFI, and as well just in person. It has been a blast for them, and they will not trade this for anything else.
Right, let's throw it over to the stage then to find out a little bit more about both our two new teams.
Thank you very, very much for that, guys. What a pleasure it is to dive into game number 2. It is going to be none other than the US Coast Guard taking on the French Air Force. We've got some first-timers around these parts, but before we chat to our first-timers, let's go ahead and find out a little bit more about our US Coast Guard.
Hello, I'm Christian Rocha. My rank is Petty Officer 2nd Class, and my in-game gamer tag is Lights Out Bud.
Hello, my name is Ethan Adams. I'm a Yeoman 2nd Class in the United States Coast Guard, and my in-game name is Echo.
Hello, my name is Claudio Giuliano. I'm a Petty Officer 1st Class in the United States Coast Guard. My in-game name is Xylem, and I do Seaburn Environmental Response with the United States Coast Guard.
My first impression of this base, it's big. Walking in and the exchange as a whole mall was kind of overwhelming for a little bit. The event looks fun. I love playing on a stage versus like in a gaming center or something where everyone's playing at the same time.
Yesterday I really enjoyed climbing up the mountain the first thing in the morning, actually. I thought it was very nice out. I have the opportunity to do a lot of drone work and land robot usage. Keeping the controller in the hand always kind of helps.
I think Echo is very good on the ball, and he has very good mechanics. And I think Xylem has very good defense, and you could always trust him when he's behind.
Leadership is very excited about us coming here. We're currently in the process of moving some recruiting efforts out to the EU, so it was a very good, positive, welcoming transition for us to come out here.
I think everyone's pretty cool here. We talk all the time online, and I think seeing their personalities in person is really cool.
The hardest team here is probably the U.S. Air Force. They've had our number the past couple of lands, so it'd be really nice to get some revenge. Beat them in a scrim once, and they never let it go, so If we could do it at a LAN, I mean, that'd be amazing.
CGG!
I'm joined on stage by the lovely boys from the US Coast Guard. But Echo, I want to come on over to you and have a quick chat, because it's no secret, no surprise. You boys didn't necessarily have the best of results just taking place. It was a 0-4 result. Talk to me about the game plan heading into this, because I need some more energy from your teammates.
Yeah, we're not too happy about that 0-4, but definitely the last one we're taking this weekend. We scrimmed these guys both times, and we beat them also 4-0, so I think we're pretty confident going into this. They're great people, but unfortunately, we're going to have to take it down.
I hope they've heard that. I want some fighting words from them as well. But Echo, you yourself personally are one of 2 players that are in attendance here that have peaked at SSL. So talk to me about the caliber of the teams that you think we have here.
The caliber is great. I mean, Air Force, pretty sure all 3 of them are SSL as well, so that's a tough one. I hit it a little while ago, so I haven't been playing too much, but I got on for about a month and a half before this to make sure that we were ready, and this morning was a wake-up call, but I think we're ready now.
And how about your team? How's everybody feeling? Give me the vibe check.
Great. Lights was peaking this morning. Z's also just doing great around team, and I mean, I think we have a great chance here going into this.
All right, well, best of luck, boys. Go ahead, take to your seats, and let's find out a little bit more about the first-timers of the French Air Force.
Hello, I'm the Sergeant Luc Lioto, and my IGN is Fish.
Salut, I'm Michael Enriquez, and my IGN is Merica.
I'm Sergeant Louis Bilquier, and my Rocket League name is Zalo.
I'm really happy to see this event because that's my first.
The event is huge. It's really difficult to imagine that without living this.
I think it will be a little hard against the other team, but I think we have a chance.
Yesterday that was a great day to meet every teams.
Thanks to the commandment to permit this, because that's the first time that we can do an international event.
We do golf, mini golf with 3D glasses.
Yeah. We visit to different castles. We were filmed by you.
We just play against the Royal Air Force. This was a good match, so yeah. We'll see on the stage, because it's like the American side, it's always different on the stage, and 3 months ago we never played together, so that's really new team. I think we all have good skills in different way. Let's see this weekend what is going on.
Royal Air Force, we want to take you now.
The US Air Force will beat you.
Allez les Bleus, vive la France!
Zali, talk to me about the team. Obviously, it's your first experience here at the event. How's everybody been feeling so far?
We are feeling like a bit stressed, but yeah, first experience, so it's really enjoyable to be there, and we will see how we are playing.
Well, you guys mentioned in the video that you're going to wait and see how the nerves hit you once you're up here on the stage. You're on the stage now, so how's the energy feeling? Still quite nervous?
Yeah, quite nervous. Merica can say that because he's really stressed, but yeah, quite nervous. And speaking English is very difficult for French people, as we can see. So yeah, very stressed.
Don't worry about it, you guys are doing perfectly fine. I'm understanding everything you're saying, so don't stress it at all. But you guys have just come off the back of a 4-2 win versus the RAF Sentinels, so the momentum should be high. How are you going to carry that over onto the stage now?
I think we have a chance against Coast Guard, and we'll try to do everything we can do. And yeah, maybe yesterday we played against Earth, and there is a great level. We can manage to win all this best of, and let's play. We'll see.
Well, you know what? I think you said it perfectly. Let's play, boys. Go ahead and take to your seats. And I want to hear what my casters had to say about that.
Well, what we have to say about that is, thank you, Jasmine. Thank you, French Air Force and Coast Guard Gaming players. It's going to be a doozy. First and foremost, French are always so great at Rocket League. Right now, going into the World Championship of Rocket League, I'm pretty sure there's 4 pretty much French teams. So high hopes for Efish, Merica, and Zulu.
Not just in Rocket League, Jam. Name a more iconic duo than Esports and the French. It just seems to be a match made in heaven. It is a country that has so unequivocally gotten behind the industry, and you love to see it. And you love to see the fact that this team has gotten a dub straight off the rip up against the RAF Sentinels, fellow debutants. It was a very closely matched series, as you said, but they've got that win. But playing on stage is different. I don't blame the French Air Force for feeling a little bit nervous, because you're right there under the lights in front of the audience and under our scrutiny as well. And you know, the Coast Guard, they're in the same boat. They've got themselves a 4-0 drubbing from the Air Force to try and recover from. So a really interesting number of facets to this series.
That's one thing that I love about this event, and the players later on mention it as well, is that they love to be a part of a huge esports production, be on stage, have a crowd cheer for them, have casters cover their games. It's a dream come true. It's what some of them have said to us, and I believe it's going to be a dream come true here as well. Comes with a little bit of pressure, but just like with that, with discussing how well they're going to be playing throughout the day, a really long, grueling day, I'm pretty sure the pressure is something that they also are used to. And right now in a, I can almost say risk-free environment, knowing that what some of these folks have to go through in their regular day job, where they are, of course, working in their respective military forces, this should be a walk in the park, right?
Is anything ever a walk in the park, Jam? I agree. I think one of the beautiful things about AFI is that you have the opportunity to not just meet your colleagues, but also to relax and indulge in your hobby with your colleague. Yes, this has a little bit of competitive edge to it. Yes, it's got a little bit of jibes, a little bit of sauce to the equation. However, it is something different from the norm, and that in of itself can be very refreshing. And so for both of these teams, whichever way this series and the rest of the weekend goes, they're here to have fun, they're here to put on the show, and we are here to be entertained.
I hope everybody's entertained as well. Again, shout out to the French fans of French Air Force coming out in droves in chat. I love the support, I love the chants. I cannot understand most of them, but I know that you are giving the energy. And match immediately starts with a couple of scuffles here, and there are lights in the perfect position. Does he have boost? Yes, he has an opener for Coastal Guard.
Well, they were saying Vive la France, but La France goes behind. I mean, this is a fantastic pass from Zealand. You're spot on, Jam. Lights, right place, right time. You know, gets that adjustment to hit it into the back of the net, and sometimes that's just how the cookie crumbles. I'm sure that the French Air Force won't be too disgusted with their defending on that one. Just unfortunate.
Not yet, but smiles all around for Coast Guard Gaming. As we see them top left, on the right side is, of course, the French Air Force. And it's Echo for the Coast Guard, and the rest of his team attack and defense need to work overtime because demos are coming in. Rotation is leaving French Air Force without anybody in the back, and it is tough start for the French side in this matchup.
On paper, the Coast Guard are better. Obviously, we heard from Echo earlier, the only player in the lobby to reach SSL. Not that that matters in Rocket League all the time, Jan. You're looking for that team synergy, and right now, the Coast Guard are synergizing. I was thinking maybe that 4-0 result looks a little bit better when you see that they actually scored in every game against the Air Force, and they have done here again against the French Air Force, who are continually on the back foot 1.5 minutes in.
This brings me memories of, I think it was Spain versus Italy that we're playing just now, and how Italy was pressuring Spain all the way back to their net.
Yes.
And, well, right now, that's exactly what Coast Guard Gaming is doing. What a beautiful touch. Post crossbar still is not in, and the French side needs to return. Echo manages to sneak that in, even with a player of the French Air Force coming in on through, but you could see they're just ragged all across the field.
Yeah, unlike the Space Force from a little bit earlier, it appears that the news and the rumors of nerves are very much founded with the French Air Force. That should have been savable off the post in a way. It wasn't. Coast Guard extend their lead to 2. I can't remember a time, Jam, where they have been on the attack for more than 10 seconds. I mean, this really is the longest amount of time that they've spent in the blue side of the field, and even then it's being well worked by the Coast Guard. Out to the midfield line here, Marika looking to intercept Zealand. You've got Lights just for show, it seems. Zealand goes in for the challenge against Zerlu, but with that 2-goal advantage, the Coast Guard can afford to lay off the gas pedal a little.
And you can see the play. Oh, actually, there's a moment. Lights misses. This time, not enough boost to grab that goal. We were looking at how both of the teams are going to recover after prolonged attack, how French Air Force will be able to just do something. But press from Zulu, and you could see zeros all around for Coast Guard Gaming in terms of boost. AE just catches the side of Coast Guard unawares.
Just a quick break off the gas pedal. And now it's right back on and straight to the attack from Echo, although this is a better clearance than we've seen previously from Zulu. It's Zilium and Marika who hits to the backboard. Echo prioritizing boost. He's got teammates there to clean up the mess in front of him. Lovely transitional play, but Ifich gets a touch of it. Marika, Zulu, who's still in the air, gets the challenge in, but it falls into no man's land, and here's Echo to stride towards the net, but looking a little bit better aerially speaking now, the French Air Force. Better challenges coming in, Jam.
After the first goal was scored, you just see them more away from their net, midfield, even in the blue side of the field where Coast Guard Gaming is residing. So they had gotten rid of their first game jitters, and now on pushing on forward, looking for any sort of passes, a couple of misses here and there. Just need to be careful. One touch like that from Lights, and all of that attacking pressure is for naught if they're not ready to intercept or commit to the ball.
Full court slicer, and the French Air Force are cut asunder. You can see there Efish, actually the third man on that wing, rotating back, didn't even make the halfway line when that shot was eventually, well, shot. 3-1, 2-goal advantage re-established, and now there's significantly less time on the clock, Jam. The French Air Force need to find something a little more consistent, and they need to find it fast.
How about here? No, the passes between the Coastal Guard are perfect. They're looking out for one another. They're in support of the players. Demos on the line means that the rotation goes through the French Air Force players on the way back for them to slot back in, keep on moving on. Lights won't be able to keep the control of it. I see Zelium again with a less boost that he would like to go with, so we'll have to retreat. A lot of pressure, but this is a chance for America to start a counter-attack. Loses the ball, cannot do much. Now just looking for any sort of a rebound on the French side, but they miss, and Echo on the breakaway flick just fakes it out, has his teammates in support. Lights might do another cross. The ball gets stuck in the midfield, and to the corner it goes.
1v1 play, a little bit of panic, but they've recovered the situation relatively well. Although Zealand on the attack once again, and that's an errant touch that goes to the far side of the field. Zalou challenged, and Mirko with a save that didn't really know too much of here. And Echo has got a little bit of boost to work with. Pulls in Lights, or did they? They actually trip over each other. Counter-attack possibility for the French Air Force, denied by Zealand pretty easily at that.
Now they're trying to go for a block because they know the ball is going to get contested, so just play for the rebound. They almost managed to, but again, with nothing in their tanks, and Xylem is just being much faster to that ball. The opportunity for the French Air Force goes to naught. They have to start from their own net, perhaps an opportunity. Who knows who was better suited to make that touch? Ball gets stuck in the corner. And first game of the series between the Coast Guard Gaming and the French Air Force goes the way of the Coast Guard.
And deservedly so, if I may say so myself. There was not much to speak of in terms of the French Air Force attack, at least not much threatening to speak of. Obviously, you have that one goal, but it did feel like an anomaly. It felt like a moment where they kind of caught the Coast Guard out with their trousers down, and it's like, oh, gosh, we've conceded, but then they get right back on it, Jam. They score that third goal, they give themselves the insurance, and they coast to a 3-1 win. It's difficult to see where the French Air Force can kind of recover. Where would you start?
Just gather their thoughts. If I had to guess, that might be Heatman in the back, in the dark shirt behind the French Air Force side, just helping them out, hyping them up. On the side of Coast Guard Gaming, you might have seen Vumic in the back as well. There he is, just listening without the headphones. Right now, the best the French side looked was literally after a goal that was just their pressure, just dropping the ball in and trying to chase it. Well, the biggest problem, I suppose, was the defense. It was just a little bit too open, and the Coast Guard were able to walk in and make all of these touches. For both teams, the issue, though, is boost. Quite often you see the players without anything, and as such, the rotation suffers. Any sort of a chase of the ball or even attempt to making a shot or a save. So if French Air Force wants to get one up on the Coast Guard, they need to fix their boost game first.
It's no good scoring 1 goal if you're only going to concede 2 in response. Although the go-ahead goal is a good thing to secure in the first place, and I agree with you completely. Sorting out the boost game will help marvelously, not just on that, but through the transitional play and the defense as well. Just gives you so many more resources to consider your options. But as we start game 2, Jam, it is very much as you were, and it's almost 1-0 up for the Coast Guard.
Not as fast as last time, and quite quickly we see something. Ooh, Ifij is not able to get a touch on the ball, and that's exactly what Echo was hoping for. If his original shot does not come through, he just follows it. He's already moving in the right direction. Beautifully read, beautifully played. Took a little bit longer than last time, but Coast Guard are up again.
It feels like the Air Force are kind of playing into the Coast Guard's game plan. You could see there the 3 of them were almost casting a safety net over the midfield line, and since there was only 1 player breaking out from the French Air Force, it's 3 against 1. Barely ever works. 1 against none? Well, the results are obvious.
Yeah, just not helping. Mirika has to go for the ball, the only person on the French side with any boost. But Lights and the rest of Coast Guard Gaming are just that much quicker. And the problem is, it's impossible to find some speed that you don't have. That it's not something that you just create out of nowhere. How about this Echo touch?
Oh.
Not on target, but Zulu is forced to react, and Lights is already there. It goes across the line, drops low. Xylem cannot get to it, but feels like it is Coast Guard getting to the ball, or runaway. Echo's already back.
You can see off the kickoff, though, it was limp, it was wayward. Dejected, I would almost say. It feels like the confidence has immediately been drained from the French Air Force. It was hardly a chastening first defeat either, you know, just the 2 goals, but sometimes the nature of the performance can speak volumes. And once again here, we're seeing a little bit of pressure, a little bit of positivity pay off.
I do wonder what the good words for somebody working in Air Force would be. I'm pretty sure there's some. And just like the epidemic of own goals at the World Cup right now, there's another own goal right here on the field. This is Echo driving the ball as the French Air Force have started, but Mirika with boost, with intention. I love that there is that spark of hope and just actually open flame immediately of pressure and hope that the French Air Force are showcasing. But they need more than that, at least based on the fact that they're currently still down a goal.
It's a rare skill to have as a team, to be able to score a goal out of nothing. But yet again, we're talking about the French Air Force defense. Like, that's got to tighten up first and foremost, because, hey, I said it at the top of the series, said it at the top of the game. You can't just concede 1, or you can't score 1 goal and then concede 2, and as it happens, well, hey, repeat scoreline from game number 1. There's a 3rd.
We're still on coming. Nobody is ready to take that ball at midfield line, and as such, Zulu and Ifij already way deep. The only player able to do anything with is Mirika, but that's a lot to ask from 1 player when the whole net is open. The backboard needs to be attended to. There's a player coming in down low. It's all too tough, and Coast Guard show no signs of stopping.
Oh, that is a beautiful pitch goal from Lights off the sidewall. Xylem just kind of lofts it into a random area, but Xylem sorry, I read that completely wrong. I thought it was a pitch goal from Xylem. There's Lights there to poke it in. Kind of a goal steal, doesn't matter. Yeah. It's a secure, it's a 4th goal, and that, I mean, 2 minutes to go, Jam. French Air Force still can find a way back. The question is, will they?
Well, it's teamwork. It's obviously teamwork. Long, clear, not on target. Zulu with slivers of boost. That's all he can gather. But Ifij in tow. They're trying to create a chance on the flank. but they're letting the ball go away and run away from them for a little bit too far away. So we're seeing just an exchange of long attempts as opposed to a dribble, as opposed to a close control. There's a bump, and thankfully Zalou is back in the net, but the boost of French Air Force is getting stolen, and that again has been the trouble, has been the issue. Anybody picking up on a flank? Mirika, not as far as the corner, just stuck in there, and nobody is risking to come out for that ball. They know how dangerous Coast Guard are in offense.
Oh, Xylem with the beautiful setup. Far post echoes there. Gorgeous individual run.
I think it's 75% Xylem, and then 25 Echo. Still important, right place, right time, but that just evades everybody on the line of French Air Force and falls into the waiting hands of Echo. 5-1. This is getting... It is almost a rout. Mirika gets something off the kickoff, and a kickoff goal is as useful as any sort of goal in this game that they're going to get. They can then immediately reset, but same situation, that was just a little bit of a smaller gap. 3 goals is a lot to ask, but snowballs can happen, and who knows, maybe the French side can make it into an avalanche.
Alternatively, just need one more Coast Guard goal, and then we've basically got to buy game 1 and get a game 1 free, and we're almost going to get it. The setup sublime. That's a shot on target, kind of scuffed, still goes in. 6-2 Coast Guard.
Would love to see a bird's eye view of the field right now, because that's just not enough players. There we see E-Fish, and nobody can make it in time into the net, and 1 goal gets scored. By this point, 3 get scored in return by the Coast Guard Gaming, and they're going to be looking pretty strong for the next game. For the side of for the French side, I would almost want them to take a tactical pause. I do not believe we have them, but if we would, just 60 seconds to talk it out. They need to be on the same wavelength. Incredibly important.
We don't have a tactical pause. They can maybe do a little bit of subterfuge and create a technical pause, which might give them a bit of time to chat, but that wouldn't be in the spirit of things, would it? But their spirit is most certainly dampened. That is for sure. The Coast Guard, look, we've got to give credit where credit is due. They've been imperious. They've been fantastic. They've shown every bit of initiative in bouncing back from that Air Force 4-0 defeat that we perhaps expected of them, given what we saw from the performances. A 7th goal goes in, and unless the French Air Force can prove otherwise in the upcoming games, this is heading towards a sweep.
It's looking that way. These are Team Falcons numbers that Coast Guard Gaming are currently putting out. But there might be overconfidence, there might be a change, and this is only the game number 2. Whenever we see French Air Force scoring, they still can score. Again, just like the Coast Guard in their previous series versus the Air Force that has been happening off stream. This French Air Force are scoring. The French Air Force are still seeing the other side of the field. It is not the end of the world, and all they need is a strong start. But I really want them to figure out their rotations and their boost control. Feels like they're just one step behind as a result of not being able to move around the field as fast as their opponents.
I don't want to steal Bacon's advice to the RAF Storm Shadows, but I am. Do the simples right, in my mind, Jam. Do the simples right, because we literally saw a team that just doubled their goal output, but they also conceded more than double the amount of goals that they did in the previous game. And I feel like that's part of them wanting to score more. They're getting frustrated. They're pushing themselves further up the pitch. There's also the other side of things to consider, that the Coast Guard are getting more comfortable. And they're finding each other better. They're seeing the passing lanes. They're seeing the multiple shooting opportunities that they are being afforded. And they're taking them with aplomb. So returning to basics, focusing on defense first, looking for those possible once-in-a-minute breakaway chances. For me, that's how the French Air Force gets back into it. But it's very different, I feel, having the theory there laid out in front of you and actually applying it on the pitch.
How about this? Zalou straight off the kickoff versus Lights, but Lights stand strong. The point of playing the basic game and getting results out of it is exactly what happened in the previous series. The Storm Shadows looked the best when they just went down to basics. No overcomplicated rocketry. just straight up go. Xylem with his rush, and I'm pretty sure this was on net one way or another with interference of French Air Force or not. Just a quick play, a miss on the backboard, and it seems like Coast Guard Gaming, just like they have to, just look out for any sort of things in the water when they work. They never took their eye off the ball. They never took their eye off where they need to be. This ball, once again, just drops into the hands of Lights, and out it goes.
That's another shot on target. It's a save this time from Miracle. There wasn't much that he could have done to have prevented that first goal, to be fair. That's what you do in the moment that can make the difference. And now down the other side of the field, Coast Guard laying off the French Air Force for a little bit before recouping their battle plans, although that's a decent interception. Forces them onto the back foot yet again, and Miraca's there or thereabouts. Little boost, but Zalou picks the pockets of two. Mercifully for the Coast Guard, Echo was there, and that's a lovely pinch clearance just to relieve the pressure a little more.
That's back to Echo, though. He gets one touch, second touch, somebody on the ground, either team Efish. That's getting stolen away from him, miss from Miraca, and Lights is already there in the middle of the field. Everything is coming up Millhouse, and I'm pretty sure that's a bad thing.
Yeah, I mean, depends whether you're looking at the Simpsons reference or whether you're looking at the wider saying. I think we'll go with the wider saying on this one, and yes, you are fully correct. To be fair, you're playing with fire when you continually place it into the corner, because that bounce can be pounced upon. And the Coast Guard have done it multiple times. The French Air Force not really learning from their mistakes, but then again, they're under the cosh so much that that pressure is building. They don't feel like they have another way out. Once again, we have to praise the Coast Guard. This is a fantastic performance, a performance that has earned them 3 goals in the space of 2 minutes.
That's the second one for Lights already, and there's more to come for sure. Zalou pre-jump, still recovers for the second one, but there's just no time to cover that corner. Too much for Lights to shoot at. And Coast Guard Gaming, really a round of applause for them. They are focused, they keep on pressuring, their game plan is solid. French Air Force, I think the nerves are coming up. The touches and the movements that I'm seeing, just nerves which they just need time to deal with. This would be their first time on the stage today, and there's more opportunities for them to really get back into the swing of things. Honestly, later on, I would love to hear one of the players say what is more stressful after all. I thought this was not stressful, just playing Rocket League on the stage, but who knows, maybe this is more stressful than their work in the armed forces. So I would love to hear the answers from the players after.
Well, like I said, there's so many untold factors, so many untold differences from playing off stage and playing on stage. It's not just the audience out there that they're playing in front of, and let's add onto that story losing in front of now 3-0 in game 3, looking towards potential match point scenario for their opponents. But they also have us like psychoanalyzing them and critiquing them and talking about their gameplay, how they can improve, how they're not improving. That does build up, that really does, and you've got a feel for them. It's tough. But this is also a brutal learning experience that hopefully they will be the better for Jam. And like you've said many times already, there is still minutes. There is still a game for them to work with, but will they take that opportunity?
I know that the players are wearing really beefy headphones, noise cancelling, but just on the off chance that the French Air Force players are hearing us, boys, there are millions, I swear, millions of fans in the Twitch chat every single time I look and cheering for you, cheering you on. I've seen calls for Zalou, I've seen calls for Efish, Miraca. You are loved, so keep on playing, keep on pressuring your opponent. There's a bump almost coming in. Xylem just continues what he has started, but interference game was running rough from Coast Guard.
Man, that's so rough. Again, this is in and amongst the fog of war. You see a Coast Guard gaming squad that is genuinely threading together really great plays, not just in front of net, but defensively speaking, in the transition. This isn't just a walkover for walkover's sake. This is a great performance. And what a way, let us not forget, to bounce back from losing 4 times on the bounce against the Air Force. This, quite contrasting of the French Air Force experience, is exactly what the Coast Guard needed. What a pump into the veins confidence-wise for them. Here's a 5th. It's a famous 5 with less than a minute to go, Jam. I'd say this one's wrapped up, unfortunately.
1 minute is just enough to perhaps prepare yourself for the next game. Talked about a minute tactical pause. Well, this could be your minute tactical pause, and then whenever you can make in between the games of this series, because it just keeps on going. Double commit from French Air Force on attempt on that save. Going back, you can see Echo has all the time in the world, has patience. America is now out of the goal line. So now they're rushing the other way, but do they have anything to work with? Efish, a really strong shot, and one for the road, and a nice Team Vitality decal in the net to really make it work. Great connection right here, and Fish works, waits, and gets it done.
They're at the very least denying Coast Guard gaming a clean sheet, and sometimes that is the silver lining that you have to walk away with. But I mean, look, we're really starting to look for the Twitch clips now as Echo going for flip resets and French Air Force kind of stepping over themselves with these defensive rotations. They're not really clearing correctly. Light in field, that was a near post shot, well read by Efish, although they'll be now just hoping, the French Air Force, that their goal will be the last goal in this game, Jam.
That's something to go with into the next game. A little bit of boost of confidence. And on the field, even just a little bit of something can help you go a long way. Timer runs down. The Coast Guard gets the 3rd game and are setting themselves for the match point. Several match points to be precise, as so far French Air Force still looking for their first win, but they've got their goals in. They've got their just practicing on the field, and no matter how they feel on the stage right now, look at them. This is Coast Guard, of course. They're looking just focused, concentrated on the play. Previously, after the game number 1 and still here, you could see the French Air Force talking, discussing, trying to figure out what else they can do. So the spirits are still high and they're still working strong.
Well, it's a reverse sweep, Jam, or it's an L in this particular matchup column for the French Air Force. I feel like we've gone over so many different battle plans. We've not really seen any of them in action. Is there any hope for the French Air Force in game number 4?
If Google Translate is to be believed, what the French Air Force needs is balayage inverse, which is reverse sweep. So let's keep on going. Let's see how it goes. Before we jump straight in, now we are going to jump straight in because Xylem just scores immediately off the kickoff, and it just shows the dominance of the Coast Guard that they have in this series. Connection is front of the net is perfect, which also brings me to the fact I wish we could see that Coast Guard versus Air Force game that was happening off stream, because you see how well Coast Guard are connecting, which also means that Air Force, as another shot goes across the net, which means that the Air Force are even stronger than what the Coast Guard are currently showing us. So it's such a great thing that the next series on the stream is going to be them versus Space Force. Chance for France. They couldn't have.
Speaking of chance, how does the old saying go again? If they didn't have more chance, then they wouldn't have any chance at all. So unfortunate, but they're there again in front of net, knocking on the door, but they can't quite find the keys to let themselves in better. But look at Xylem, great find. But well stopped as well. A better defensive performance so far from the French Air Force, but once again harassing the backboard. The Coast Guard want 2, they want 3, they want 4, denied at the very least from those lofty heights as we exit the first minute.
That can be a strategy as Alou with a shot. This will drop down Lights. He spends all of his boost just to get to the ball and not allow the French Air Force to do anything with it. To the back we go, and French Air Force might play with a style of just invite the opponent onto them, try to survive for as long as possible, and then when an opening presents itself, strike with a counter-attack. Usually so far that has not been working out for them, but at the very beginning could be something on the line. A little team pinch. Efish is credited with a save. That was on the line.
No way.
Zulu beats the player. Lights cannot play this one. Another player, Mirica. No, still denied. Lights somehow with boost with nothing. keeps on saving now on the counterattack, sets up his teammate. There's the pinch, and French Air Force back to their own half. Have not conceded, but having not scored either.
If I was any more sad, Jam, I'd have a tear rolling down my eye. This is by far and away the best performance that we have seen from the French Air Force. The fact that it hasn't been justly rewarded with a goal is quite frankly criminal. Maybe here, finally, it's a tie game.
In the traffic, look at how contested this was. Xylem gets punched out, Zalou gets punched out, and still with all of these bumps, the ball finds its way to the net of Coastal Guard. A tie game midway into the game number 4 with match point for Coastal Guard Gaming. And if it's a breath of fresh air and the lifeline for the French Air Force, it's come just at the right time.
Say it with hushed whispers, everyone. French Air Force has looked the better team. There's still a long, long way to go. And still a go-ahead goal to find. That was a lovely drop-down pass, but Echo not able to capitalize. Downfield, E-Fish misses out, but it's a shot, it's a lead! A lead for the French Air Force!
Bravo Zalou, bravo Fish. You can see how patiently he waits. Echo tries to make an attempt for it. Xylo, with his position in the net, is ready to receive a follow-up of whatever sort. Coastal Guard could not calculate it. So French Force, and now from the position of the leader, how are they going to play? Because right now it feels like it's the Coastal Guard Gaming that are stuck in their net and are feeling uncertain on the field.
The latest season of Doctor Who has come to a conclusion, but I take you back in time 10 years to say Alonzi! Oh, rolls up the post and away, much to the relief of the Coast Guard. Where has the attacking flare gone? There it is. And there it is.
no.
Still, oh my word. Shot straight at the defender. Still, Light finds a way.
I don't think there was a chance right here to make a good touch for E-Fish. Either try to send it as high as possible from that position, or I'd say about 70% chance to just put it in his own net, and he opted as not to do that. So close to making a save right there. Tie game once again. Zalou gets demolished, so it's going to be attack starting from the Coast Guard side. Echo is first up in the air, so we're returning the other way around past the midfield line. Somebody from the French side needs to take the ball, and they do. We're down to the corner go. We've been here many times. Dividing center to receive it. Well, Zalou tries to, now the backboard is getting tested. Bolts are back home, but the boosts are getting taken on rotation. Xylem with a touch, a weak touch, but it's enough to take 2 players of French Air Force up, and as a result, out of the equation.
A complete capitulation, but set in motion by the Coast Guard. You spotted it. It was spot on, Jam. It was a just total enclosure from the Coast Guard on those 100 boost pads, limiting what the Air Force could do at the end, just flapping at the ball, hoping for the best. But hope is not enough in Rocket League. You need substance, and they need to find yet another goal just to take this series to an OT.
Ball escapes them, a great challenge, and the Lights continues to chase the ball. He has himself won in a hard battle on the flank. For just a little bit of time, French Air Force gets the possession of the ball. Ring around the Rosie it goes. Perhaps with not enough boost. All Echo needs to do is just push it out of his own half. Out of his own half. E-Fish stays up ahead and finds the bottom left corner. A little man advantage up ahead. No offside rules in Rocket League, of course. But Miraca with a pass that might just save the French Air Force.
That's a tough shot as well. E-Fish having to hit that on the 90 effectively. Trying to thread it around the last defender too. So they have found the third. It is their biggest goal output. Ironically enough, it's one of their smallest goal. What's the opposite of output? Goal input, I guess. I mean, they've conceded 3 goals before, but that was game number 1, baby. Not at the death. Surely not like this. French Air Force have got to get it to overtime, or can they find a winner? Miraca's done so well. Lights is going to miss. It's on target from Zalou. No, it's not. It's off target. It's into overtime. The French Air Force's series hangs on a thread.
Just make it more exciting. Zalou starts this attack. It's ball in tow. Backboard down. I thought he was demoed, but he demos Xylem instead. But unfortunately, then the momentum is absolutely killed. Cannot follow up the ball. Zalou with a backward save on a shot from Echo that could have been the series decider. It just got more exciting, but I do not want French Air Force to lose right here. This is a perfect opportunity for Start to mount a comeback. And look at that, the demos from French Air Force will not be enough. They've just started doing it, but it was not enough in the end. 4-3, a valiant effort in this game number 4. I would love to see for them to get more chances. Feel like they were on up and up.
I need to check that my pulse is still okay. I'm pretty sure I did. My heart didn't take a beat for a solid 30 seconds there. I had 2 tanks beside me, one with oxygen, one with copium, and unfortunately for the French Air Force, the copium ran out. That was by far and away, though, Jam, the best performance from the Air Force. It's just such a shame that they left it until the very last moments. Had we seen that in Game 2, Game 3, then there would have been something far more tangible to build off, and maybe, just maybe, we could have seen a game win for them.
Just their passes started connecting. Their defense started just outputting that defense for much longer. And of course, they found themselves in opportunities here and there, and less of the silly goals perhaps got conceded on the start. But bravo! I don't know if you still say allez after the game, but bravo and allez for the French Air Force side. It was lovely to see on the stage, and not sure if we're having them today again. I'll have to quickly run through. No, this is it for them on stream at the very least, but they're still going to be fighting behind the stages because every single team is going to be playing every single team today. And there is still so much to play for. What a comeback. What a comeback for the Coast Guard, though. After 0-4 to a 4-0, they showed resilience, and they showed that they can fight with the best of the best.
It certainly helps their game difference, doesn't it? I mean, certainly if we have 2 teams on a similar number of wins, if they, we're presuming that the Air Force will probably go on to have another flawless day or something. We'll wait and see. Crazier things have happened. But if they do find themselves in that 2nd or 3rd slot, then obviously the more games that they can get on top of this, the better. And look, to come from 4-0 down against the Air Force to 4-0 up against another Air Force, that shows great resilience, and more importantly, we kind of saw what we presumed by them actually scoring a number of goals against the US Air Force. There is something about this attack that is quite tangible. Just maybe a couple of chinks in the defensive armor to scrub up on before their next series.
Yeah, and in the meantime, let's hear it from US Coast Guard. Jasmine is on stage waiting with it.
Thank you very much for that, boys. Lights. Let's kick off the discussions with the fact that you boys started off this tournament going 0-4 and now winning in a 4-0 fashion. You mentioned at the start on the stage that it's no secret that you guys continuously managed to secure yourselves a 4-0 versus the French Air Force. So talk to me. What do you think it is about facing off against them that allows you boys to do that?
I think we just communicated well. Any issues we had, we fixed them early, and before the game even started, we just talked about what we needed to work on, what we needed to do, and everyone played well, I think.
I'm going to push you a little bit further to tell me what was it specifically that you felt that you boys needed to work on?
I think boost management was a big one, and then also just keeping the comms up, always talking, telling each other where we're at, when we're up. Yeah, overall, I think it was just great performance out of them. So.
Well, you boys, your next opponent is going to be the RAF Sentinels. Talk to me. What are our hopes or expectations for that matchup?
Probably just another 4-0.
Okay, I like it. I like it. Well, my final question for you is the fact that our commentators have been saying, French Rocket League is obviously built different. Talk to me, though. Why do you think it is that, typically speaking, the French Rocket League scene is so strong?
They have some good players. The fun matchup, great guys and everything. I don't know, but I think CGG's on top.
All right, there we have it. Thank you so much for joining me. I'll let you go ahead, celebrate with your team. And we're going to straight to a quick break. Thank you.
on the bushes.
Where the action is heating up, as is some food for our players. They're heading on lunch break. More on that later, though. Let's dig into the standings after our second round of matches hath concluded. Jam, break it down for us, please.
Well, we had some games happening in the background. US Space Force, of course, gathering their second W. And there also have been a couple of 4-0s here and there. US Air Force is still playing versus the Royal Air Force Storm Shadows. Up until this moment, it's a 2-0 in favor of the US Air Force. We've just, of course, seen Coast Guard and French Air Force play amongst themselves, so both of the teams now have a 1-1 result. And RAF Sentinels, unfortunately, at the bottom of the standing, but still with a chance to bounce back as 3 more games for them, for a total of 6 teams. US is getting up ahead, but let's see if somebody can bring them down.
Bacon, it's the nature of sport. You have some winners, you have some losers. But guess what? Us here as casters, everybody in the audience, we're all winners because, as we can see via the schedule, a little bit of a wonderful show match is on the horizon for us.
Oh yeah, it's kind of looking like your power ranking top 2 next on stream. After the show match, of course, we'll do a little bit of a warm-up for you guys here with this one. With the US Space Force coming out really strong, but that US Air Force, the reigning champions. I mean, we just look back to round 1, right? And notice that 4-0 defeat over the US Coast Guards. You two lads just watched the Coast Guards. They weren't slouches at all, were they? So I'm there kind of like, this could be our top 2 power rankings. But before that, we kind of got a little fun mixer thrown in, a little staff show match, don't we?
The less information we have about it, I feel the more mysterious and exciting it becomes. Who are these players? Where are they finding these people? The staff, by the way. Where are they finding these people from? What ranks are they? I'm sure that we're going to learn a lot more in due time, of course. But before, I mean, hey, look. Maybe we can get some answers now, right? So let's sit down, gents. Let's lay back for a little bit. I'm certainly going to go and get some food, but they're on stage. Hopefully, you can provide some insight. Jasmine, are you there?
I am here. I hear you loud and clear. But this is the thing, right? AFEI is all about the fantastic initiative that we have here. We have one heck of a trophy as well. But everybody knows that when there's bragging rights on the line, these 2 teams are going to be butting heads, to say the least. First up, we have the Grand Plats. Could you please make your way to the stage? Consisting of the Grand Plats, we have Suckerpalooza, what a name, by the way, Boss Kid, and Mystic Fire. And our next team, hoping to take them on, is, I love this team name, by the way, the Last Minuteers. Fantastic team name. Another round of applause for them, please. We have Maida, Chunri, and Buck Naked. Thankfully, though, everybody here on the stage is fully clothed. So thank you so much, fellas, for joining us on the stage. Super excited for this Ramstein show match. Only time will tell which one of them will walk away with the bragging rights, the victory, and the honor for all. So, boys, without further ado, it is over to you.
Looking forward to this one, aren't we, Jam? Because like this is kind of like a mystery up in the air. Some of the staff, like we said, fill in whilst the players go get lunch, you know, have their break. Of course, in the background, we do have that US Air Force versus the RAF Storm Shadows still going on. So when we get the result for that, we'll update you folks. But for here and now, let's just have a little filler and see like a different kind of maybe level of Rocket League. We really don't know what is coming at us, do we?
Fun. I think that's one thing that we can definitely expect. Fun. The players on the stage, yes, with a little bit of pressure, but mostly to have as much fun as possible. Again, it's a chance for them to be on the big stage with the folks cheering for them in the audience, with us casting them. I'm pretty sure right now in the audience is booming, so maybe one of the players can give us a wave, say hi to the casters. Hi, casters. Too focused,
No,
right on the
they
game.
got game. You can see they're still on desktop, like chop, you know? We've only got a short little period. This is going to be a best of 5, folks, instead of the best of 7s we've seen so far today. And, well, that's purely because we you know, we're struggling on time a little bit. We need to get this shit back on schedule. And, well, cutting it down from best of 7 to a best of 5 is going to do just right for that.
Yeah, and we're gonna have a lot of fun. It's basically the folks who have been supporting the event right here at Ramstein Air Force Base in Germany, ones who are just working here day in and out. But they also love to play games. Everybody there loves to play video games, and as already has been mentioned at the start of the show, Allied Force Esports Invitational showcases the opportunities for folks in all military branches to also dip into their gaming hobby, and gaming excitement right now here on the field is gonna be something else. A moment earlier, I do believe it was for a first match that was setting up, a flash of a Spotify playlist was showcasing. I would love to know what kind of music these players are preparing themselves with, because I know that some just love to pump themselves up and ready to get going. They need some external beats just to make them go right on top.
Yep, using Steam Guard and all of that to get into their accounts. For the folks at home as well, actually, what is your go-to like hype song when you're just gaming? Like, just give us your favorite in there. But one thing I have to also notice, Jam, I saw a tutorial on that closest screen on the left-hand side scene. Who knows? That could just be, they haven't played for 2, maybe 3 updates, so it's kind of like reset them. They might be on an Epic account, might be using someone else's account, who knows? But if this is their first time playing Rocket League, they're getting thrown in the deep end.
Yeah. Maybe it's the game just being really kind to them. Indeed, it's like, hey, we see you haven't played in a while. Yeah. Here's a refresher. Yeah, here is how you hit the ball. Here is how everything works.
Actually, how they're playing, this is not their first time. We're safe.
No, we're safe. Yeah, and honestly, when that first time that was introduced, because this training thing at the very start as it launched the game was not in the game when it was released. It got added like 4 or 5 years later, maybe even more. Obviously, by that point, when that thing popped up on my screen, I thought, okay, I know how to play this game, thank you. But it was a really fun thing. It allowed you to see what the game is all about. The game sort of held your hand. There were some training wheels, but it allowed you to feel like you are playing the game immediately and on a high level. So hats off to whoever at Psyonix and Epic managed to put that in, and I think it's a helpful thing.
Still looking through. No responses on the songs just yet, Saj. But nonetheless, this is going to be pretty interesting one. It's going to be intriguing to see like a little kind of bit of a throw together. Like you'll be able to see like that complete difference in squads that have completely prepared, like we're seeing from these different armed forces, to just a couple of goofy guys having fun, chilling, playing a little bit of Rocket League on downtime, just filling the gap. We're having a good day.
Yeah, that shot just now, I believe, if I'm reading the teams right, so this right now on your screens would be the Grand Plats, team number 1, I would imagine, and then on the other side it would be the Last Minuteers. Whoever the focus one on the side of Last Minuteers, that person was focused. That person was right in. And again, some chat, banter, a couple of giggles here and there. Folks are ready and prepared just to have a lot of fun. I wonder if we're going to see another keyboard and mouse player. Again, quite a rarity in Rocket League circles, but it's not unheard of. And even on the highest of levels in RLCS, we see mouse and keyboard played versus the controller.
It's also like different controllers as well. You're talking PS5, PS4, Xbox, as you can see there, closest bright orange one. And then literally, what on earth is that behind? Like
Thrustmaster, perhaps? C-Swap?
Maybe, yeah. Like, that's the beauty of PC gaming, right, over like consoles, and why we see esports mainly on PCs is because of that flexibility, adaptability to what suits you. And love the capability here where you can just like clearly everyone's bringing over their controller because it's like what you're used to, but just being able to change things up to suit yourself on the fly is great.
It's right. All of these consoles just working hard, pumping out the best controller they possibly have, and then all the PC players just collect them. Okay, I'll play on an Xbox controller, I'll play on my PS5 controller, I'll buy something that is third party like those Thrustmaster controllers that I've heard that the pros are also loving. It's quite... I haven't seen anybody on the Nintendo Switch Pro controller yet.
That's me, literally.
Fair enough.
Hey, they have the capabilities for analog triggers, they just don't enable it on the Switch. It's weird, but hey, I dig it.
That if not in Rocket League, but no, even in Rocket League, there's a lot of finesse and a lot of really tiny controls that you won't be able to do on any sort of controller. Sometimes even not on mouse and keyboard. So controllers, especially with analog input, the one that allows you to really, really delicately go by millimeter, inch, whatever the tiniest adjustment you can make. is quite important. So everybody is gearing up, starting, headphones on, microphones on, gaming position. Just
lean forward.
Lean forward, yeah, and straight in.
Consume the screen.
I think we're really close to the start. As close as... Go!
So Grand Plat's in the blue on your left-hand side, left Minotaurs. Long name, so we're just shortening them to GP and LM, but nonetheless, last minute, but quick, 9 seconds to get the opening goal down.
It was beautifully just patiently waited on the flank. No nerves. Did exactly what he needed to do, Exalting. And we didn't have to wait for too long for the last Minotaurs to open up the score.
They said it is a best of 5. That does mean you can't risk that early game as much. I love the confidence there. Rage. Just allowing it. No, you don't have contention, so just comfortably take the ball out of your own net, off the post, and Exalting will clear that way.
We're going to see the last Minotaurs with something of their own on the other side of the field. Oh, great attempt, Suckerpalooza, with a challenge and the tempo of the game. We take this game, we take the previous one we've just seen between the Coast Guard and French Air Force. I see no difference. This is as fast, this is as dangerous. And I love just how all out both of the teams are, the Grand Flats and the last Minotaurs.
I would say there's a little bit less control, a little bit of an overextension here. Boskid being able to just get a nice little clearance play downfield, seeing the route to net was open, up over Exalting, and well, Puck just couldn't get there in time.
Sometimes even long-range efforts find their target, and that's what Grand Plats found themselves in the end. What a wonderful pinch. Anybody on a follow-up? Mystic Fire, just not enough boost off the kickoff. There is almost no chance for you to grab anything unless you go corner boost and are ready to receive any of the opportunities. Not this time. So how about the defense for last... Oh, that's the Grand Plats. And Grand Plats have to quickly scramble back into the net to do anything. But right now, trying with a rollout basket, at least we'll be able to throw a block. One. Ball goes all the way back to your side of the field.
Good little round the world play here, looking for the wall pinch. Doesn't just connect with, unfortunately, but teammates down below are ready to cover. This is a good move into the air by Mystic Fire. The setup for a teammate, pretty much point blank shot, but no, Buck will be able to throw that off. And I'm loving this quick sort of jump across net defense we're seeing here.
Yeah, it just allows you to move, allows you to go out and need counter-attack on the whim, as opposed to perhaps a slower rollout. Just keeping your pace in the game of Rocket League is incredibly important. Exalting and Ray are trying to create something, perhaps a passing play, perhaps a bump play, but not this time. But they'll have another chance, especially with Grand Plats giving so much space and so much time to their opposition. If it continues on going, I'm pretty sure the last Minotaurs are going to catch on. Another shot, another save. Mystic Fire does not collect a bit of boost. Goes on up ahead. Pretty anything from him. On the ground, it's as good as a pass. Exalting. Puts last Minotaurs back in the lead.
It was a lot of pressure being applied, and eventually the cracks formed right in front of the net. Mystic Fire was there, but covering that left-hand side of the net, 50% covered. And well, that was an easy picking to just go right for last Minotaurs there. Brilliant little finish off, and well, halfway into his first game, it is a close one.
And I'd love to see that. Never fun to just have a 7-0, 7-0, 7-0 route. No, we love to see this kind of game. A little bit of a self-inflicted wound by the Grand Plats. As a bump and the two players rotating out happens. Basket perhaps could have left that boost, but he's going to go for a solo effort, and it is looking nice as he's doing it. Nobody on the backboard. Exalting, Buck naked, both go up. Chance for the Grand Plats, and Basket needs to make that save. Still a chance appearing as for the Grand Plats, or rather for the last Minotaurs to come back into their net and grab some boost. A lot of time is needed, but they managed to do just that and stop the ball ever crossing the midfield line, and off the players of Grand Plats. It goes into the net for a third last Minotaur.
Pain, suffering here as the defender. It's happened to you at all times in the game where you're just there, quick little backflip, try and just hope to make the save because the ball was whistling towards you, and well, you've accidentally knocked into your own net. Happens. You just got to pick yourself up, dust yourself off, and then get back in the game. There's still 1.5 left. Tons of time for the Grand Plats to turn this around.
Yeah, Reggie is doing exactly that, turning around. Nice car control. And most importantly, nice Nice aerial place as well. Buck Naked puts it straight under the crossbar. I think the train is starting to leave the station and is starting to pick up pace. Last minuters see that they can pretty much uncontestedly come in under the side of Grand Platz and start putting the numbers on that board.
This is the kind of moment if you're in a ranked game at home, you vote to forfeit, isn't it, Jam? But in a competitive game like this is where you need to change that mindset. You have to go, okay, if you're Grand Platz here, if we want to call the series now, let's try and think and work on ourselves. How do we change up? For me, looking at them, they need to utilize their width a little bit more. This run down the side is great, but they don't have the control there. Not picking up the 100 boost means that Mystic Fire has to fall back, breaks the rotations, and then opens up this opportunity for a goal. It's just about being regimented.
My goodness, Exalting already with its 4th on the field. Sakapalooza did his best. At that situation, again, a little bit more was needed. Last minute years, well, unless something crazy happens in the last minute of this game, and chances are last minute years are just going to put a couple of more shots on target, a couple more goals. And how about this one? Basket on the line, bumps from last minute years, very eager to put another goal on target, allows Grand Platz to at the very least put a pressure away from their own half, put the ball back in the orange side of the field, and see if they can create something. They need to be careful. Nobody in the back. Only the basket by this point. Demos upon demos upon demos. Is this a game of Rocket League or are we playing Minesweeper?
I mean, it's explosive gameplay nonetheless, right? And if I'm looking at this, like, there's a weird kind of disjointedness for Grand Platz, trying to be perhaps a little too fancy, going off the ceiling, looking high off the wall, but then not looking for each other with passing plays necessary. It's just drive the ball downfield, get it to the opponent's half, and there is also a little rule 1, just breaking out to the side.
Exalting will not get any goals. Yeah, we can see a Buck Naked and Basket. Well, at this point, neither of them can score a goal that will change anything. Last minute tears. I don't know exactly what they did last minute. Got the squad together. If they did, this squad works. Hey boys, apply for the open qualifiers for RLCS. You are looking solid.
Smiles all around nonetheless from both sides, enjoying themselves out there. And it is only game 1 of 5. You got to keep that mental up, take it into the next one, and of course, then go from strength to strength. Grand Platz not far off, but like we said, just passing plays. That's the only thing that needs to get picked up on. You can't just drive it downfield, because then it's going to be weak offense, going to be knocked straight back within no time. So keep it to yourself, keep that possession higher.
And very importantly, we just seen on the screen, don't forget to hydrate.
Yep. That applies to chat as well.
Yes, chat. Don't forget, come on, we were already in our 3rd series of the day. There are 4 more series still to go. Of course, it's our main shows of the first day of the round robin. US Space Force and Air Force on our screens next after the series. Our Royal Air Force Sentinels will be making their debut versus Air Force in the later game, round 4. And finally, Royal Air Force Sentinels and Air Force Storm Shadows, the 2 Royal Air Force teams, are going to be closing down the round robin stage. But that's not all. At the very end of the day, the all-star match, we're expecting a player from each team. We have 6 today to be playing in that series, so it's going to be something extra, something special that you never see anywhere else. So stick around for that as well. All in all, that rounds out our day that is chock full of Rocket League.
Yeah, I'm hoping that all-star match at the end is going to be like US versus the world. You know, because we got 3 US teams, we got 3 European teams.
Oh yes.
Come on, that'd be the perfect little mix-up, wouldn't it? Now, but if we look at the rest of the teams here today, it really shows that over last year, every single squad, you know, that are returning have really picked up their game. Like Air Force to just trying to stay at the very tippy top. The Space Force coming in on their debut so strong, and Coast Guard, whilst maybe not getting the result they wanted in their first round, round 2, they came back with a vengeance. Here in game number 2, though, will the Grand Platz come back with a vengeance, Jam?
Let's see. Right now, they find themselves with possession, if only for a second. That demo incredibly important. They do not have the full control of the ball just yet. By that, I mean any sort of touch that keeps them with the ball for past their final third or past the midfield line. Buck Naked intercepts the ball. Goes! Not fast, but just enough. It's a control that is important. Speed then comes later, but it's a control that Buck Naked has just demonstrated that's really going to set him in good stead. Big clear, but that's Buck Naked again. Keep saying his name. Keeps on doing things on the field.
Yeah, looking at this kind of level of gameplay, like, you know, earlier we were talking about Grand Champs and all of that. This to me looks closer to that kind of, I know Grand Plats, but high plat, kind of low diamond area, maybe up into the higher diamonds of some of these players, right? And you're kind of seeing like how different levels approach the game in different ways. A lot of longer balls here. And that's purely because you're trying to drive for more distance. You're not as focused on that control, on that possession. Instead, you're trying to get it closer to your opponent's net, into the danger zone.
Some parallels can be drawn with game of hockey, where dumping the puck in the opposition's area is a totally valid strategy. It just allows you to chase it, parachute the opposition, try to intercept the ball, or make them make a mistake. Rocket League, after all, is a three-dimensional game where you have to go not only left and right, back and forth, but also up and down. Sometimes upside down, sometimes flying like... I mean, you all have a rocket booster strap in your car. That's exactly what it is. So a lot can go right and a lot can go wrong. And we're seeing Grand Plats waiting. Crossbar gets tested, but nothing else. Mystic Fire would love to find a pinch, but that goes all the way back. Boss gets clear as far as Suckapalooza, and shots still keep on coming in from the last minute here.
Oh, so many shots, but each of them met by the Grand Plats doing a better job in game one, able to hold that defensive line, but look at that boost. Suckapalooza and Mystic Fire on absolutely nothing. Boss Kid, the only one with boost, not able to get on the ball. We'll have to recover this. Does make it past one, blocked out by Reggie. And that's fine, as long as you can hold it on the midfield line, which they don't have that second follow-up for. It has finally come through from Suckapalooza, but it's not confidence control of the game.
Has to fall back. Position was not right, and nobody from the team could come in, or perhaps should come in either. Just throwing themselves on the ball never works right in real football or in Rocket League. So great patience shown. But Buck Naked finds himself in front of a net. Not an open net by no means, but enough net to be shooting at. As we can see, a stationary Grand Plats tried to contest it. They could not. 2 minutes and 10 remaining. Only one goal so far in the game. So Grand Plats find that counterattack. Find a great position to just find the ball in the final third of your opposition. And the results are going to come.
A great foundation for the last minutes here. As you can see already, aggressive out of the gates. Our kickoff. Mystic Fire taking the chance, taking it to the air. Boss Kid is on the opposite side. Oh, not able to get the read, but perfect position for a follow-up. And again, just these balls slightly wide of them. Not able to get those ever so needed touches, but Raging just absolutely hammering this into the back of the net.
Oh, look at that. Clear, then a rebound, then a backward play to himself. All 100 boost utilized. Can you name a more perfect play? No, I think this is just the ideal solo effort that we've just seen from Reggie.
Nice little idea with a pop-up, but not the boost to be able to get the touch. Awkward in the midfield. Boss Kid has not been able to supply the touch to keep the pressure up, but these demos alleviating so much danger right in front of them.
How about this effort? Suckapalooza plays versus Exalting. And with a passing play back to Exalting, it goes to the corner. The boost is Grand Platz's. And the ball is Grand Platz's. Boss Kid just plays carefully. He sees that the player are coming onto him. So he knows just to play it safe. Do not push the ball in the opposition. That's just going to make him lose that ball. We're still stuck in the corner. Suckapalooza is requiring Boss Kid to make it on through. Reggie, wrong side. Rotations still are needed from Grand Platz. Just for a moment. Both of their players have went on out, but they're just in time. Last minute hitters are unable to find a little gap in that rotation to really break the team down. For Grand Plats, though, better get out of that corner, but also get in front of the net. They tried to leave, they tried to find some boost, and that was exactly the moment when we were the most vulnerable.
And again, it's just crappy gameplay, a little bit less coordinated, sure, but that's what you kind of think coming into this one. Like, you know, when you got team names like Last Minuteers, right? Like, you come into this one. They probably 2 weeks ago didn't know they were playing, and about 5 seconds ago didn't know their kickoff goal was going to happen. 4-0, and suddenly Last Minuteers, after drawing this super close to Grand Plats for the first half, it being 0-0, have run away with the second half of the series, of the game, sorry.
Yeah, and well, right now they might run away with the series as a whole. This win would put them on match point. As a reminder, this is a best of 5 series for the staff show match right here at Ramstein Air Base. A grand comeback would be great. I would love to see more of the Grand Plats. We've all been there at the Grand Plats, Gold Plats area. So would love to see a bit more of them. So, but for now, the goals for Cheese keep on coming buck naked as yet another one with 15 seconds remaining. Last Minuteers are on a horse and are refusing to climb down.
Yeah, like we said, we were joking earlier a little bit, like this does look like high plat into done gameplay. Who knows, like lower champion. I feel like this is just more casual players, if you will. Like that is the difference, where we're looking at our armed forces and seeing that, you know, they put aside to use this as team building strategy, and we'll play hours upon hours each week with one another. These guys that over time are building up that confidence, starting to understand how each other play, and are actually picking up in their skill. That's a silly little shot, love it, but you can see what the Grand Plats were trying to do in defense.
If we just put on camera the Grand Plats, the laughter, everybody's just having an absolute blast. These are the Last Minuteers, if I'm not mistaken, but the Grand Plats were just having a belly laugh. And they are not dissuaded by the fact that they have just lost. They are enjoying their time and making it as fun as possible. And I just hope that everybody on the stage right now is having fun again. Laughs, just banter. Everybody's enjoying themselves, and that's, I would say, one of the most important parts about this event. Just go out there, have fun. You are amongst your friends, you are amongst your peers. Just have a great day.
And we all know, realistically, that this was just the setup for the dramatic reverse sweep that's coming from the Grand Plats, right, Jam? Yeah.
Exalting will try to spoil it just a little bit, or give it an air of a more impossible to overcome odds by scoring a goal, at least attempting to score a goal. But here they are collecting boost on the opposite side. Grand Plats trying to start something of their own. And if Basket is just going to be throwing the ball through an awkward angle where Last Minuteers cannot immediately commit to it, that's already something. That's already allows you to get the possession away from your opposition, allows you to look for opportunities and some sort of openings of your own. Demo and Exalting by Suckerpalooza. They still cannot hold on to the ball just yet.
Knocked to the corner by Basket. Exalting, putting so much pressure on the opposition. AJ needs to get out of there. Simple shot by Bugbear, again testing that defense, just making them feel nervous, keeping them on their toes. Good little pop-up by Basket. Final touch, wanted to put it out wide, but just into the wall, a whisper away from the net.
I think he had a great chance. It was a fake out. The most powerful and most obvious shots would be to the right side, but he just skims it to the left. Unfortunately, the goal not wide enough to get anything on it. Grand Plats a little bit hesitant to come off the line. There was not a clear number one who should be doing it, and amongst themselves they couldn't decide on it either. So the possession, the ball comes back to the midfield line. Last Minuteers starting to get their control of that area of the field. Unfortunately, as a result, also the boost, Suckerpalooza collects it off the post, and that is incredibly important. Exalting was already coming in and trying to collect it, but that tiny touch means no chance for Last Minuteers to score an open.
Moments like that where Grand Plats are going to be like, run, go, go. It's their chance for a breakaway, but Last Minuteers actually hold their line, their formation very well. They're a little bit too far forward with the double commit there, but you can see Buck will fall back. They realize their little mistakes in those positions. Again, still relatively new.
Oh my god,
so
two
well.
demos. We saw two demos, right, on two Last Minuteers players, and yet that net is still as pristine as it was at the beginning of this game. Grand Plats, what do they need to do? Demo 3 players of their opposition to score a goal?
It's a mighty hard task, but notice again, halfway into this game 3, Last Minuteers still level with their opponents. They are gaining, they are growing Grand Plats over time. Last minute tears have got to be careful.
Sometimes it is the difference of how the game flows. If Last Minuteers just had all the control of the game and never were forced in a position where they were uncomfortable with the place where the touches they were getting were not as good, or just the positions in where they were putting themselves in were not that great. Ooh, that's a great jump across the net, because if this was on target, a save was needed from GP. But right now we're just seeing, I think, a change of playing comfort, and our Grand Plats are looking that much more comfortable, while Last Minuteers are trying to figure out a couple more things. I'm not sure if I jinxed them, but Reggie just find himself a freebie.
Still smiles over there on Grand Plats, accepting a couple of mistakes. But they are ironing out those wrinkles. They are getting closer. Just one goal. They need that confidence boost, and then they'll get that Vamos moment.
This is a match point for Last Minuteers for Grand Plats. They need to find 2 to keep on moving it forward. Sakapalooza off the pass of Boss Kid, but the net is not there. Mystic with a chance of his own. They are trying to gather around the net. That's a hard commit by Last Minuteers. Sakapalooza collects the boost in the corner. Exalting is forced to look for something else. Reggie falls back. Great little dribbling attempt. The GPs get the demo on Exalting, but then the car stops, the ball stops, shot on target, Sakapalooza misses, and no follow-up for this one, so Bucknade is going to be taking an interception. I think there's an opportunity for Grand Plats to start yet another counter. Perhaps not with this aerial play, but there's boost in the corner. Last Minuteers are a bit more gentle with that, unlike the Coast Guard in our previous series that were just stealing everything from the French Air Force, and Reggie adds insult to injury and the second one to his tap.
A great read by Reggie there, barreling through in the air. You can see the little adjustments with the twirlies to be able to get the second touch, finish it off. 50 seconds left to go, and for Last Minuteers, it is just a hold the door moment, because GP, the Grand Plats, will be throwing everything, the kitchen sink included, but well, that's just been thrown right into their net. It's got worse.
Oh no. Oh dear. A touch from Mystic Fire was looking for a clear off the wall, but could not be. 3-0 of the Last Minuteers to Grand Plats, and right now 2-0 in the series from Last Minuteers to Grand Plats, and this is looking like a 3-0 overall and a victory for Exalting and his teammates, but there's still a chance. 30 seconds, we've seen kickoff goals, we've seen own goals, we've seen chances, and we've really seen a great showing from the side of Grand Plats. I don't think the score necessarily shows how close they were so many times. Unfortunately, close does not net you a number on the scoreboard, but it shows that you are getting in the right position, and that's reassuring.
Will pop up. Oh, adding demos, adding to the injury. That's just not fair. Last Minuteers are ruthless. But hey, victory is the most important thing, and they 3-0 sweep the Grand Plats. Last Minuteers are your staff champions.
Bravo, bravo. They should be a bit more excited, I think. Like, where's the cheers? We're jumping out of the chair, just jumping on it. I'm pretty sure, again, the Grand Plats have ended this game and the series as a whole with smiles, just chuckles and things. Like, yeah, we tried our best. We played a fun game of Rocket League, and I don't know how many of these folks have had an experience of playing on a big stage, because of course, like, there's so many opportunities in Germany, in the UK, in France as well, to just play these local tournaments, but it has been opportunity, and I think an experience that most likely they won't forget. So bravo, Grand Plats, bravo, Last Minuteers. This was quite a show.
Yeah, thank them. Thank you so much, of course, to the folks there at Ramstein Air Base for being able to facilitate such an awesome event for that. And yeah, it's good to let them have a little taste of the action as well. Thoroughly enjoyed, as the players probably thank them as well, because that meant they could go get their lunch, quickly get that break in, and then back into the game. We've only had 2 of the 5 rounds so far. I mean, it's got another 3. We're going to be jumping right into the grunt of it, aren't we, soon, Jam?
Yeah, and it's going to be something else. Again, our next series on the docket is U.S. Air Force, the reigning champion of Allied Forces Esports Invitational, versus the U.S. Space Force, their new branch coming into the AFAI. And Ethan, the reigning champion that was previously on Air Force, have moved squads and now will be playing versus his old teammates. I'm pretty sure they're all scrimming with each other, playing on a regular basis. But right now on the field, there are going to be opponents. Before all that happens, though, we'd love to hear from the winners. Jasmine is standing on the stage with one of the Last Minute Years players.
Thank you very much for that, boys. I'm joined alongside Reggie. Now, Reggie, let's kick off the discussions with you kind of explaining to me the Last Minuteers. Who came up with that team name and why?
We got to leave that one up to Buck. It was a beautiful name. We were a scrap together team last minute, so it was just fitting for us to be called the Last Minuteers.
Well, have you guys actually ever played together? Because that was a pretty swift 3-0 series we've seen.
So I've only played against Buck, and Ryan, that was the first time playing together, so that was literally our first time ever being in a match together.
I got to be honest though, I was a little bit disappointed. I didn't see some more celebrations coming out from you guys. I was expecting trash talk, I was expecting jumping out the seats. Vibe-wise, how did it feel playing on the stage?
It felt great playing on the stage. I think there's definitely some nerves, even though the stakes weren't too high, and it was a lot of fun. We don't want to trash talk too much. We're saving it for Discord and voice comms later on. So.
All right, I got you. Well, the next matchup is going to be the two U.S. forces going up against one another, Space Force versus the Air Force. I need a prediction from you. Who's going to walk away with the victory?
Air Force all the way, baby. I'm Air Force.
Okay.
I'm Air Force. Gotta stick with Air Force because I'm feeling blue today. Got the blue jersey on. Air Force is taking it home.
Do we think it's going to be a 4-0?
4-0? Nah. It might be a 4-1. I'll be generous.
Generous is a bit of an overstatement. Well, thank you for joining me. I hope you had fun up there on the stage. Next matchup will be coming up soon.
Welcome back to Allied Forces Esports Invitational 2024, coming live from Ramstein Air Base in Germany. Georgian here with Relic and Digital Bacon, and we have just seen a little something extra, a little something different. The Ramstein staff show match as won by the last minuters. We've had great fun, but it's time to return to the main meat of the show, and the series that's up ahead with on us is a doozy. U.S. Air Force versus U.S. Space Force. But before we get to that, let's see how the teams are standing. We had 2 rounds of games, all of them have completed. Relic, there are some clear winners, and it's the Forces.
The fact that we have meticulously managed to manufacture this scenario where in the upcoming round we're covering the top 2 teams, amazing, brilliant. There are questions over the Space Force. Were they actually them? Like, are they actually going to be in and amongst these top teams? Well, there's actually an argument that the Coast Guard are there as well, 1-1, but demolishing the French Air Force. The real question marks now hanging over RAF Storm Shadow, second place team last year, Jam, stuck down there on a 0-2 after losing against both Space Force and Air Force. Now we're going to see what the Air Force is made of as they go up against, an ex-player, of course, in Ethan.
That's going to be something else. Yeah, our schedule is going to showcase just that. We've already done 3 of the series. There's 3 more of the round robin remaining, and of course, do not forget at the end of the day the All-Stars match. Bacon, we have quite something still remaining. We are just barely crossing the halfway point.
Yeah, but you've also got to look in the back lines. The one that's going to be really interesting for me, because not only do we have this match on the other stations, we've got the US Coast Guard going up against the RAF Sentinels, but interesting enough, the French Air Force versus Royal Air Force Storm Shadow. So it's kind of that you've got the French Air Force that were kind of there going, are they the 4th place team alongside, the RAF Storm Shadows, and just trying to figure out where everyone kind of lands at the moment. And this will be the kind of I don't want to say the deal breaker, but this will be the great divider round for us. So whilst at the top, we're going to be focusing on the 2 strongest teams, it looks like. In the background, the midfield will be figuring itself out.
Well, let's meet the teams as U.S. Air Force and U.S. Space Force are ready to take up on versus one another. Jasmine is on the stage.
Can you guys hear?
We're gonna do the introduction for her. There she is.
Thanks, guys. Don't worry about it. I got it from here. Well, without further ado, here at the Allied Forces Esports Invitational, it is time for us to welcome 2 fantastic teams, both of which containing defending champions across the 2 of them. The real question is, though, who is going to be the better team? Is it going to be the US Space Force, or is it going to be the US Air Force? Let's go ahead and bring up Space Force to the stage. Noosh. Welcome to the stage. Fruit Loop, a pleasure as always as well. Boys, I need you to talk to me though. The vibes heading into this one, facing off against some defending champions. Who's the better team, and tell us why?
Us by a mile. I'm not nervous at all. We're a bunch of scrubs. We played them. We're going to take them on.
So do you guys actually scrim against each other often?
Yes. We've Ethan and I and now Fruit, we've played with them over the past few years, so we know their play style.
And what is their play style? Let's see if you have a good enough read of them. You're not filling me with much confidence here, I'll be honest with you.
What's their play style? It's not as good as ours, that's all I know.
I don't know if technically speaking my cast is going to be happy with that answer, but I'm super excited for this one. So go ahead and give me a prediction for this. Is it going to be a 4-1? Is it going to be a 4-0?
We'll give them 2.
They'll give you 2. They're going to gift you 2. All right, well, you can go ahead, take to your seats and get warmed up. Tut does not seem convinced, by the way. But you know what? Let's go ahead and find out a little bit more about their opposition.
Guten Morgen, I'm Senior Airman Logan Lejeune, also known as Low Tech in Rocket League. I'm Cadet John Brandon Cunningham, known as Chowder. I'm a cadet at the United States Air Force Academy.
I'm Senior Airman Alex Tuttle. My in-game name is Tut, and I'm an aircraft maintainer.
A big thing in the Air Force Academy is a lot of people want to be a pilot. Quick reflexes, being able to communicate, esports and Rocket League in general, it really helps with those. Being able to work with guys with the same interests towards a common goal is something that I felt fostered a great community within the scene.
Being able to be in the military and play this video game as my hobby and do it competitively with NATO countries is awesome.
I like seeing new things. We get to go to these little towns and experience different cultures that they grew up with and they keep. Shout out for my leadership and my commander for letting me come out here and represent the Air Force.
Personally, I liked seeing the castles.
I liked eating the schnitzel at the top of the castle too.
I've never seen a castle before, so it's the first time for me.
Normally, if we're playing against other militaries, it's just online and we don't really get to interact with them much. We just went and played mini golf with the French Air Force guys yesterday, and getting to just hang out with them, seeing that capacity and meet them is way more cool than just playing against them online.
I like talking to the French and the Royal Air Force and just seeing like their backgrounds, and I'm super excited to play against them.
We're definitely the favorites coming into this tournament because we won last year. From my experience, it's probably going to be Coast Guard, the second place team, but even then, we're still just gonna completely destroy them.
I think we'll see once we get up there whether or not they can handle being on stage.
Cedric, you just gotta step it up, man. This is disappointing.
Lights out, bud. Echo and Xylem are not ready to play on this stage.
When we win, I think we're gonna head out and get a nice schnitzel to celebrate.
Let's go, AFG!
Well, I'm joined alongside the man, the myth, the legend himself. It is Tut. Tut, throughout the duration of the tournament so far, you boys have gone 4-0 in both of your series. Real question is, though, how's it going to go against these guys?
It's going to be another 4-0. It's pretty easy.
Well, they just said that they were going to gift you 2 games. So 4-2 on the cards or not at all?
No, it's going to be 4-0. I don't know what they're talking about.
All right, and heading into this tournament, obviously we mentioned it at the very start, defending champions across both of these teams. The real question is, do you feel like you have a good enough read on how they're going to play?
I mean, we're just a better team. Doesn't matter about the reads. It's going to show on the field, and we'll prove it right now.
All right, you know what? I think that's a perfect note to end things on. You can go ahead, take to your seats. And I want my fantastic casters to let me know which of these 2 teams is going to walk away with a victory. It's going to be the Space Guard or is it going to be the Air Force. What am I saying? I don't know. I'm too excited for this game. Let's go ahead and get into it.
The excitement is palpable, Jasmine. I agree with you entirely. It's interesting because Tut last year was all about the smack talk. It's like he had an array of knives. It's just about choosing which one to use. This year, it feels like he is singled in on the one knife, sharpened it to within an inch of its existence, and is just going for the throat now. Looks so, I mean, where's the business suit, Bacon? He's all work, no play.
Well, I think when you've got a rivalry that goes this deep, there is no chance of fun anymore until afterwards, where, who knows, they might go for mini golf round 2 or go climb another castle. We'll have to see. Of course, as Europe, there is a smattering of castles. You just have to throw a stone and you might hit one. But here between the Air Force and the Space Force, again, there's that old rivalry. Ethan, of course, going over to the Space Force now. The Air Force having to reclaim, I don't want to say reclaim, but hold on to their crowns, essentially. Doing it in a land environment where you've got all this sort of fun atmosphere going on, but at the same time, a little bit of nerves because you know you're being watched at all times.
It's curious that they've, speaking of the US Air Force here, it's curious that they've rated the Coast Guard ahead of Space Force. Based on the first 2 rounds, you trust your eyes is sometimes the saying in the commentator industry. And my eyes suggest that the Space Force looks a lot more dynamic. You know, you've got so many players who can pop off at individual moments. I think mechanically speaking as well, from each of those individual players, I think we saw a little bit more than what the Coast Guard offered against the French Air Force, who sadly it seems like they might be finishing down the bottom side of the table. Still 3 rounds of Swiss to go, but all I'm saying is Air Force Gaming, I mean, watch your backs.
That's the perfect sort of point as well, because for us with the
watch your backs.
Oh, pause in game going back. Okay, we'll figure out what this technical issue is about and see if that goal stands. But my point was going to be with the Royal Air Force Storm Shadows, they had to face both the Air Force and the Space Force. So them being 0-2, maybe that's fine. Maybe they are just the 3rd or 4th place team at the moment. We don't know because it's still too early to make those proper calls right now. But like you said, from the eye test, just from simply looking at these teams, Air Force and Space Force definitely to me look to be the strongest. I know Coast Guard are good, but it might just have to be a comfortable third for them.
Official words, remake. So as far as we are aware, that goal does not stand. It was a very quick call as well. So fantastic job from all of the guys on stage, behind the scenes, making sure that competitive integrity is maintained for this entire tournament. But, you know, the thing is is that we've seen these impressive results from the Air Force. They are currently 8-0 for the day, but it's not like a year ago, Bacon, where we were seeing a 0 column, like clean sheet after clean sheet after clean sheet. They dropped a goal at least in every single game against the Coast Guard, and even against the Storm Shadows. Runners up from last year, again, a run back from last year. Air Force looks more convincing. Shout out to Chowder. Looks like he's slotting in perfectly. But they also dropped 3 goals in game 2, so that defense isn't completely impervious.
That's it. Sure, the other 3 games were, you know, perfect for them in 3-0, 4-0, 3-0, but it is still that going right down to the wire. We weren't able to check if it did go to OT or not, right? But it's still showing that if they're not bringing their A game, they do slip up. They do have that chance to be knocked down, but so far, so good for the Air Force. And we just have to see where this kind of goes, because they haven't actually dropped a whole game. They dropped goals, but not a game yet. And it's going to have to be the Space Force that knock them down from those lofty heights.
It's a merciless rotation, which makes US Air Force Gaming stand out from the rest of the pack. Like, they are all good mechanically, don't get me wrong, but you could say that of their opponents as well. And so what is the differentiator? Well, if you do look at both of those, because both of them have faced the Storm Shadows now, of course, so we've got a relative sample pool to pull from. And it just felt like, although it was the beginning of the day, so maybe we can give them a bit of slack, the Space Force, there were a couple of moments where their rotation just kind of broke down. We'll give credit to Storm Shadows. They did press, they did very well, but that's where Air Force Gaming doesn't slip up usually.
And you can't necessarily blame Space Force, because their biggest slip-ups was when it was just very high pressure Rocket League right in front of their goal, that kind of spaghetti gameplay. It's looking like real good, so we should be getting into game any second. Hunky Dory got thumbs up across the board. Fist bumps, just letting everyone like get hyped up for the moment. But I think, yeah, that's just the start of the day, and this is when, especially after lunch, both teams are going to be at their max, given everything they got. Is this still just a test lobby?
Pretty sure this is just a practice lobby. Yeah. Just double checking.
Just still test. We've got confirmation. Good. Okay.
Interesting question though. Actually, I mean, do you think that esports? Oh, do I dare say the controversial word? Do esports athletes? Do they perform better on a full stomach, or would you rather have the food settle? Because I don't know about you, but if I'm like drinking a carbonated soda, other brands are available, would like
you say after not mention a single brand. Okay.
I don't know, I'm not something on any sponsor toes. Okay, I'm playing my cards safe. But I know for a fact that if something goes down poorly, I'd rather just be lying in bed and waiting for it to blow over. Like, yes, I don't know. Does it make a difference? Is the point I'm trying to get to
quick
here?
Sandwich, and well, we've seen all the, if you want other brands optional, we've seen quite a fair few bowls of Gatorade around. So trying to keep the electrolytes, other sports drinks available. There you go. Just keep yourself hydrated. Like I said, a light bit of food, because you need your metabolism going, because that's what sparks your brain to keep going, essentially. But like you said, you don't want to go out and, I don't know, have a whole, we talked about yesterday during rehearsal, have a whole English breakfast, you know. You don't want something that's heavy, that's stodgy. You don't want pies before your match. No, what you want is a salad, you want some sandwich, just something, you know, light to keep you going. And as we say that, we get going. During those trainings, it was the Space Force that actually got that opening goal in our test match and the match we had to restart. Can they do it again, third time the charm, or will the Air Force finally just get that yeah, this is the real deal now moment.
Oh, what a I mean, that was almost the real deal. Noosh with around the corner. Troubles the near post. Demo in the midfield, just looking to relieve the pressure here, Lurtek. And there is certainly some personal stakes in this as well. Bacon, of course, Ethan, long-time captain of that Air Force gaming unit, moved over to Space Force. We're looking at Tut and Lowtech to lead the line now, but they've got the experience to do so.
I think Tut as well, being that star player last time, my eyes not necessarily going to be on Chowder. Let them sort of settle in. It's going to be on Lowtech. What do you do when you have to step up to it now? Because there is roles to be filled, and Ethan, coming the captain over on Space Force, has just maybe taken that winning magic across.
Have they become the masters yet, or are they still Padawans? Well, they're going to be wanting this one back. I love that obviously this guy's got inside knowledge of how AFG plays, but I love that they've identified those near post shots and thought, aha, there is a weakness here. If we shoot anywhere else in the net, they're going to be quick enough on the boost, on the jump, to be able to defend that. So let's give them the least amount of time possible to make a save, and so far so good.
Lowtech pushing it back into the corner. Good move. Not too sure about this from Tut, but again, utilizing width to try and keep the ball away from dangerous zones where your opponents can shoot upon your net is a great idea from the Air Force gaming side.
Hoping to control the possession now, Space Force, but they're giving it right away. That was straight at Noosh. Tut with ferocity behind that shot. But the clearance successful through Ethan as Tut's going to go high in the sky. Second touch, third touch towards the net. Tries to Goombas on Fruit Loop, having absolutely none of it. But Chowder's won the follow-up challenge. Whiffeting central here. We're taking the train there, get the tickets out. Another whiff from Space Force and another. Finally, Fruit Loop takes over, ends up in a shot, ends up in a save.
Air Force might not look as impressive, but their communication has actually been on point. That confidence in each other, where they are calling each other off the ball, is really good for the long game, for the stability of this squad. I know we're going to come up to a half-minute mark, but you cannot see the Space Force as being head and shoulders above the Air Force. They just have not had the chance to build up a convincing attack just yet.
Chowder gives it up to Fruit Loop, and Tut's here, forced back into the defense. Not a place you want to see your star man, really, but everybody's got to put in the graft. That's a lovely bump. Fruit Loop with the quick shot, and that's lovely reactions from Chowder, and then Lurtek following up. Chowder is again it's not clear at all, and it's on the boat. Noosh with a goal, it's 2-0.
Oh, hyped up after your lunch as well, perhaps, buddy. Look at that. On the line, Air Force did everything they can, but it's this ferocity, it's this midfield hold, realistically, from the Space Force, where they're making sure, not necessarily focusing on taking away the backline boost from Air Force, but they're making sure they keep a hold of these mid ones, and one after the other, continuous attack, continuous pressure. Air Force can't rest, they can't build up an attack, and finally, on the breakaway, do get one.
Lethal, that is their first real clear-cut opportunity for AFG. Nails it. Beautiful. Gets a lot of power behind it as well. Too much for Ethan. And there's the warning shot. And it's grazed Space Force at that as well. And now off the kickoff, check out Tut here. 1v1, got no boost, just looking to buy time. But it's another shot from Chowder. Save from Noosh. AFG growing with confidence.
Tut. Can they do? Running straight into Noosh. It's a good ball. 50-50 across the way. Lowtech with a shot. Going for the second touch. And it is immaculate.
Lowtech going into high gear. But Chowder is the guy who sets this up. I mean, obviously Lowtech sets it up for himself, but it's that continual pressure. Space Force Gaming under it from the kickoff. AFG rolling out the red carpet for themselves. We got a series, Bacon.
But again, you notice those two goals were from them off the kickoff being able to establish themselves. The first two goals for Space Force was from their own doing, their craft, their pressure onto the opponent's half. So these kickoffs are massive on who can get control and then who can designate what they want to do with the ball.
Boost control looking incredibly strong. for Air Force Gaming, and that's fallen kindly to Lurtek, who's not able to steer it on target. Big clearance from Fruit Loop. Ethan's there. Backboard, has to have a follow-up shot, and it's pretty weak from Noosh. Almost finds his way in. Ethan off the post, and Fruit Loop is snuffed as well.
But again, this is the kind of pressure that the Space Force love applying to their opposition. Tut isn't able to carry it the whole way, but Lowtek's really good and patient there. Again, these bumps, allowing Chowder to step in. Again, this is that communication I was talking about, and it has worked perfectly for them.
Absolute disaster in the midfield though for Space Force. Ethan and Fruit Loop flapping with minimal boost, and Noosh completely misreads it. In fact, Ethan's presence there is probably what put them off actually making the successful challenge. Completely whiffs the ball in the end. Unfortunate, yes, and we will certainly give AFG their due praise. But Space Force, a lot of these goals are from their own doing, sitting back, laying off, making incorrect decisions. They've had good chances themselves, Bacon, but AFG have taken theirs.
Again, we said that earlier with the RAF game, is their defense, which is their weakest point. Their attack is great, but as soon as they get kind of stuck into their own half, these quick counters come out. That's when they struggle a little bit, because then they're not necessarily talking, they're just playing instinctive, and that's not where they are strongest.
You can see the gamer flinch from Ethan there as he sees that go in. It's frustration and it's disappointing. A 2-0 lead has been not just turned over 180, it's been turned over 360 in a spin RSFG, and left there by the indomitable Air Force Gaming, who pick up the first W of this series. How many more will they find? Well, SFG promised them 2, I guess.
Yeah, I guess they did say it would be gifted. However, Air Force seemed to look to take that gift and then go out to the shops and buy themselves 2 anyway. They don't want to give up a single game, and that kind of performance there, when it did look kind of, let's be real, dire in the first half, right? They just weren't able to break out their own half. They looked somewhat comfortable, and like I said earlier, communication was great, but they just couldn't build up an attack until they could get those counters, until they finally connected the dots, and it seems like the stars aligned for them. A completely different team in Game 2 with their attacking prowess.
I find myself adjusting my esports monocle and saying, well, this is where we start to talk about the proper competitive scene, because what they did so well, Bacon, in my mind, is they adapted in-game. Now, a lot of teams in the bubble scene and beyond, they find the adaptations arrive through discussion between games, and then you have quite seesawing series where it looks like one team's in the ascendancy, then it's a role reversal, then it's a role reversal. But AFG are just built different. They took far more control over the boost pads, and that's not just beneficial for them, but it also limits what the likes of Fruit Loops can do in offense, let alone in defense when they were already struggling.
In that Game 1 in the first half, AFG were just patient. Their plan was to wait for mistakes from Space Force Gaming. Those mistakes didn't necessarily pick up on their own, so they had to create those mistakes, create the space for themselves, and that's when they got a reward. Coming into this Game 2, and you're already noticing a couple double commits from Air Force Gaming, and they've got to be careful on that, because that's when Space Force will pounce themselves.
But also, the patience, it's a really astute point that you make, because AFG are, each individual's like waiting for SFG to commit to the challenge, because you want to be the last car to hit that ball, because then you've won the challenge effectively, unless there's a little lip off. But even then, the worst that you're going to come out with is a neutral, and as long as you've got great communication, you can pick up on that in an instant.
Ball bounced off the wall. Here's an awkward one. Tut's got no boost, so holding their line will just come along, try and jump out in the air. That does throw him out of position, so Chowder here even needs to, bang the ball downfield or buy time. They've kind of got the best of both worlds. Big demo onto Tut. Low-Tech here will look to send it back into Frey, where we should see Chowder get onto it. They have been lingering up there, but not really able to get much. It wasn't a clean read. So this should be where Space Force really want to grow into their opponent's half.
They also have to recognize, I mean, that was a pretty low-value demo, because you're taking out Tut, who's marooned on the other side of the field, not interfering with play. You're actually accelerating his ability to rotate back, which sounds hilarious. I mean, you're not thinking about it in the moment, but these are the small minutiae which are going to make the difference for Space Force Gaming, as is this big breakaway for Chowder. Not on target, though. New skills in there.
Ball left into the mid, blocked by Ethan, but Fruit Loop now needs to get a clearance. It's straight into the hands of Chowder. In a situation like that, you needed to clear the ball to the opposite width of the pitch instead of into your opponents. Oh, nearly getting punished for an, well, not even intentional redirect towards that own net. Ethan, which just slows down through in the corner. But look at this pressure from AFG.
It's paid off, and it's Lurtek again. But you could see, sadly, the will of Space Force unwinding. It is a horrendous first touch from Ethan. And to be fair, at this point, you want Fruit Loop or Noosh to say, yo, we're not back. You're going to have to deal with this on your own. And he couldn't. I mean, you can't say it wasn't coming, but at the same time, it's about taking those chances, Bacon, and AFG's done it again.
And AFG have a very well-rounded squad. Everyone has their own kind of preferred position. You look at Low-Tech, is that spearhead, essentially. You've got Tut now that is such a great playmaker, and Chowder is just holding down the fort, but they are rotating perfectly with one another. As ball lofted in the center, expecting Fruit Loop to get it, but look at this from Chowder, just knowing, don't go straight for net, instead keep recycling the ball, put it in the good positions, and we just keep this pressure alive.
It's never too early to burn time off the clock, and even at 1-0, every second can count. The demo on Ethan gives AFG plenty of breathing room, but that's a free giveaway. My goodness, was Lurtek lucky that Tup was on hand. I think Chowder might have gotten there as well, so as if it could get even worse for Space Force Gaming. They've got 2 safety nets. That is how strong their rotations are right now.
But also with Space Force Gaming, they're not connecting these passes like they want. They're not getting that final little sting on the ball. You'll notice they'll be able to run it downfield or clear it into their opponent's half, but they really need to find a teammate. Demos like that is going to hurt them. Fruit Loop will drop it down, but notice it's straight into Tart. Low-Tech wasn't expecting that ball into him, so maybe Noosh can just punish it, but no. Air Force Gaming, indomitable.
They are second-guessing themselves, though, Space Force as well. Sometimes the best course of action is the easiest course of action. Just hit the ball. If you're that close to the net, there's honestly not a lot more that you can do, especially when AFG is set up so stoutly in defense. This is lovely solo play from Chowder, but he is eventually pickpocketed. And Lurtek's going to get the clearance. Ethan's trying to read it. Over the top of him is Chowder going far post or just going high. A shot on target surely would have gone in. The breakaway attempt, Ethan versus Chowder 1v1, kind of flubs it though. What a shame.
No, the idea was good, was trying to fake it out, a little jump in front of the ball, and then looking for a pop backwards, because Ethan knew would not have an option to pass to. Has to then slow it down, make Air Force really question themselves. The ball was down from Fruit Loops into Noosh. This is going to be a wild bounce back. Ethan's got to look to knock it downfield, but Chowder wisely meets it, tries to throw it right into the corner, right to the ground. It does hit ground, and well, let's just say Space Force, a team of their word. They've gifted 2 games now.
Yeah, honestly, like, the fact that I said fluffed it, and then the fact that you said, oh, hey, he's actually looking to set up for this. Usually I would look at that and say, oh no, casters disagreeing, but I mean, honestly, both were correct also. Like, it felt like Ethan could have taken a shot or he could have set up, but it's almost like every one of these players is caught in 2 minds. They want to play expansive Rocket League because we've seen them do it today already, but they're not allowing themselves to because they're fearful of what AFG are going to do on the counter-attack. And surely now they've got to talk to themselves and say, look, we've either got to play counter-attacking or we've just got to throw caution to the wind.
Well, and again, it's because of how not only do you play Rocket League, but how Space Force are choosing this. They're playing very reactionary right now. They're allowing Air Force to play their own game, and that is not what they want. Air Force, if allowed to play their own game, will set up so many good passing plays, and that kind of felt a little bit too free. Sure, Low-Tech didn't get the final touch, but that was left way too long. I'm liking this pass between Ethan and Fruit Loop, but that's something we didn't even see in the whole of last game, right? Them trying to construct plays.
But there again, I think I would have preferred just a straight shot, because the only way, gosh, my voice is going all over the place, isn't it? I'm getting very passionate about the fact that the only way that they're going to be able to break this rotation, unless it is an individual error, as that was a big save from Noosh, is to almost like grind the rotation down. You've got to try and work it. I know it sounds like you're hitting your head against a brick wall, but eventually that brick wall is going to crumble.
Well, it's going to be, instead of going for backboard plays like that from Chowder, it's going to be running it to the corners, essentially. Run your opponent down low on boost, and then you will get a forced error out because they simply only have, let's say, 10 boost in the tank, and they needed 24 to be able to get to the ball. That's the kind of game that Space Force are going to have to play here, and right now they're not doing any damage mitigation, they're not taking those resources away, and that just means that Air Force Gaming ever so slowly creep forward, creep closer to getting a goal.
Much like game 2 then, stalemate, 0-0, as we pass the 2-minute mark, and towards half-time, Chowder, another good save, this time from Fruit Loop. AFG circling like vultures on prey, demo on Fruit Loop, and that is the breakthrough! Chowder is chomping!
Massive demo here, of course. Well worked by Low-Tech into the box. I have no clue how they're fast enough to get that demo, but nonetheless, it allowed the open net. Great follow-up, and Air Force will now be in the driving seat once again. And this is kind of how Air Force seem to just love to play. Just play confident. You know your opponent will make a little slip up. You know you'll be able to craft something from it as long as your teammates are lingering in the mid. Double commit technically in the air because Low-Tech was expecting the pass to come off, and they've got the confidence that Chowder will be able to cover from. This is a great little free man.
Low-Tech has been playing magnificently, no, I agree. All three players are doing well, and Tut there on the scoreboard yet again, but who's there to assist? Low-Tech. The man has been confidence personified, every action with meaning. And even there, not quite successful, but looking for the bump on the last defender to further cement the percentage that is going to be converted into a goal. It's a second one in game 3. AFG go from strength to strength with number 3.
Oh, that is, for a game like this, possibly the nail in the coffin. For this game 3 alone, who knows the whole series, but that is such a sort of oppressive goal. That is such a statement. Tut back on form with the striking, because previously we saw a Low-Tech, but that gives more depth to the team. That Low-Tech now is feeling that they can shoot, they can be a playmaker, they have 2 points and can play between them. Chowder is then just linking up and being the glue, and who knows if given the opportunity, they want to score 2.
Yeah, so just a moment of miscontrol and error in judgment from Noosh. And if that isn't a GG's go next, Bacon, I don't know what is, but AFG is heading on to match point.
Yeah, this game kind of done. This is a 1 minute 50 seconds. However, any that turns what 111 seconds of just mental reset. Space Force.
You see now, AFG are just a juggernaut. You know, you were spot on earlier. They had a rough start. To go 2 goals down and not look good. I mean, not look good. Look like they were struggling a little bit while doing so is kind of wild. But then, since then, Bacon, they have not looked back an iota, and 90 seconds now really just for SFG to try and save face. Number 6 on the board.
Well, again, it's just a difference in game plan, right? They came out of the gates thinking, right, we play this way. Like we said earlier, be patient. And then, oh, that's not worked. Okay, right, we go back to a more natural style. Let's just do what we want. And it's working. It's great for the squad. Now, do they have a third sort of style in the tank? We'll have to see. Because Space Force will look to change things up going into game 4. And right now they're going to be talking, okay, how do we approach this? They're going to be formulating. You can see A lot closer passing plays being brought out, and it looks a lot healthier. They just got to be careful that they don't then sacrifice their defense, which, like we said, was already their weakest point. You know, you don't just keep bolstering your strengths, you've got to make sure that you cover the holes as well.
Do you think it's the defense that needs the most work straight from the off? Because, I mean, earlier you were saying, they're playing a bit reactionary, but there is a difference, right, between reactionary and defensively solid with the intention to counterattack.
It's knowing where your defender is going to be positioned and making sure that that third player to the rotation is always between the ball and your own net and roughly on that midfield line. Now, if you're getting more aggressive, you push up, but if you need to be a little bit more defensive, then you push back to the mid. I'm seeing so often here, Space Force will just, that third player will go all the way back for the 100 on their own side. This is cute, I like it. They'll go for the 100 on their own side, which sure, mentally for a lot of people will be like, okay, that's because you want all the boost you can. But then you're giving up position and you're also then giving up a massive amount of space for your opponent to play into, and that's where Air Force continuously seem to be able to get these long runs, these clearances into their opponent's half and keep control of the ball.
Chug of water. Nice
Stay
reminder for
hydrated.
everyone. Please do stay hydrated. A sickly 6 against the Space Force defense, and that most certainly the for my money the most demoralizing performance. They didn't really look like scoring at all, which honestly, just to carry on that thought beforehand, Bacon, for me solidifies why they should go defensively solid and then see what happens next. As long as you keep them out the goal, you have a chance. But 2 games in a row now, we've seen 0-0s up until 2 minutes, 3 minutes, and still the walls are broken down.
And I'm just looking at the stats in the past 2 series for Air Force. They do not correlate at all with what we're seeing on screen here. Chowder led them on goals scored, 7-6 of both Low Tech and Tut, but Low Tech was leading saves, 13 compared to Chowder's 2 and Chowder's 3 and Tut's 2. That's not what we're seeing. Like, this is a team that is so flexible and they are taking turns like different roles. And maybe that's the kind of idea where it's these little micro transitions in how they play, which is just confusing Space Force, which seem to be very, you know, just two-tone, very, I want to say the same each and every game. We're not seeing any changes, and especially we don't want to see any double commits like that.
Literally threatening my mental health with microtransactions. I'm like, microtransactions, excuse me?
No, none of
Mr.
that around
Bacon,
here, thank you.
Not in my A5, please. Oh, but I will take an SFG goal, actually, just to try and spice up this series a little bit more. AFG not getting this away, but look at the lack of boost. Fruit Loop's the one who's had to turn 90 degrees.
Danger.
Not cleared still, but Noosh has to wait. Knows that Low Tech is there on the backboard. Ethan challenges. Again, no boost. Waits out Chowder, goes central, but Fruit Loop's there with no boost as well. They're struggling on fumes.
But notice how I said it earlier, Noosh there stayed on that midfield line and was able to slow down the play, stopped any aggression from AFG from breaking into their half. A slow clearance up in the air. That's a really cool idea right there. Essentially allowing time for AFG to pick up boost themselves, but you not want to throw it so deep that you can't contest it. I love the creativity from AFG.
And here we are again. Old friends, 2 minutes in, 0-0. Fruit Loop has to get this and does. Ethan on the hunt. Backboard, Chowder, well dealt with. Look at that. And wins the follow-up challenge. Sublime work. Now what can Tut do? 100 boost picked up and Ethan wins. That's a runaway, but check out Low Tech, smart enough to get that early touch, gives it a little bit more pace, guarantees the go wide, and Tut's taking out Ethan as well. So it's 3v2 technically, but Fruit Loop's able to navigate themselves out of danger for the moment. Ethan comes in for support. Fruit Loop gets to the midfield line, but look at AFG looking to slowly but surely enact a chokehold, but will he get the chance again? Up it goes, backboard. Ethan a little bit too eager to go for that ball, and Tut breaks free.
Tut had Chowder down below, was looking to ferry the ball to them, then get that redirect. Low Tech, great block. Ethan is back, Tut there first. Noosh not able to get the touch either, and Tut to send it back into their own half, keep control, keep possession. Massively important. Tut getting demoed after picking up 100 is going to waste a lot of that boost away, slow them down, so Space Force have got a little bit of time, but again, They need to look for one another, not just run it downfield.
Another 100 steal as well for AFG, and they're keeping control of the mid. It's low tech. Just a little simple lift. Meandering shot, tough with the save, bit of pressure. Chowder misses the ball. Noosh infield. Fruit Loop looking for a demo. Ethan looking for the shot. Again, it's not fast enough. Again, the follow-up wasn't going to do much. The breakaway. What a save from Noosh. Chowder looking to now set up something. Infield to Tup, but Noosh is there again.
Noosh has been clutch as this third man, and it is a little bit worrying because it's time and time again that we see him in that position, but that just means that AFG's natural flux, their rotations are kind of flowing into the Space Force's rotations here, so we're going to stay at this comfortable stalemate until there is a mistake.
Ethan taken out by Chowder, unfortunate not to get the double demo at least. Chowder runs away. Noosh, not the cleanest clearance. And Lurtek with the throw downfield. Ethan off the backboard, straight back to Lurtek. The setup for Tart! And he manages to wait out Fruit Loop. Breakthrough, and are they going to win this series 4-0 again?
I don't want to call this a mistake. This, don't get me wrong, was a painful goal, but it's just well orchestrated pass brilliantly into the mid, and Tut reading it, just keep it slow, go in for the rebound.
Heartbreaking. Over 4 minutes, and still they go behind Space Force. They've done everything right, and yet they're still losing. 30 seconds to find an answer, Bacon. Can they look through the phone book quick enough?
And how scary would it be after 3 rounds, Air Force Gaming still not to drop a single game? They are making a statement here, and this series is close. Space Force as well are a team that are adapting, evolving, improving with time, and tomorrow is going to be a very, very big day for both these two squads. Space Force, I think, going away knowing that this last game finished 1-0 and hold their heads high. The US Air Force, they are a beast.
They are the mental masters. They are the machines. Air Force Gaming roll on with a 12-0 game win-loss ratio. Quite extraordinary. And I think even more the extraordinary, given that we know how good Space Force is and how explosive they can become, and yet how quiet they were kept throughout the majority of these 20 minutes.
And again, it's just, for me, between these two, it's the play styles. It flowed eventually really nicely into each other and came down to who makes a mistake. That's a good sign for Space Force. It's just a case of they need more games. I think this evening, when this whole, round robin finishes up, they're going to be the team that'll go away and scrim some more because they know how close they are to being able to hit that mark, and that's tantalizing for us as viewers.
AFG, though, they were favorites going into this tournament, Bacon. How clear are they now?
They're within a stone's throw, but they're still, meters, ahead of the competition, or yards if you're from the US, of course. Yeah. Don't worry, we scared a few people, there, but it's that point
what even is a metric?
What even is a kilometer? But at this point, it's still, I think, Space Force. I'm going to be so intrigued when they face off against the Coast Guard. In what is it, the last match? And I wish we could get both of those later, but it's going to be really close. I still think, after seeing that, Space Force are the team that will be best suited to take down the Air Force, and they are a team that are improving with time. Remember at the very start of the day against RAF Storm Shadows, Space Force looked better in this series than that first series, even though they, didn't get half as many goals.
Sentinels, hope you're ready. Jasmine, I imagine that the Air Force Gaming boys have a couple of words to share?
A couple of words to share, a couple of goals to share. Low Tech, you were on absolute fire, especially for that game number 1 where you managed to get the momentum going for yourself and your team. But it wasn't all sunshine and rainbows because you guys were 0-2 down. So talk to me, was there a moment of concern amongst the team where you guys thought, you know what, maybe, just maybe this one's a little bit cooked?
Yeah, Space Force came out super strong. I didn't really expect that from them. They scored on us twice, and we were feeling kind of down. So we just had to get the energy going and then bring the series back in our favor.
So what were the discussions like? Because you actually ended up kicking off that momentum for your team, scoring 2 of those back-to-back goals. So was there any kind of discussion that took place amongst the team?
Yeah, I did. After game 1, I said we need to listen to each other better. I thought the game audio might be a little loud, so we kind of turned down our game, turned up the voice, make sure we hear each other out so we can calm better. And it really helped, yeah.
Well, you guys ended that game 1 with a 4-2 scoreline in the span of like 1 minute 30 seconds as well. So I imagine the comms might have been a little bit chaotic, but how was it when you started to progress on throughout the other games?
Yeah, as we kept scoring, we got more relaxed. It felt a little bit better, less stressful, and then more fun.
Well, your next opponent is going to be the RAF Sentinels. Now talk to me, what are our hopes and expectations facing off against them?
I don't really know what to expect, to be honest. I didn't really get any intel on them, but we'll see how it goes.
And for you and the boys, obviously prior winners of AFEI, talk to me, were there any kind of discussions about who gets to keep the trophy this time around? Because we have a pretty sweet trophy.
I think we'll give it to Tut. Yeah, Tut will keep this one. Yeah.
Tut is ecstatic about that answer as well. Well, you know what, boys? I'm super excited to see you perform on the stage once more. Final question for you. Scoreline, is it going to be another 4-0?
It has to be another 4-0.
All right, I want to see that momentum going. I'm looking at you guys as well. Yeah, another 4-0. We'll catch you soon.
So I skip straight ahead to the bread part. Time to go.
Well, welcome back, folks. We're heading into round 4 of today's round robin. Of course, Digital Bacon joined by Jar Jam and Relic. And, well, let's go to you first, Jam, with this. Give us a little update on the standings, where we're at roughly just past the midway mark.
Yeah, round 3 has finished, and for the second time in a row, 4-0s all around. U.S. Coast Guard, U.S. Air Force, and RAF Storm are getting their wins. So this moves Storm Shadows out of the bottom of the standings for just a little bit, but at the top of the standings, U.S. Air Force with 3 wins. Space Force dealt their first defeat by the hands of Air Force. U.S. Coast Guard is still up there and moving on through. Last match versus the Sentinels. That's the 4-0 that they've got. French side of Esports, or the French Air Force, in 4th place with 1 and 2. As I mentioned, Storm Shadows just got their first win, and RAF Sentinels still looking for their first W of the event.
Well, speaking of the US Air Force and RAF Sentinels, Relic, I'm pretty sure that's the next match we got on stream, right?
Sentinels Air Force Gaming is our next match on stream. Yes, that's right. The 12-0 game team who continue on their tirade of terror are going to be going up against a team that is dead last in the table. Look, we are going to hope for the Sentinels that they can pull something together and maybe upset the proverbial apple cart. But I think that their chances of picking up a win are more likely against their friends over in the RAF Storm Shadows. That's our final round robin match of the day before we have an all-star show match to round off our coverage here on the Saturday. But Bacon, plenty more, of course, before that. We're still in round 4, of course. And there's other important matches to consider as well. I mean, we've talked about the Coast Guard Space Force matchup that's coming down the line later as well.
Yep, and of course, each match does allow a bit of growth. These teams can learn in defeat, but also in victory. You can't, underestimate your opponents. Let's throw it over to Jasmine. She introduces our teams to these next matchups.
Thank you very much. As per usual, fellas, there we have it. You said it best yourselves. Next up, the match is going to be the RAF Sentinels taking on the US Air Force. The real question is, though, can the Sentinels walk away with their first victory of the tournament? Let's go ahead and find out some more about them.
Hi, I'm AS1 Shay Terry. My in-game name is Shay Manti.
I'm AS1T Asher Reese Curtis Harrison. My in-game name is just Asher, and I'm a cyberspace communication specialist.
This is AS1T Samuel Heseltine, known in-game as Samez. Samez unfortunately can't be with us for this event. He's playing remotely though, and he will be a massive asset to his team.
Rocket League definitely fits into my job with the fact of communication. Sometimes we have to get stuff to people instant over radios, telephones, and it needs to be short, quick, no messing around.
So Samez is relatively new in our community. However, it does not take away from his talent and commitment. I know he's been itching at the chance to represent the Royal Air Force at an event like this.
This whole event is it's amazing because I've never been to anything like it. When I'm on stage and I can see it all, and I'll feel the adrenaline, and yeah, it'll be fun.
I feel like sitting next to the people that you're playing with will really just boost your confidence. I don't know how to explain it. It's like you're just there as one little community kind of thing.
Just a lot more fun, really. You're with your friends 24/7. It's you just ping off each other, sort of thing.
We just had a little 2v2 game against some of the French. They were playing really well. It was really nice to see. I think with Samaz on our team, we are unstoppable. So the fact that people are looking out for us is it's expected, really.
Yeah, as soon as we win, I think get Samez out and straight to the pub.
AFG, Samez is going to walk all over you. It's going to be too easy for him.
French Air Force, we beat you in doubles, and it's going to be just as easy in threes.
I didn't even know there was a Space Force.
That's brilliant.
I'm sure throughout the games you'll see whether we step up to be the real first team.
It's coming home!
Well, Asher, you just said that you had no idea that there was a Space Force. Did you know about the Air Force at least?
The Royal Air Force is the real Air Force, let's be honest. So we'll see whether their 3-0 becomes 3-1 after this.
Oh, okay, all right. What are we thinking? Realistically, though, because you guys have lost every single matchup you've had here so far. No flame intended, just pointing out the facts here. Realistically, how do you fancy your chances against them?
I think this is more of our warm-up day, and we'll see tomorrow in the real elimination.
Okay, all right. And who's going to be the player you're going to be keeping an eye on out of them?
Shout out to Samez back home. He is the absolute amazing player that fulfills our team, honestly.
Well, he's going to be playing remotely. How much of an impact has that had on you boys performing here today?
Well, we think the comms might be a little bit behind, but we'll see. We'll see.
All right, and my final question for you. Out of you guys in the Storm Shadows, who's the better team?
It's very even. It honestly is. It's very, very even. They had a last game, but we had them the game before, so we'll see after this match.
Well, you know what? Let's see whether or not we can get some words of wisdom from Stelios a little bit later on. Go ahead, take to your seats, and I'm going to welcome to the stage your opposition, and that is going to be the US Air Force. Come on up, boys. Give us a cheeky little wave as you enter the stage. That was the least what? Right, Tut, I have no words. I'm hoping your gameplay is going to be a little bit better than your stage entrance. Stelios, get yourself up here. Come on, Stelios. I need some words of wisdom. I need some hype, adrenaline, some height. No, hype. I need some hype from you. Hype up your boys.
Boys, nothing to lose. No pressure at all. It's only Tut. It's only low tech. It's only Chowder. They're not good. You've got this, boys. I believe in you.
I like that. Thank you so much, Stelios. Fantastic as per usual. It's over to our casters.
Words of wisdom. Words of support. It's only Tut. It's only low tech. Just no biggie. It's all right. No, I love how in the interview you could see that the Sentinel boys are excited to be here, that how much they value this opportunity and how much enthusiasm they're putting into it. And indeed, Sam has the player that is playing remotely for that team this time, has been their top goal scorer, so all eyes on him in this matchup.
Yeah, sometimes, Jam, it is a blessing rather than a curse to be so oblivious to everything that's happening around you. You don't fully let it sink in, the fact that you're bottom of the table. And that, for me, is such a boon going into this series, because by all metrics, by all rights, by all theory crafting, Air Force Gaming should be beating Royal Air Force Sentinels. However, this is Rocket League. It's a strange old esport, and we've seen the Air Force shooketh sometimes. I mean, certainly against Space Force, we were looking at a 2-0 win before it didn't happen, but we're going to ignore that for now. We're going to hope that the Sentinels can put on a great show, and if they can take a game win, well, they've done better than 3 other teams before them.
Everybody else, absolutely. Sometimes it's a matter of clash of playstyles, and it could just be that the Sentinels would be the kryptonite, the Achilles heel, and all of the other historical weaknesses around the world for the side of Allied Air Force Gaming, rather. And immediately off the go, this is the first time we're seeing Sentinels on stream. Previously, all of their games have been off stage, and they're fast, and they're hungry for the play.
I know that they were kind of brushing it off, but really, how much difference does it make to have Samez playing remotely as opposed to right there with them?
Oh, they're still on the comms with them, I'm sure. I'm pretty sure if I scroll down on the list of the players, I'm going to see him right there. And yes, he is there. Attempts at saves do not work this time. So Air Force Gaming scores the first one. You cannot fist bump Samez. You cannot celebrate something with him, but he's still there. And if he's the best player, they know that he has their back, just exactly like Hashet said.
Hashtag trust in Samez, hashtag it's coming home. Or so the RAF says. More on that later. For now, they've got some defending to do. They've already conceded 1 goal. They do not want to concede a second in quick succession. And this is actually a really lovely transitional play from Samez. Buys a lot of time and space for his team to move, but Shaman runs out of boost at the wrong time and can't really punish Tut there, who was caught in a bit of no man's land. Nash are now using the wall to try and throw it back into the center. Secures that 100 boost. I like that on the way out, but AFG have been able to build up an attack here, smothering it though, the Sentinels, keeping it a 1-0 for now.
Immediately what jumps at me from the Sentinels play, they're fast, and they are really working the ball well. They have the control over it. It doesn't have to be something absolutely crazy over the top, but again, just the simplest basic touches that allow them to be in control of the ball and really look dangerous on the other side of the field. So these two are already a great recipe for success. but they have quite a team against them to beat. It's just low tech. It's just Chowder.
As long as the pace has purpose, you don't want to be a headless chicken. You do want the head on the body. You do want to have a bit of brains in there, and also you want a Chowder in your team because he's absolutely cracked and he's just completely soloed the entire team.
At this point, he is the top goal scorer for the U.S. Air Force team. A little cheeky dribble, precision on the side of Chowder right under the crossbar. Air Force Gaming continued to put on numbers on the field. You look at the whole Air Force side, they're pretty dead even in goals. Before this series specifically, 7 for Chowder, 6 for Lodek, 6 for Tut. So everybody on that squad is putting out numbers up the offense.
A little bit too far up though, is that Sentinels roster, and I fear that Tut denied a pretty decent goal scoring opportunity there. Tell you something that I've been very impressed with this. I tell you what, the clearance plays from the Sentinels has been really strong. Very impressed, but it's then what's that second step? What's that third step? I think if they can find those 2 steps ahead, we've got ourselves a very strong team here, and that 2-0 lead is still salvageable, Jam.
They look so great in the offense. Again, just on that clear, Asha was looking for an opportunity for himself. And they're coming up fast. They're aggressive, and I don't feel that aggression is for naught. They're not headless, Jacob. No, they are pretty much vultures for that ball when it comes to it, and control is there. Clears from their own side, something that we haven't seen that much today. A bit of a whiff. Tut gets himself a freebie on the other side of the field. Despite everything that Air Force Gaming is currently doing, I just feel like Sentinels are just a step away from getting a goal of their own. All the details are there, all the parts of that recipe are there. We're just not seeing the final result.
I couldn't agree more. Like, this is anything but lifeless. I think that's kind of what we were fearing coming into this one. I mean, you see a team lose every series that they've been in thus far, and you immediately start to think up, oh god, how bad must they be, or how much must they be struggling. But this doesn't look like a team that is struggling. And to be fair, the 3 goals that they have conceded, I'd say 2 of them have been well worked by AFG. Yeah, one of them's a little bit more preventable, and here you can see, I think, really the root of the problem, which is maybe where they can start to get to work. They do throw a lot into the attack, and so it's usually 1 versus 2 if they are counted, and that doesn't often end well, especially when AFG are your opponents.
But so far, that aggression has not left them without anybody in the back. Perhaps they could have used another defender like Shaman right now. Was going up to block Tut or challenge Tut. Tut plays it to the side just for the possession for Air Force Gaming. So they continue on going. The counterattack opportunity, low-tech to the side again. Air Force is playing possession game. They don't want to play the ball against the opposition player, so it just goes nowhere that they can find it. No, to the side, keep it in control, and just recover and play again. We see Samaz and the Sentinels on the other side of the field. He's going to get this bounce. Tut is very quick to the ball, and in the midfield, the ball gets stopped. Perhaps a couple of passes here and there. Only 30 seconds less than that remaining for Sentinels. Just like today's play, perhaps this game number 1 is a warm-up.
Yeah, look, you can yap all you like. If there's one thing that AFG are not complicit in, it's complacency and feeling like the game is won. They have, I mean, honestly, as part of what I love about them is that they are ruthlessly efficient. And you can tell that they have respect for their opponents exactly for what you described there, Jam. They actually looked to lock this game down at 3-0 and play possession ball rather than going for the Twitch clips. I think Sentinels have something here. It doesn't look great, but game 1 is also just the beginning of a long series. Let's see how they fare in game 2.
I think the commanding officers for U.S. Air Force are going to be very happy with the composure and the discipline Chowder, Lodek, and Tut are currently displaying. It is perfect. So I'm not surprised that they're currently up ahead, miles ahead of their opposition in this tournament. But they need to be focused on that goal until the end of the day and then throughout the whole of tomorrow, because there's the biggest target on their backs right now.
Sentinels give me the impression, Jam. Oh, bit of a false start there. Sentinels give me the impression of a side who, if they score 1, I'd fancy them to score a second in quick succession. And obviously, even that sort of scoreline didn't help Space Force much when they led in their first game against AFG themselves. However, I think Sentinels play a very different game to Space Force. They play a very dynamic, very quick, very pressing game, whereas I think Space Force, I think part of their problem really was that they kind of rescinded into their shell almost a bit. Rather than playing expansive and explosive, they try to play in reaction to their opponents. So I think honestly, if Sentinels can continue the bullishness that we saw from game number 1, they've got a hope, they've got a chance. They've just got to get that go-ahead goal, crucially.
Once again, I'm just checking the results quickly, see how the Royal Air Force Sentinels fared in their previous series. Their strongest one was their opening series versus the French Air Force, where despite losing 2-4 overall, those were the close games, ranging anywhere. The biggest difference in scoreline was 3-0 for the French Air Force. That's the two, you might say, extra wins that they got. But besides that, it's 2-0, 3-2, 2-3. So this was the game that was one of the closest for them. And so far in every single series, they've scored at least something. The wins are still eluding them. But with the play that we have just seen in game number 1, it's easy. It's easy to see how.
Okay, so apparently we're receiving some news that it looks like we're going to remake. We're heading back into game, but apparently it's going to be 1-0 to AFG within this game, so not just within the series. I'm not entirely sure what was made of that, whether that was a referee's ruling, but that is the case. So we are effectively playing at 1-0 to Air Force game.
Well, we just seen that victory, so it's there, it's in the books, and it's almost another one. Lotek with a chance of his own. Chowder sits in the middle of the field, but this is a long clear. The post denies Asha. Nobody from Sentinels close enough. But these are the glimpses that make me oh so hopeful of the Sentinels play, and also oh so surprised that they haven't gotten anything to it. Perhaps in the backward attempt, Asha tries to remove it to the side. Shaimant and the rest of the Sentinels, perhaps not so good in terms of boost, but definitely bruised but not defeated.
Yeah, AFG are definitely leaning a lot more heavily on their mechanics than they have been in previous series. They themselves like to play expansive, and so if you are quick enough, you can close off those passing lanes. But and again, again, shout out to the wonderful people behind the scenes keeping us involved and keeping us up to date on stuff. I believe this is now 2-0 to AFG in this game. In either case, whether it's 1-0 or 2-0, they're in the lead.
Like Shaimant, straight to Lotek, so a bit of a fake on the side of Air Force Gaming. Not sure if it helped them necessarily or not. It's attack for the Sentinels. Samus is trying to find a read off the side. Lotek is ready to return that ball all the way back. Him and Toot are starting a nice little counterattack fast up as well. They do not dilly-daddle with the ball. They really move out with intention. Chowder, the new player on the team, in place of Ethan, is working wonders. Again, he's one of the best players on the team right now. Plus, with these goals that he has been scoring, he also has been assisting his teammates. So, if we're just talking point-wise, he must be on top right now.
Also worth the mention of H3 as well. It was a four-man roster, of course, a year ago. So they had tactical flexibility as well. The right man for the right occasion. But it looks like they got the right man for the right moment here with Chowder, who was there again. I mean,
they tried to team bench.
Didn't quite work out, did it?
Not this time, but they won't be hanging their head in shame. They're still ahead in this game. They're still ahead in the series. Where Asha and Samhes also tried to do something of his own. Asha was looking for a pinch on the floor, trying to set up a pass for his teammate. But now they need to return back and cover every single avenue that Air Force Gaming is going to be looking out for. And there's a lot. This, though, beats absolutely everybody. Shaimant was somehow absolutely everybody +1.
Here he is again. Asha gets to the ball first ahead of Tut. And they're going to have a lot more of those if they hope to break out. Ooh, living dangerously are the Sentinels, but as are AFG, still unable to convert that second goal for the moment. Infield pass. Sentinels encroaching on orange territory. Samez with the turnaround, forces the touch from Chowder. Asher goes towards the backboard. Tut throws it to Chowder, who's got plenty of boost, by the way. Drives over Shaman, looks for the infield pass. Great block by Samez. Asher takes down Chowder, but again, that's just going to hasten his respawn back at base. It'll put him in a good point, but my goodness! Speaking about a good point perfect. Pass to Asher, who makes it 1-1.
Look at that beautiful positioning from Samhez. A player so up ahead that he can receive a pass middle of the field that nobody from Air Force can do anything, and a pass back, instrumental, crucial. Also the patience from Asher, who doesn't immediately one-tap it. He waits, he finds himself an opportunity, lures out the defender of Air Force Gaming, and this is a tie game. Sentinels are looking 1-1.
For all the speak of pace, for all the speak of ferocity, a little bit of patience does the Sentinels good. Now can they go and find another? Well, Chowder's looking to deny them that opportunity with a little bit more forward thinking, but Asher with a response for Stamez. That's a great read from Lowtech. Blocks them mid-air. Nice pinch from Asher though to buy a little bit more time. Shaman's on the front line. And around the corner, that's going to be collected by Chowder. Out to Asher. But overall, I think Sentinels managing their boost a lot more successfully in this particular game, Jam.
Just need to be careful right there. Pass, Lowtech to Chowder. And as demos and changes in possession were coming in on through, right there, Lowtech basically eliminates two. Tut getting a demo on the player of Sentinels didn't really mean much. The possession already changed hands. The ball went way behind those two players of Sentinels. And then a 2-on-1. It's quite easy for Air Force Gaming to finish, and off the kickoff they immediately take control as well, looking for a quick one to make the goal difference even bigger.
As I'm watching a guillotine fall in real time, and Lurtek punishes a miss. Near post shot once again finding success for AFG.
And the setup from Chowder, again, his touches have been instrumental. He's already sitting on 2 assists, 1 goal that he has scored. He's shooting on target. He perhaps is not as on top in terms of saves in his team. At this point, only Tut has less, 2 saves. It has been Lowtech actually just putting up an absolute defensive masterclass. 13 saves from him. That is actually the top, as Chowder scores here tonight with 13 saves. Well, Lowtech is the top amount of saves across all of the teams. So you could see that Air Force Gaming is also not only putting up the offense, case in point Chowder, but also putting up really good numbers on defense.
Man, you gotta worry for Sentinels now, because we're starting to see actions without thought, playing purely on instinct. But when you're out of form, when you're behind the curve, those sorts of actions will lead to easy goal scoring opportunities. And listen, AFG are already cracked. They're already in fantastic fettle. You don't want to make the shooting opportunities even easier for them.
Just getting a touch up in the air, and to cover the net while everybody's in motion, nobody's sitting on the goal line or directly above the net on the wall, on the backboard. It's just a showcase of precision from Air Force Gaming, that even when they're not necessarily putting up the most dangerous touch, it's still not just in the vicinity, it's on target, it's on point. And even with 5 goals, kickoff comes, they're looking for another one. They're looking for more. This is a 3-on-1 counterattack. Lowtech is refusing to get bumped, and this does not go in. Follow-up from Asha, blocked by Lowtech again. He is the safe king for Air Force Gaming, and he continues to display just that. Tam has potentially anybody on the top. Nope, that's Lowtech removing the danger, and Sentinels find a goal. But the first half of this game and the second half of the game, 2 completely different beasts.
Oh, they're inside their own heads, the Sentinels. I know I said don't play instinctively when you're behind the curve, but also you needed instinct there. 1 toe poke and you've got that goal across the line. AFG, merciless. 2 games to the good. And a little bit of a shake of the body, just trying to shake off the malaise here. Sentinels, again, shoots of hope, Jam, but they've just got to string the performance together.
How about this? A counterattack demo on Tut. Shaman with a corner boost of his opposition. I'm sure Asha also with almost full tanks. And now a quick rotation of Shaman is the player, since Sam has his forced to return to boost. Now he has to challenge Lowtech. Easier said than done. But beautifully returned and beautifully played from Sentinels. Now to find a clear but it seems like the beast has been awoken. Tut is not allowing Sentinels to even be in their own half without being punished.
It's Chowder. Pick up the play. Ooh, taken off him by Tut there. Free clearance for Asher. A little bit to the left, and maybe that's threatening the net, but Lowtech had a lot of boost and plenty of time. Got Tut now. Shaman wins the follow-up, but check out Lowtech taking out Samez in the midfield. Again, so many release valves that AFG have to activate, and it just allows themselves, they just allow themselves to walk into the midfield and slowly set up for the next drive.
Denied on this attempt, but they're gonna repeat it. Chowder waits for the ball, doesn't need to go himself, calls off Tut. Chowder was faster, had more boost. Again, those new boost indicators are really helping you out to set up a play without you having to ask. There's no time to communicate how much boost you have. You either go or you don't go. And those milliseconds, won or lost, it's going to be a difference between getting a goal, making a save. And right now, pass to Lowtech. Tut. Ooh, dangerous for Shaman to defend because a smoke screen, an explosion, and this ball could go any other direction.
That's a lovely transitional play. Asher to the backboard. Tut to wrap this up. Lowtech with another demo midfield. I don't know whether Sentinels are making themselves more difficult or not to demo, but maybe a little bit more, ironically enough, a little bit more evasive pace would do the trick. As Tut will head into enemy territory. That's a lovely first touch from Asher, who drives around his own force field there. Double demo. And Samez with a whiff. Shaman with little boost. Does so well. The pace generated on that.
Even from something that was not looking that well, they managed to create something. A miss on the ball means a future pass. Somebody's going up ahead and is ready to receive an assist from you. And they keep on looking. I'm not even sure if they're looking for these situations, but they make them work. Yet another great skill to have on the field is improvisation. Just see what you can create out of a position that you were not expecting yourself to be in. And that's once again where the Sentinels are looking great. For now, still a 0-0 affair. But it's Air Force Gaming pushing their opposition. Counterattack for Sentinels.
Asher was hoping for a bit of luck there. They found none. Are they rolling snake eyes? No. Not going to go that low just yet. Shaman with another save. Got to say, him and Asher really, really stepped up in this game, being incredibly strong, not just in offense, but in defense too. Tut with the fake. And Lowtech waiting. Samez takes control. Shaman to Asher. Easy save, but Tut and Chowder can't decide who saves it in the end. It's Tut who throws it to Lowtech, who goes a little bit too far wide. Closes down Asher. Maybe sets up for another chance. Chowder. And Tut beaten to the ball again. Lowtech will have a shot! And he sinks it. He only needs one.
Great touch. A lot of power. And it feels like Sentinels had a lot of time to do something about it, but I think I see Samez landing awkwardly, perhaps even on the top of his teammate. And covering that corner, well, you need to be incredibly fast. Your reflex is lightning. Not in this case. Samez, though, straight off the kickoff, waits patiently. Again, I love these little slowdowns from Sentinels. Not always just going in full load is how you want to do it. Just a bit of a stop. I could have netted them something. But for now, it's 1 goal differential. And this is not the first time Air Force Gaming, are being kept to just 1 goal. But this is an opportunity for their opposition, and right now Sentinels are trying to crash that net.
It's another shot on target, but the velocity of the Sentinels' attackers has upped yet again. The kitchen sink and everything else is being thrown at it, but the ball's being thrown at their net, and they are lucky they get away with it. Still remains 1-0, and as long as it does, there is a chance. Double tap, no for Tut, but yes for Lowtech.
Brilliantly done. Brilliantly done. And Air Force Gaming just keep on pressuring. Tut does the setup. Preparation is key, and as such, he just lays down the battlefield for Lowtech to finish it up in the end. Pulls out all of the Sentinels defenders. It uses up all of their resources. Just in the end, it's all up open for Lowtech all the while. Sentinels are hunting Tut on his original touch. Demo in the net by Samez, but by this point it does not matter. Ball is deep in the blue side of the field. And we're going to be seeing, most likely, meeting the end of the game number 3. Yes, that's right, game number 3, and the blue side of the field.
Sentinels have managed 4th gear, maybe 5th, but they are hitting the limiter. They can't find that final gear change to truly make themselves competitive towards the end. AFG, the grind is real. It's certainly a harder 3 games won than anyone would have imagined going into this. But it is 3 games won, Jam, just one more, and that's 16-0 for the day.
Amazing. How on earth can you be putting up these numbers? It baffles me. It baffles my mind, but US Air Force did not come here just to play. They came here to win, and it's clearly seen in their plan and game style. And look at them. They're, I would say, focused. Focused is the thing. They're not celebrating too early. They are not thinking that, oh, this is an easy play and we just don't have to try. I think what I'm seeing on their faces, this is a team that's winning, folks. This is a team on the screen that's currently winning. They just look in the zone. They dare even say, that's studs. Dare I say, just hoping that this is going to end soon, because they're giving it all on the field. Make no mistake about that. They are not just half trying. US Air Force is giving it all.
Totally, and you know, there I was watching Ash's interview before this series, and he's like, day 2 team, no, watch out, you know, we're gonna be going for it day 2. Whether they end up winning a game or whether they end up winning a series at the end of Saturday or not is kind of irrespective in my mind now. There's enough to work with this team, but it's so, you know, when you're that close and yet so far, sometimes it does seem miles away. I hope for their sakes that they have a fantastic game 4. Win or lose, I think it's fair to say that they've done themselves proud.
Absolutely. They are trying, and not just trying, they're succeeding right now. Success is not necessarily measured by the numbers and the wins on the board, but just how well they're looking on the field. Truth is, they're just playing against one of the best, if not the best teams around here. So yeah, it's 3-0 in favor of Air Force Gaming. Again, pay attention to the numbers on the right side as opposed to things in the middle for a little bit of technical difficulty. Unfortunately, the middle markers are a little bit off. So it's game number 4 of the series between the Royal Air Force Sentinels and US Air Force Gaming.
Longer that they can keep it at 0-0 Sentinels. I'm not going to say the better, but it does mean that maybe overtime is on the horizon. And I really do feel like if Sentinels will win, it will be 1 goal. I know I said earlier, if they score, then they're probably going to score again. But I think it's so difficult to keep a clean sheet against AFG that you're practically asking the impossible at this stage. I mean, look at the slow down play here. Chowder playing with his food. The food does fight back a little bit though. Sentinels attempting to break out low tech for Chowder. Going top post. Looking for the second touch. Doesn't find it. Shaman flaps, but manages to get that follow-up lift. But here's Tut now. Again, this rotation closing in, utilizing his own teammate. It's almost like a golf tee to continue the drive. Struggling for oxygen.
Oh god, Lodek actually puts it away from the net. Chowder cannot react in time, but we have been locked in front of the blue net for the longest periods of time. Once again, I have to pinpoint the discipline of Air Force Gaming. While Chowder has been going on his solo efforts, his teammates were not chasing him. Amazing save from Asha on a pretty much as good as a shot from Chowder. Tut finishes it in the end. But Sentinels should be really proud. Asha has done a great job. An immediate recovery as well. He's right there in the net trying to do a squishy save. Right spot, right time, just couldn't touch it.
There's a risk of repeating myself, and I embrace that risk wholeheartedly. Air Force Gaming are working for this. This isn't a rollover. This isn't a stomp. They are genuinely having to break out the toolbox. And now with a breakaway, that toolbox is going to have to come out again. 1-1.
Deserved, fully deserved for Asha. Finds himself a clear no boost, meaning that the shot was a little bit weaker than perhaps he would have hoped for, but that's not the matter. He still gets it. Trying to quickly check, 77 kph, I suppose, right over there. It's a tie game. Sentinels are back in it, and I'm not sure if these kickoffs necessarily are helping Air Force Gaming. Something tells me that Sentinels are only too happy to get on this fake and pretty much, again, dump the ball in and try to fight against. The idea, of course, for Air Force Gaming is to receive the ball on one of their players, then immediately make it clear, all the while one of the opposition players is deep in their half. meaning that there's a man advantage on the other side of the field. So far, these plays didn't necessarily immediately result into something palpable, like a goal, but still, it's a part of their game.
Extraordinary. Chowder has 5 shots, and that was a relevant stat 40 seconds ago as well. I mean, usually we talk about 3 or 4 shots as a decent day at the office within the microcosm of a game. 5 at half-time. That demonstrates just how dominant they've been in the attack. Oh, what a pass. Oh, what a goal. Low-Tech with the assist of the day.
I see Asha on the left cameras as well, again going upside down, and he's been so close in making these heroic saves, and he's doing, I think, just right. But if there's just a millimeter between him and the ball, unfortunately that's just enough for Chowder to score. And finally, after 6 shots, that was his 6th, Chowder put something on the board. Because yeah, with all of his attempts, bravo to Sentinels for keeping Chowder at bay. By no means that's an easy task.
I realise that the Swiss Armed Forces aren't here, but they really are the Army Knife, aren't they, the AFG? They've got so many options available to them. Each player with roles interchangeable, they really can do it all. And they ask the Sentinels again, do you have another goal? In 80 seconds or so, possible, as that was one launching themselves at the ball loose from Tut. But corralling this beautifully. Flip, reset, King Tut!
Puts the top of the tomb right on top of the Sentinels. 2 goal differential, 1 and 11 seconds to go. And AFG on the match point might take the series right here and then. Sentinels looking so great. Again, Scheiman can collect this straight on target. Lodek is forced to remove it, and with a lot of power, so this is as good as he can work with that ball. Perfectly played. A bit of a hard commit of 2 players, AFG, and there's a chance for Sentinels to start an immediate counterattack as everybody's forced to retreat. Pass for Shaman would have been the best option, but Sam Hez was working with whatever he could. Chowder on another aerial expedition. Everywhere, every single time, a danger to be playing versus him. And now Tut and Lowtech, now they're close. Now they see an opportunity. They can just work on the passing play amongst themselves. Now the Chowder's initial attack was off.
The fear of delayed comms might have come to bite the Sentinels there. Double commit, leading to, albeit a well-worked freebie in the end for Tut. Could walk it in 4-1. And the AFG machine keeps rolling on, even now. Even 4-1 up. Lowtech not willing to give Sentinels any other shoot of hope. They have done exceptionally well in patches. I think that this RAF squadron can be proud of themselves, and they've got to rally themselves again as they go up against their teammates in the Storm Shadows. A battle for the bottom half of the table, that effectively. But how much more can we wax lyrical about AFG, Jam? What a team.
For as long as it's needed. Again, it bears repeating, but I want to underline what you and me have mentioned already. This is not, how about best to put it, this is not a walk in the park for AFG. They are playing really well, but that's because they're giving it the proverbial 110%. Everything on the field and then some. And then they get results such as these ones. Brilliantly played. That's, as you mentioned, 16 games won with not a single one drop. They've conceded goals. It's the game that counts in the end. And they look like the folks who are. She just went through a gauntlet, came out on top in the end. But I think it's a sigh of relief that they can now breathe out.
Most certainly. They've got one more opponent coming up today, as does everyone, of course, but the US Air Force face the French Air Force. Is the 20-0 more a probability than anything else now?
Oh, you know what? I have my belief in the French Air Force.
Mm-hmm.
They can take a game off just because the French. In the next game, all of a sudden, we're going to see Jussi. We're going to see Itachi. Although, sorry, Itachi, I think, is Moroccan. Fairy Peak is going to come back. I know he may be busy in London right now with his Team Vitality, but yeah, I think there's going to be some new faces on the side of French Air Force, and then they can get those dubs and really showcase it to the U.S. Air Force. Somebody has to, right?
Somebody has to, right? I don't want to be an echo chamber or anything, but surely, maybe, or perhaps we are just expecting too much when there is a team that is irresistible to watch. As for the Sentinels, I think that they've got a very good chance of at least taking games of the Storm Shadows, Jam. Is a series win within sight?
It could be. It could be. That's one series to watch for sure. But for now, let's hear it from U.S. Air Force and Jasmine on stage.
Tut, let's have a quick chat, you and I, okay? Because we've been here before. You guys started off this series 12-0, now making yourselves 16-0 in the tournament, undefeated thus far. The real question is, do you think you can close out the entirety of the Allied Forces Esports Invitational, not losing a single match?
I think we played our hard matches earlier today, and so we're just coasting through the rest of the day. Anybody has a chance, but yeah, it'll be 20-0 at the end of the day.
Oh, looking forward to it. So for you boys heading into this matchup, I know with the previous one, comms were a little bit all over the place, but what about this series? Talk to me about what the vibe was like with the team.
We were just trying to stay positive, trying to have fun with it. We really enjoyed being here and getting to meet with the other countries and meeting new people, which is great. So we're just trying to have fun with it.
Well, the RAF Storm Shadows, when I spoke to them earlier on, they were singing your praises left, right, and centre, saying that you were giving them some tips and tricks, helping them out where you can as well. So the next matchup, talk to me. Who's going to win this one? Is it going to be the Sentinels or the Storm Shadows?
I think it's going to be the Storm Shadows, but I guess we'll see who the better RAF team is.
All right, well, Tut, thank you so much for joining me, and best of luck with your next match.
So I skip straight ahead to the bread part. Top dog, I'm cool on the cheek check. Fuck with the kid, know I got to get paid. Keep it real with you, I've been in the field in position. Look, hey, I've been trill, you can tell by how I feel when you with me. Look, wave, tell me, can you slide for a real one? Slide for me, slide for me. Can you slide for a real one? Can you slide for me, slide for me? Can you slide for a real one? Slide for a real one. Next ain't tell me nothing. I'm flexing stunting. Eating all my veggies in my pocket, half an onion. And that pack smell like a funyun. Tryna be beating, shit be humming. You can hear me around the corner before you ever see me coming. And they know just how we coming. Hands drumming. She gon' bust it open way before I finish thumbing. I can put you on some paper, proper play and teach you something. Got my stones on Himalaya, know I'm out your sucker ducking. Ain't no need for that discussion, niggas bluffing with the game. About to build a couple million, came with nothing but my name. I'ma twist it, flip it, stick it like a bop it. Tell them stop it, all them haters out of pocket. Let me plug it like a socket, baby. Big on the said, what they said part. So I skip straight ahead to the bread part. Top dog, I'm cool on the cheek check. Fuck with the kid, know I got to get paid. Big on the said, what they said part. So I skip straight ahead to the bread part. Top dog, I'm cool on the cheek check. Fuck with the kid, know I got to get paid. Wave, tell me, can you slide for a real one? Slide for me, slide for me. Can you slide for a real one? Can you slide for me, slide for me. Can you slide for a real one? Can you slide for baby, say I make her nervous. Maybe cause I'm real nigga on the surface. Maybe cause I'm 10 down where the turf is. Don't get lost in those facades on the guys. You know ain't nobody perfect. I just put the work in, I know what my worth is. I'm living lavish, I'm flossing, bossing a bag and up cash off the passion. Out here with my niggas, AV to the casket. We reckless, stay in your lane. I'm on gas till somebody cut the brakes. Cutting off these haters in the heads of the snakes. We're spinning the plan, bitch, you catching on late. And she just sent the emoji, said she wetter than a lake. So I better not flake, take a break, say word. Hit me when you through with that shit, then we can shift again. My schedule been clear. These niggas see me, they mad like I'm one of their peers. I put that on Sita, so I'm sure it's abundantly clear. I'm hella big on the set, what I said, shit.
Well, welcome back, one and all, to AFI 2024. Relic, Jam, and Bacon joining you in the caster booth, and we've got some updates for you. Relic to Bacon, you have some standings for me.
Yeah, right now, if we bring them up on the screens for everyone at home, you can definitely see that after, well, it's round 4. My standards haven't been updated. Can we please bring them on screen?
No standings updated? What is this?
I'm not on my sheet anyway, sorry. Air Force, of course, are looking for the perfect streak. I mean, after what was essentially weirdly close, no one's expecting that from Sentinels, and then Sentinels have kept them really, really tight. So who knows where this is going tomorrow, but for us, the round robin, Air Force, of course, on top, but the big one there, Space Force? Losing to the French Air Force, right? Losing to US Air Force, French Air Force, then losing to the Coast Guard in the in that round 4. So, I mean, craziness right now.
It is crazy. As you would have spotted, there are 2 teams on 3 games completed, that being the Coast Guard and the Storm Shadows. They're currently facing each other, which Jam certainly makes things interesting for us, because as we take a look at our schedule, we have that Storm Shadows team apparently on stage next.
Indeed, versus their brethren in the Royal Air Force Sentinels, the ones that we've just seen on screen. Also, for your ease of just comprehension, every single team on this schedule, the one that has won is still there. The one that has lost is faded out. So they're just to showcase that is with Space Force. I love to call them Star Force. I don't know, maybe whether a better name or just for me. But Space Force Gaming, Coast Guard Gaming, as well as, of course, the U.S. Air Force, the absolute and undisputed champions by this looks, have won their respective games. Yep, so one more extra series remaining. That is, of course, the Royal Air Force Sentinels versus the Royal Air Force Storm Shadows. And the game that's not on the screens, but it's going to be incredibly exciting, the All-Star game. And we actually had the confirmation as to who is going to be playing that. Best of 7. And it is a player from each of the teams, one singular player from each of the teams. So we're going to be seeing everybody versus everybody in one game.
It's very exciting, isn't it? Super exciting. I say almost as exciting. I think it's equally as exciting as this last round of matches for my money. I mean, I'm looking at that Coast Guard Space Force matchup. Starfleet for my money. I mean, please, come on. It's obvious, folks. Look at your history in sci-fi. I look at that and I'm thinking, wow, this is an amazing, amazing lineup. Almost as amazing as the lineups that we have here for the RAF Derby, Bacon. Of course, we have Samez playing from home, but that didn't really look to stop them from looking impressive, even against the Air Force.
No, this was a little bit of a surprise hit. And now as we head into this round 5, where they're going, these 2 squads should know each other the best out of any of these squads with these near enough weekly scrims that they have between each other. So we really don't know who will come out on top. Of course, you might favor the Storm Shadows at the moment with the current stand-ins, but this could be the chance for Sentinels to bring it back, that final little push to take them out of that bottom spot. But as they were a bit boisterous about earlier, Storm Shadows favor themselves, don't they?
Yeah, Jam, it's a bit of a mixed day, isn't it? I mean, considering that this was the team that came runners-up to the Air Force 1 year ago, I don't want to say a fall from grace, but just a difficult first day at the office on this occasion.
This is a first day that sets you up in a certain way for the day number 2 again. Second day is best of 7's double elimination bracket, with top 2 teams getting a bye into the second round, so they don't have to play the first round of eliminations. Think of it as an extra life, perhaps, while the teams at the bottom, they're going to be having it just a little bit more difficult. So tomorrow is the most important thing. Today, we're already winding down. We're going to have the last round of the round robin matches, but it is tomorrow where it's win or go home.
Well, call me Frankenfurter, because I'm going to leave you lot in anticipation. A little bit more patience, please, as unfortunately one of our teams is still playing that last round of matches, but we promise once they are ready, we will be back with the action here at AFI 2024. Deja vu. Welcome back to AFI 2024. We're about to get stuck into round 5 of 5 of our single round robin here on day 1 of the competition. Ralek joined by Jam to my left. Yes, got to make sure I go there. Bacon to my right. Let's go to Bacon first. For the standings, fully updated. Yes. Everybody finished their matches.
Finally there, we've got them from the other matches. Space Force have taken down the French Air Force 4-0 fashion, and the Coast Guard have taken down RAF Storm Shadows 4-3. That's why it took so long, folks. It went to game 7. I mean, we were there going like, Coast Guard looking kind of like the third. They still are, but Storm Shadows aren't that far off, so tomorrow will be spicy, and it's why these round robins matter so much. It gives us a little look into tomorrow, doesn't it, gents? But it also allows these teams to figure out and have a little night practice ahead, because they know their closest rivals now.
Jams, throughout the day, we've been trying to visualize the order of things, competitive order, and I think slowly but surely we've come to see the 3 US teams as the top 3. Unfortunately for the RAF Storm Shadows, they've fallen into the bottom half of the table, but how far ahead of their potential rivals could they be? I mean, obviously they're ahead of the Air Force at the moment, but the next match on stream, as we're about to find out, is pretty pivotal for them.
It could be quite a change. Royal Air Force Sentinels and Royal Air Force Storm Shadows is going to be on our screens as the penultimate match of the day. There's one extra one after this, but 2 RAF teams finally meeting on a competitive environment here in Ramstein Air Force Base is going to be a doozy. Again, from what we've seen from Sentinels and how we know Storm Shadows are playing, it's going to be a worthwhile closer of the round robin, because of course there's one more series not on the screen. We just wanted to keep it on the hush hush, on the down low, but actually we really want to be excited for it. After the final match of the round robin concludes, we're going to have our all-star game, and we already have the team players, the player names and everything from each team, and I think I'm going to just go through the whole thing and just call it out as it is immediately as I put everything up ahead. So representing Air Force Gaming, it's going to be Chowder. Representing on the side of RF Storm Shadow, Stelius, and representing French Air Force is going to be Efish. That's going to be the Team Orange. Perhaps they're going to come up with a name until the start of that broadcast. Well, on the other side, Space Force Gaming, it is, of course, Fruit Loop. Asha from RAF Sentinels, and rounding up that team is Xylem from the Coast Guard Gaming. So one player from each of the teams. These are the All-Stars, and I cannot wait to see that series. That's going to be a blast.
Honestly, sounds really competitive. You never know what you're going to get with pick'em teams, but you listen to the individual names and you're like, oh yes, that does sound a little bit spicy. Bacon, I do want to touch point briefly before we head into this series on the Coast Guard Space Force matchup that is happening concurrently with the RAF Derby. This is to decide second in the table. Air Force US is already locked in first, and so they know that, I believe the way that it works is they're going to face the 6th best team, or no, actually they might face the 4th best team.
They get a buy-in round
isn't it? So
that's how it works for tomorrow for the top 2, and that's why this match is so important for them. Essentially, the winner of Space Force and the Coast Guard will be able to snatch that second place spot. That means they get by one less game to play tomorrow, be a little bit fresher.
Jasmine, it's over to you to bring those teams up on stage.
Thanks for that, boys. I was quite tempted to sub in for the RAF boys, but then I was told, you know what, no, we're better off without you. But I just want to point something out. Do we think that Asher is better on controller or keyboard and mouse?
It's probably going to be keyboard and mouse for this one.
And yet, Asher, why do you continue to play with a controller?
I've just played it for longer. I'm not very good on keyboard and mouse, honestly.
But you know what? Asher has accepted to play on keyboard and mouse this next game. So I'm super excited to see whether or not you'll be able to do it, Asher. You're grinning. Talk to me. What's going through your mind right now?
Well, I've hit Stel's peak on keyboard and mouse, so we'll see if we can beat him at his own game.
Stel's smiling right now. Stel, did you hear that? You did. You know what? I'm going to come on over and have a chat with you now, Stel. Can we convince you to play with controller?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. No way. Are you trying to kill me?
No, I'm just trying to, liven up the competition a little bit. What do you make of the boys' performance so far throughout the tournament?
I think they're showing glimpses of what they can actually do. I think they've got many more gears above them. I know those players personally over the course of like 2 years now. I know they've got so much more to offer. So hopefully not against us, but I'm looking forward to seeing them tomorrow, especially showing what they can really do, because there's some real talent there.
Well, I was speaking to Asher earlier, and he said it's been a bit of a back and forth between you boys. 1 minute you're winning games against them, the next you're losing them against them. Real question is, though, obviously they've not won a single match this tournament. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to laugh, guys. Can you gift them their first win?
There's going to be no mercy, unfortunately. We also need this win. We're looking to also score the highest seeding we possibly can. Absolutely not, no. Guys, I love you, but you're going down.
Oh, you said you're going down. What do we think? I'm going to come on over to you, and you're going to tell me real quick. Do you have the confidence, do you have faith that you boys will be able to walk away with your first victory?
Yeah, I reckon we could at least get a few games off them.
A few games being?
4-0.
I like that. Well, without further ado, it's finally over to my casters to take us through the action.
Absolutely love the energy from there, don't we, Jam? But I mean, this is a fierce rivalry between colleagues, between friends. As I look on the sheet right now, it seems Sentinels are down as the A team, but I mean, Storm Shadow is leading the charge. Can we see why they're the A team in this match?
I think it was hard to just separate them A from B team, and knowing that even though Storm Shadows with their roster played the last event, and as both of the teams have said, they're really equal when it comes to playing one another. One team might win, the other team might win the next time. Asha forced to be playing on keyboard, which seems to be, I presume, his old method of input. Yeah. Now he's playing with a controller. I don't think he needs to be weakened. There's no reason for him to be weakened. He has been great in the series versus U.S. Air Force. So now, I think it's the Storm Shadows just trying to find any old opportunity, just any old advantage, and somehow have talked Asha into playing on something else. But look at that, he's already rushing. He's already pretty much taken, if not the first, and the second touch on the ball. And it is the Sentinels, rather, who are pushing on strong, and it's the Sentinels with Shaman who's going to open up the scoring. Although, I hope it's going to count. Otherwise, it has been, well, Asha's lifting his mouse, I think, right there in the window. But I think it must count, right?
I've heard of ambidextrous, ambipedal, but here, ambi-control input is a new one for me, Jam. And well, like we said, this is kind of a little bit of a grudge match. Pride on the line. Sentinels looking to dethrone their older brother in the Storm Shadows. Can they do it on the stage as well?
Right now, it's looking likely. Stelios to Cedric, which one thing, great shot by G-Wood from the side. One thing I wanted to ask Cedric is it why on Earth his in-game tag is Cedric, despite neither of his name nor surname having anything to do with Cedric. Perhaps something with Jasmine to find out later on. Shaman set up his teammate, but Asha on the flank, still driving around, so he seems to be getting into the whole keyboard and mouse thing.
I mean, like I said earlier, it's a very valid input. More buttons to be able to bind as well if you want to specifically put something like, I don't know, air roll left or right. All of those lovely little macros you can kind of put on as well. But the issue is you don't have that analog input, do you? Unless you've got a very fancy keyboard indeed. They're using good stuff up on the stage. But you also want to use what you're used to. Sentinels. Oh, they could get used to this, Jam.
So this is what we've been expecting from the side of Sentinels in their series, the previous series on stream versus Air Force Gaming. And that is that their speed, their ability to just do solid touches was getting them up ahead, but never up ahead in the score. And right now, Storm Shadows, there has been a lot of friendly banter between the teams. Right now, all of the banter that Sentinels have put up, especially that last one, who was it again? Not Sanchez, Shea, I think. The fact that there's going to be just a couple of games, 4 games to be precise. Right now, Sentinels are looking on par with all of the action happening on the orange side of the field, right in front of Storm Shadow's net.
And it really does show how close the competition here is. We talk about the Air Force being kind of ahead of the rest, and then maybe Space Force batting out for Coast Guard, but the entire tournament is really close, and it just shows the determination and the kind of grit these teams have.
It's what you need to have at any level of Rocket League, let alone over here where competition and just the mindset of all of these players augmented by where they work for. Of course, the Royal Air Force, the U.S. branches of military, the French Air Force, even the Coastal Guard, another U.S. team. There's a special kind of people are working around there. Just cannot just be nobody. It's a special mindset for all of these folks. So right here on the field, we're just seeing an extension.
All left for Cedric. Powerful punch towards the top left, but just whistling past the target. You can see they're trying to go for these midfield shots, and quite a defensive game. And like we said earlier, these two squads should know each other better than anyone else, and so they're just trying to be cautious in this opening game one.
Perhaps they should convince Asha to switch back to controller, because right now that did not help one single bit. G-Wood, or rather that was Stelios on his SE97 tag, finally beats the opposition and puts the opener for the Storm Shadows pretty late in the game, but any sort of reduction in scoreline is going to be quite welcome. Is there another one? So far, Storm Shadows have not been looking like they would be winning this game.
But notice the rest in the back lines just tackling almost, not necessarily getting demos, but it's turned into a little bit of a physical game, especially with demos like that. Stelios. Still a minute and a half left to go. Net has been left wide open from that demo. It's a bouncer off the crossbar down. Can anyone be there to finish in time? No, G-Wood a little bit too late to the party.
Right as he might, he couldn't finish it on up. So another opportunity needs to happen. All the while, Sentinels are trying to find something on the backboard of Storm Shadows. But not to be G-Wood's little pinch was heading towards the net. But Sentinels are right there. Still, more and more attempts by Team in Orange, Storm Shadows, as they're trying to find at least some opener bump by Samus on his opposition. Cedric does not work out, but Bull is stuck. Nobody really gets the full advantage, somewhere that they can finish with, and it's just push and pull from both rosters.
These Sentinels kind of living up to their names right now, being so stalwart in defense, not allowing anything through. They're holding line for now, and that's a great clearance of Samus.
That's a great shot. I was expecting to call a goal right on that one. A tying goal for the Storm Shadows that would have been. But instead they have to return back, replenish the boost. G-Wood is with nothing in his tank. But at least he could be a nuisance, somebody that the Storm Shadows still need to be looking at and making sure that, he's there. Or the other way around, it will be the Sentinels who are going to be counting. But yeah, there's a player coming up, and we don't know how much boost he had. He's in the opposition. Game keeps on bouncing. Somehow, 5 minutes have passed. Sentinels are not going to immediately get their win. It's Storm Shadows and Cedric finally finding an opening, and it's just an unfortunate series of bounces here.
Well, they just let go of the balloon. At the final moment, it whistled around the room into the back of the net, unfortunately. 5 seconds. I think this will be an OTE. I mean, there is the chance for a kickoff goal, especially when it's bounced out wide to the side like that. But it will touch the ground. Game 1, ending in an OT, kind of feels fated, doesn't it?
But also really underlines the equality of these two teams, how well they're matched and paced. So perhaps expect more of this. Who's going to break the deadlock? Well, it could be important for the morale and the determination for the rest of the series. Again, both of the teams are not scoreless in terms of games. Again, Sentinels have taken 2 games off the French Air Force in the opening round. In the same time, Storm Shadows taken 2 games off the U.S. Space Force in that very same round. A lot of our previous games have been a 4-0s, and Cedric on the wings brings the goal into the net. Lovely little effort. Right here, Samus is totally beaten, and Asha, I think now the controller method has betrayed him. Had the boost, I think he had the position, he had all the time in the world, but perhaps pressing the right buttons at the right time, in this case on mouse and keyboard, was not to be.
Seems like it's time for Asha to take control. To grab the controller and, just really step up their game. You can see, yeah, the actual hands are under the desk. Maybe they pulled that out, connected it in. Around the other pitches, though, we have just got it confirmed in. Coast Guard have taken down Space Force in game 1. We know that's going to be a close one, but this one, I mean, in front of our eyes is close. You can see they're just dialed in. Looking pretty nervous, I'd say, for the Sentinels. Just absolute stone right there. What do you think the difference is having that remote player, essentially, Sammers not being able to make it along to Ramstein, but, you know, still playing online from home?
It's unfortunate, but it feels like in all of the interviews that we've had so far with the Sentinels, they are still feel like he's an incredible integral part of the team, that he might be even pulling not just his weight, but a lot extra as well. It's unfortunate, but I feel like they're going to be just fine knowing that he's right there, and they don't have to sub him. Worst situation would be to play with somebody that you're not comfortable with, you haven't played before, and all of a sudden have to fit with that player. No, they're just playing with everybody. Cannot fist bump them. Cannot do a little bit of banter physically after the game, but during the game, everybody's locked in, everybody's on point. And I'm sure, well, a minor inconvenience, it shouldn't be a difference maker. How about this though? Shayman, Asha, changed a couple of passes here and there. And yeah, if I had to guess, indeed, Asha has switched back to the controller, so it's going to be even more high core action from him. And he has been fast, he has been on point where it came to just bringing the ball to the opposite side.
I was going to say, Asha's movements look more fluid now. They are playing very similarly, so it's interesting, but whoo, talk about fluid. That is excellent in the air.
Cannot leave Cedric alone with the ball. He's going to pull out that flip reset. By this point, you almost need to expect that the reset is going to happen. So you're going to prepare yourself for the second touch. Then again, you can never just wait for a second touch because the first touch could be it. But danger. Either stop him earlier or just make sure that you know how to play versus that flip reset. He has that in his pocket, and G-Wood has all the time in the world. The positioning, he was just there in the right time.
A 2-goal lead in a series like this, in a game like this. I mean, you saw from that last one, like, oh, Storm Shadows, they could just start running away. Give them an inch, they'll take a mile. Sentinels need to hammer hard now. Lock down that defense, make sure they're a little bit tighter, but then also get a goal of their own. Quick counters, I think, will be the call in there. But Cedric, with an inspired dribble, takes it past 2.
Wonderful play by Cedric. Again, it's a love display of patience. Sometimes you just have to pump your brakes and go ole and let that ball, or the opposition player in this case, just pass by. And it takes a certain mindset to be able to just not go all the time and to risk it and to really have the confidence that, yeah, this little ankle breaker is going to be exactly what we need. Cedric looking for a flip reset on that defensive play, does not get it, so Sentinels have the opportunity to spend a couple of seconds, perhaps even longer, in the opposition half.
Cedric is looking fired up in this game, but Sam is, oh, the crossbar down and out. Cedric's got to look for G-Wood here, but that pass, I don't know why G-Wood didn't come in the air, try and pinch it towards net, trying to assist each other. They are talking, you can see it on the cameras, lovely, both sides, but they've got to be a little bit more decisive. They've got to be ready to be deadly.
See Cedric coming in on from an awkward angle, but still makes it in time. Now he is the second player on that wall and makes the clear in the end. But Sentinels almost got themselves an opportunity. Just a lot of strong clears and a lot of dumps into the area, but without necessarily having an immediate pass or an immediate touch that can pounce on. Stelia's top right corner. Cedric is there just mostly for safety in case this needs to be redirected. But you could see the defense of Sentinels just being pulled to the left, to the right, and at some point there's just no time from where they are to keep on moving.
It's that width play. No team can survive forever against it. And we saw it earlier from some of the other squads trying to imitate a very similar thing, but the only way you can get around that as the defenders is just throwing the ball into open space, which is so much easier said than done.
How about this drive for Shaimond underneath one by the other one? That elicits a fist bump. Well played. And one goal that can start everything else from Sentinels. They would love to bring it back to a 3-3-8, maybe even a 4-3. Let's see how this goes. But Sentinels, there is spark, there is fire. And you see how well they look every single time they find themselves in that penalty box of the opposition.
So you're telling me there is a chance? They will look to make their way back into this one. It is still 2 goals down. And it will also be telling to see how Storm Shadows respond. Do they just try and hold on to a 2-goal lead, or do they look to get more goals themselves? Cedric, a loose attempt on the ball, but this is a good receiver with a pass. Looking back towards G-Wood, but that's well cut out by Sammers.
Asha needs to make that save versus Stelios, as touches from Storm Shadows are soft but still threatening and warranting a response. Sam Az would love to have a little bit more boost. Still with a flick works it past Asha. That was his to take, and I felt like he had the opportunity to do just that. So let's see how it looks on the replay. A little bit of a feels backflip ban moment. And the moment that ball goes anywhere past, yeah, you're done for.
Let's reset. Right, Sentinels, don't worry. Got 1 minute now. We talked about it before in the past. Just like mentally check yourselves. Just go, it's fine. Let's try a couple of new things. Let's try a bit more whip play. For me, Sentinels need to look for more concrete passes. That was way too hopeful for them. And that's what you should be doing in these final 60 seconds, now of course 40 seconds. It's just to try out 1 or 2 plans in that time. See what effect it has. Kind of use it as experimentation.
Yeah, in full agreement. Both, and using this time, since chances of winning this game are approaching 0 by this point. Well, so yeah, look for something more concrete in terms of passes. So far, it's a clear, it's a dump on the backboard, and it's an attempt to maybe fish out the opposition's defender, make them make the first move, and then bounce on the ball in whatever state it is. But yeah, some sort of a pass. Thankfully for Sentinels, they're still looking great. One of their strongest sides so far are their kickoffs, actually. They keep on winning that 2-man kickoff, and it works wonders for them. They just need to try to find a way to utilize it for that second player to not just come in and make a simple touch, but maybe immediately make an attempt at the net, or perhaps try a dribble in case the speed is not enough. And there's plenty of opportunities as a result. Again, the kickoffs are happening all the time. See what you can do for it.
By concrete passes, what I mean is just along the ground, very short distance, but fast, like ticky-tacky football, right?
Yes.
Just making sure that it's to each other. Right now, when you see they'll set up a pass, it's a lofted ball in the air, but it takes about 2-3 seconds for a teammate to get onto it. That's 2-3 seconds which an opponent can get to the ball. More direct passing would really fill in the gaps, make them more defensively sound, keep the possession up, and then they'll be able to drive forward. Right now, they're looking for just big shot Sentinels, and that opens them up to a lot of mistakes, a lot of errors.
Just respect the possession.
Yeah.
Respect that the possession is gonna net you the results, and do not throw it away. Right now, a miss. Nobody from the Sentinels is close enough to immediately pounce on it, but the game is very fluid, and as such, the control keeps on changing hands. Love to see that the defenders of Sentinels, Shaman in particular, is sitting on full boost and is ready to move out at moment's notice, just like there. Just looking for potential rotation through the goalie line, picking up the boost. Sentinels have a game plan. They're sticking to it. And it works right up until the last moment. But we already talked about what can help them out, so let's see how they can apply. This could be a great counterattack. I do not believe anybody's home. Ashi's going to take this one. Stelios even gets demolished for a bit of fireworks before the goal. The opening one and the leading goal for Sentinels gets scored.
Unneeded security. Stelios was not getting there in time, but nonetheless, a great opener from Sentinels. Again, it shows Storm Shadows do overcommit in their rotation, so you can just catch them on that on the counters. That's going to be great for them as well. I don't mind a little slowdown like that. Samus is trying to create a nice run, but here, where is this holding line from the midfield? You've just given so much room for Storm Shadows in this turn, Greenwood, to just push into.
Asha is looking for a ball, gets the boost at the very least of the opposition, so his return back into the play and his rotation could be pretty swift. Shaymans is solo, but he can take this one as well, going across the goal line. No chance for a pass, but the unfortunate positioning from Cedric. In any other case, this would be great, but this just goes over him, off the post, into him, and in.
Still trying to figure out where the name Cedric comes from them, but nonetheless,
it's a mystery.
Mystery, and as it is, Sentinels. For the first time, a good lead, but Cedric wants to bring that back into contention. This is just a really clean, concise shot off the kickoff. No one was really ready for it from Sentinels.
Not a mystery where he's getting his goals from his great positioning. He even had a lot of time. You could see going around the big boost in the corner. He had extra time to work with that ball, and he placed it perfectly. That's one in for Storm Shadows. But Sentinels would love to get one off their opposition when they're off their UK army buds. And right now, how about these passes? So it's going to be going the other way around. Stelios a bit quiet in this game. So far without a shot on target. Cedric makes it in 2-2 and keeps on working those goals. Star player? Feels like a star player.
And I mean, we knew that coming in. Like, Cedric was touted, new to the squad, but was that big striking force from them. We saw Stelios earlier today, of course, being that striking force in the match against the Space Force, but nonetheless, all three players have got to be capable of it. And then in moments, in tough times, you got to make sure these stick to your roles cover each other. Stelios here was just the right place at the right time, bang into the back of the net.
I'm currently checking up on the stats. They're potentially being updated in real time, and I wonder which kind of results we have over here. But it could be Stelios' first goal of the tournament. At very least, right now in the stat lines, all I see is a 0 right next to the goals.
We saw Stelios score earlier. I think they haven't been tracking.
Okay, right.
Shadows, that's it, yeah.
Well, in any case, that's a go-ahead goal for the Storm Shadows. This is a best of 7, so in game number 3, best Storm Shadows can do is go on match point. But Sentinels breathing down their back, and with any moment they're looking like the team that can take it. Where is going to be their break?
You need it as well. You don't want to be moving on to match point. Last game, last series of the day as well for Sentinels. Get one here, then the entire series opens up for you. You've still got a little bit of buffer, you can drop another game, but Storm Shadows, sure you can drop this now, but you can see they want to take it in forward. Like we said, it's pride and line earlier, but they also know the opponents better than anyone, know that they cannot just ease off, take the foot off the gas, you know, for any moment. Otherwise, well, Sentinels will come back and get them.
I wonder, obviously right now nobody will be divulging their secrets, but I wouldn't be surprised that Sam has bumped Stelios into the ball. I wouldn't be surprised if there's just indeed a deep knowledge of opponents' weaknesses with the Royal Air Force playing each other so frequently. And so there's something that they know that they can utilize and execute on. So with everybody knowing each other so well, it now then comes just to pure skill, just per execution potential.
Well, when we were talking earlier about for Sentinels, we want them to keep the ball closer to the ground, a lot faster to each other. No, they're still going for very high lofted ball passes, and maybe it's because Sentinels consider themselves stronger in the air, right? So that's why they're going for that route.
It would work out if only there was also displayed in the goals, but don't fix what's not broken, or at least don't change something that you think is going to work for you, and anything else is just not going to be as good. Samhaz cannot quickly rush out. Shaman is needed. Actually, that's back to Samhaz, so there's a bit of an opener off the backboard. The ghost angle is not beneficial for Shaman. He's going to be going back. Asha also wisely going back now, perhaps challenging. Nobody goes for Sentinels, and that little strong pinch, coupled with the boost that Sentinels have, might start them an attack. Stelios is forced to play the ball quickly. Cedric is already there and continuing to move the ball forward. But out of this corner, Sentinels needs to come out quickly to their inside of the field. Otherwise, the game number 3 will be in favor of their opposition. Time ticking away.
But notice how Storm Shadow is trying to lock this down into the corner. Chance here to send it towards net. It's an awkward ball. There has been a demo as well. G-Wood has been removed by Asher. That gives him a little bit of breathing room. This ball knocked towards center. Asher is there. Can it keep the ball alive? The dribble towards net. But Stelios does get touched with it. Cedric out towards mid. No player to pick it up. RAF Storm Shadows move on to match point.
Just barely. Asha, of course, had the incredibly tough challenge. Yep, just sweat on the hands of all of the Storm Shadows players. Or even blisters by the looks of how they're looking. Asha had the incredibly tough task of dribbling the ball at 0 seconds. And all the credit to him for him and his team to get into that position and try to execute in it. It didn't work this time. But every single time Sentinels are in front of the net of their opposition, the Storm Shadows, it looks threatening.
Now, for the admins at the stage, I'm pretty sure they would like this to finish with the Storm Shadows with a win, purely because if Sentinels get the win in this, there'd be a three-way tie between Storm Shadows, Sentinels, and Air Force, because, you know, it's the perfect little rock, paper, scissors between the all of them. So I have no idea how that would finish up, but if Storm Shadows do get the win here, they will move into the 4th place spot. That's not bad for them. A little bit of a favorable matchup, you could say.
This could be, again, even at this stage, even being in the lower part of the bracket, yes, every single win and every single point gotten is beneficial to just figure out who your opponent is going to be. Because yes, eventually everybody will have to play Air Force, absolutely, and either Space Force or Coast Guard. They actually are trying to determine who's going to be second, who's going to be third in their match. They're currently playing off stream. To our information, yet French Air Force, I believe, has played their game already, and that's how we know that there's going to be a tie. All in the meantime, J Wood makes it 1-0 for Storm Shadows as Ball just finds its way past all of the defenders, particularly right here, Samus and Asha not being able to make a touch.
Yeah, a little bit of an unlucky stop and just dragged along the wall. For you, Jam, the US Space Force versus Coast Guards are currently into Game 5, 2 games apiece. So that one as close as we expected. Of course, this is looking around out the bottom of the table. We don't have confirmation, unfortunately, for the US Air Force versus French Air Force just yet.
Well, we're going to be looking out for that and bringing the information as soon as possible. Of course, we're going to also take a look at overall standings. After all of these series are over, Asha tries to chip something in. Shyman waits, but now has to retreat since now there's plenty of Storm Shadow players behind him. Quick counterattack ends, and for now, it's the Storm Shadows setting up in their defensive line. Shaman and the rest of Sentinels are not allowing the team in orange to go out with one smooth interception. And Cedric just flies into the net together with it. Look at them, they're just trying to set up an attack. Samhez is there, but just a smidge too late, and Cedric is all too happy to grab on the ball.
Like you said, the interception you could dream of right there. Perfectly aligned for Cedric, who just absolutely knocked it towards net. No one's expecting it from Sentinels, as they're getting quite aggressive. They're trying to pick up the pace, and I don't necessarily know if that's the right idea. Maybe they want to slow it down, but ideally, if they can have the pace, look for a little bit closer on the pass, like we've been suggesting, then that should be it for them. It's just they're kind of in between two different strategies at the moment.
As mentioned before by Relic, this ball runs away from everybody, and Asha gets credited with the goal. One on the board for Sentinels, and they can start. This, again, very similar to the previous interception. J-Wood commits hard, and sometimes it's hard to gauge the distance and just how much space you have before you have to retreat back, or do you even have to retreat back in a moment. So that was for Sentinels. To finish my thought, just like Relic has mentioned previously, it's speed without purpose is not good, and I'm going to add on top of that, you cannot just get speed out of nowhere. If you're playing above your usual pace, you're just going to be losing the ball. You can only, at most, you can play at the speed you're comfortable with. Anything besides that is just going to lead in loss of possession, loss of control over the game, and most likely a loss.
Well, that's it. So, going faster, sure. I wouldn't say it doesn't have purpose, but you're very right, and you lose control. What happens when you lose control? You make more mistakes. What happens with mistakes? You create openings for your opposition. So, rightly said, you don't want to be playing outside your comfort zone. Hence why, as casters, we always say, slow it down a little bit. We can see that you're trying to play up to your opponent's pace and you're looking a little bit iffy for it. Don't allow them, where they're clearly more comfortable, be at a higher pace. Slow it down so that you're both on even levels. And it's very difficult when, you're bringing it in close, slow dribbles on the ground for your opponents to then suddenly maintain a higher speed.
This little bouncer tests the defense of Sentinels. Nothing else comes out of it. Stelios pumps the brakes, but is unable to make a touch on the ball. It could have been a great chance for Storm Shadows to just quickly change the direction of the ball is what I'm looking for. The pressure still keeps on coming in. Jaywood with his pressure not allowing the ball to leave the blue side of the field. And I'm pretty sure that Cedric is going to work on bringing the ball back to that particular side of the field immediately, so no time spent on the Storm Shadow side.
Really good passing play there between Asher and Sammers. Asher with a final shot, well blocked by Cedric, kept in the corner. Shaman with a lot of boost there, not able to beat G-Wood. Sammers throws it towards middle, but this is kind of where we're saying don't throw it into the area you want to move your teammate into. Make it much more direct. Asher was not able to accelerate in time to meet that ball. And thus, if you had put it more flat towards the center, they would have been able to knock it from there.
For now, the ball returns to the blue side of the field and clears from Sentinels. Are at least reaching the middle of the field, and they're trying to connect with them. There's Asha, again with the long ball. They're trying to reach it. She's going to lose the ball right here, Jaywood, for a solo effort. Just immediately plays defense. He sees two players coming against him. Best he can do in that situation is not to actually find the through ball. Is to keep the ball close to himself as to when two players don't really do anything. With that particular challenge, they lose out on it. A net loss of just possession and the players being in the right positions.
Final 10 seconds is do or die for Sentinels. Well, that might just be the nail in the coffin. Storm Shadows, a moment of genius, just high action chaos in front of their net. Cedric perfectly poised to jump on it with the reactions of a cat. Is probably going to finish off this series.
You mentioned do or die, and Storm Shadows thought, then perish. Just as easy as that. A match point. I say match point, did we? Is this game number 4? This is game number 4. How on earth this is game number 4? I could swear this was game number 3.
It's been a close one, and salt in the wound to finish off. Good stuff from both teams, keep it up as we do in Rocket League, but nonetheless, I think, yes, Storm Shadows, you're allowed to hold on to the A-team status after a display like that.
Bravo. This actually already gives us a little bit of an impression on the standings. First, a blow from Stelios. In a hard match, I'm pretty sure they're going to have, first and foremost, go and get a tall, cold drink. Then wash their hands because I'm pretty sure they're extra sweaty. And then celebrate because this particular win for Storm Shadows will guarantee them a 4th place, which means French Air Force we're going to be 5th, Royal Air Force Sentinels is going to be 6th. Air Force, U.S. Air Force team is guaranteed to be number 1 seed, and right now the intrigue is whether Space Force or Coast Guard, representing the U.S. Armed Forces, is gonna be 2nd or 3rd seed. One of these teams, of course, moves into the 2nd round tomorrow, meaning they don't have to play the first series of the games. So think of it as an extra live, while the other is gonna have to work a little bit on overtime.
So, just getting confirmation from the other matches. French Air Force versus US Air Force. It's currently going into Game 4. US Air Force 3-0 up in the series. And Space Force versus Coast Guard going into Game 6. 3-2 in favor of Space Force. So, very close both ways here, Jam. And I'm really trying to clue up, what's the best all-around sort of results? We're kind of expecting the Air Force to take down the the US Air Force, take down French Air Force. But Coast Guard, Space Force have been so evenly matched throughout the entirety of today, haven't they?
That's why is it's lovely, unfortunately off stream, but it's lovely that we're having them play the final series of the round robin. I think I'm going to give it to the Space Force, but just like you're saying, Coast Guards were neck and neck, so very close to everybody on the field. Again, the only loss they had so far was to the U.S. Air Force team. Both of these teams, that's the only loss they have succumbed, so really excited to see this one. So we're just gonna have that play out in the background, I think, and let the teams decide amongst themselves. And of course, after we've talked to the teams on the stage and after we had our break, we're gonna be bringing you the standing as well. But I'm getting a word in my ear that our winners, the RAF Storm Shadows, are right there on the stage, ready to talk about their win over yet another RAF team, the Sentinels. Jasmine, take it away.
Thanks for that, boys. I'm joined alongside G-Wood. Now talk to me. Was that easy clap for you boys?
Yeah, it was fairly easy clap, I'm not going to lie.
All right, so why on earth was it that those boys at the very start of the match said that they were going to put you through your paces? Did you feel like they did?
So they beat us in a scrim yesterday, but we just didn't play particularly well. We know that when we play well, yeah, easy win.
I feel like you guys as individuals were definitely stepping up in that series as a whole. Talk to me, because obviously the previous match you had went on quite a little bit. Did you feel like that kind of warmed you up heading into this one?
Yeah, I think like throughout the whole day we've been warming up bit by bit, and you know, especially the last game against the Coast Guard really set us up to play well in that one. Ed had a great game. He's got a couple of flip resets, so yeah.
Well, you boys have now successfully secured yourselves 4th seed. So what's the preparations before you head into tomorrow?
Probably go and relax now, chill out, watch some replays tonight, and see where we went wrong and where we went right, and then work on that tomorrow.
Anything off the top of your head that you feel needs working on before tomorrow?
Just our comms, really. When we don't comm, we really fall off. If we stick to our comms and tell each other where we are, we're pretty good.
All right, well, I'm super excited to see you boys performing tomorrow. Best of luck. Get plenty of rest, because there's still more games tomorrow and still more games to come for today.
folks. Welcome back to Allied Forces Esports Invitational 2024. We are done with our round robin matches, and we actually have the results ready for you. First, we're of course going to start with the standings. It has been a grueling day of matches. Every team has played another team at least once. Well, at least just once. No more, no less. Otherwise, it would be incredibly unfair. So, Relic, tell us about these standings. There's some definite standouts.
US Air Force 20-0. Flawless day, as they had on the Saturday of AFI 2023. And if there is a 5-0 at the top of the scoreboard, then there's more than likely a 0-5 at the bottom. Sadly, the Sentinels unable to pick up a series win, although, as I said earlier on in the day, that there's hope. I think they play well. They just need to string together a complete performance. So in that battle between Coast Guard and Space Force as well, Jam, the Coast Guard come out on top. So shout out to, I think it was Tut or Lowtech, who correctly predicted that the Coast Guard would come out second. But it is incredibly tight. And obviously we head into the double Elim bracket on day 2, where as we can see, US Air Force and the US Coast Guard as the first and second seeds, they get a bye through into the round 2 upper bracket. As for the Storm Shadows, they will face the French Air Force, the Space Force will face the Sentinels, and the rest of the bracket will play out like that on Sunday.
So Bacon, looking at this, just any surprises do you feel like might come out on the second day? It feels like multiple teams have said, okay, we're just warming up on the day number 1. The day number 2 is going to be the big clincher, the big changer. I've been vying for that as well. They're just saying that today matters, but it's tomorrow that matters the most. So who is going to throw the biggest, strangest left hook, in your opinion?
For me, it's going to be coming from that lower bracket. You've got the chance between the Space Force and the Coast Guards, of course. They have that fight up to then go into the winner bracket final. But it is double Elim tomorrow, Jam. So it's all up in the air. You can always go in for some deep runs. Rocket League history, Flipside Tactics, always notorious for losing round 1 and then make the entire bracket through the lower.
Well, before all of that happens, before this happens, a wonderful cat by the name of Milo gets on my lap. We're going to see the all-star match. It's a what if, or your fantasy league equivalent, what if the best players is going to be playing. So let's send it over to Jasmine and the players on stage.
Thanks for that, boys. I'm joined here alongside Team Blue, and all-stars they are, because I'm joined alongside Fruit Loop. So Fruit Loop, talk to me. Mindset heading into this one, preparations, we were talking music and all sorts. What's your warm-up looking like?
Honestly, we're just going to hit the free play and then beat them. It's going to be as simple as that.
All right, and scoreline prediction. I asked you this one before as well. What's it going to be?
That's 4-0. I'm sorry, guys.
And your previous games before heading into this one, how are things looking for you as a team?
As a Space Force team, we're playing pretty good. The Coast Guard was a little bit hard to go against, obviously, but I think even just coming out of that, we got 2 Coast Guard. We got me and the Coast Guard guy. I think we're gonna kick some butt this turn.
Kick some butt indeed. Well, best of luck. You're gonna need it because you got Asher on your team. Well, I'm gonna move over here. Stell, how's it going, homie?
Excellent. Yeah, we're just having a little catch up with my French and American friends, and we're looking forward to it.
So, highlight for you personally, playing in this little show match that we've got going on. What is it exactly?
Honestly, I need to go for paying back Fruit Loop for that defeat earlier. Start of the day. I really need to do it. It still sits with me and resonates with me deeply, so I'm going to try and pay her back, and with some interest for tomorrow as well.
So for you guys as a team now here, who's taking the role of being the team captain, as it were?
Well, do you know what? Usually I'd go for it, but with the experience and ability that Chowder possesses, obviously being in that top Air Force gaming team, I think that responsibility should fall to him. Okay. That's okay.
All right, you're going to be handing over the reins. Now, we heard Fruit Loop say it best. She thinks it's going to be a swift 4-0. What are you thinking?
Swift 4-0 might be a bit of a stretch. I personally think it's going to be 4-1 to us, I reckon. I think we're going to go for a three-game lead.
All right, I'm looking forward to it. Best of luck to you and the team. The real question is, though, what do my casters think of that? Who's going to be walking away with the win here?
We're supposed to know, Bacon. I thought we were just making stuff up on the spot, honestly.
I don't even know how the teams were formed. Clearly, one from each squad, but did they just pick names out of a hat? We don't know how this one is going to pick. I think realistically, Team Blue, you know, having one member from the Coast Guard and Space Force should be more realistically balanced, but then you got Chowder there, a powerhouse talent, of course, alongside Stelios, like we saw. I think this is going to be pretty evenly balanced, and I won't be surprised if we see like a Game 6.
I believe that is what the folks behind the scenes they were intending, Bacon, is that it was be as balanced as possible. And I think that although the Storm Shadows themselves have had a bit of a trying day, I think that out of the three, Stelios has been the best performer. I think he's honestly been shackled a little bit because he's had to cover on defense a lot more often than he would like. He'd like to move forward a little bit more, but obviously that's not how the day has gone. They've been on the back foot. They've been defending a lot of the time. But I as much as he's incredibly humble, too humble sometimes, and he's like, you know, Chowder should be the leader. I think in terms of on the pitch, sure, because if we're talking about good days, I mean, Chowder has stepped into this Air Force gaming roster and not looked out of place at all.
No, it's perfectly fit in and kind of been there in attack when needed, but then also just chilling out and the defense letting teammates do the work. And that's kind of the mentality you want to see come into this game. We fill in the gaps. This play is quite natural. Let's go with a flow. Call out what you want to do, and if you are there behind the player that's closest to the ball, make sure that you shout that you want it instead of them, because instinctually, if you're closest to the ball, you're going to be the one go for it, so you need to call your teammates off.
Gotta say though, in terms of pure mechanics, I would say that Blue probably has the advantage in that area. I think that as long as you give Fruit Loop the service, she will deliver. But then again, as many teams have seen throughout today, if you do cut off those passing lanes, then Space Force Gaming has suffered, and she has suffered by proxy. And we'll be interested to see how Asher forms in as well, because part of that Sentinels roster, they finished bottom, but another one of those players, Bacon, that I think can be proud of their efforts today. I think they've done incredibly well considering the circumstances.
For me as well, a big issue here is going to be similarity between players and sort of falling into the same roles on their team, what they like in formations. We saw just a second ago, Asher and Fruit Loop near enough double committing. Fair enough, Asher fell out like just in time, but it's positional double command, which reduces your effective space on the pitch.
Right, well, that was speaking of double commits, there's another one. The Team Orange, Xylem, shot on target, another save by Stelios. Away to Evish, who has boost, but decided to go for the lift instead. Gives up possession a little too cheaply for my liking. Stelios backing down to at least marshal this, although here's Xylem looking for a little slice in. But again, Evish marshals this very well indeed. Demo on Stelios, though, still dangerous for the blue team, but Chowder does enough to get it away.
Over Xylem's head. Ooh, Chowder putting it back into her corner. You've got to be careful because, again, they're giving a lot of space for that blue side to run into. I like some Xylem off the backboard, but we need to see some follow-up. Asher was there, but a good block.
Tell you what, Evish has been spectacular in that anchor roll almost, just covering off any sort of shooting percentile opportunity. Chowder with the setup, but Evish doesn't quite read it that well, so as much as I'm giving them praise on the defensive front, still a little bit to work on when transitioning into the offense, and that's a free shot for Asher, although Chowder did well to stomp on that. And heading towards half-time, as perhaps was to be expected, Bacon, from a matchup between two pick'ems, it's 0-0.
Yeah, and of course,
never mind.
Beautiful bit of creativity. The pass into the box, of course. If you're the last player here, when you're looking at Chowder, you got to jump in case that was a shot at net. You're kind of stuck in the hard place. Knowing there's going to be a pass, you jump cover as much area as possible, putting it to the far right. Well done.
Oh, but straight off the kickoff, can you believe it? When I said 0-0, maybe I should have covered my bases. Tie game.
Whew. What a hard work goal, and then suddenly, okay, right, it's just kickoff goal. Like, it's so unfair sometimes at Rocket League, isn't it? But those are just it sometimes. You got to pick yourself up, knowing right now that blue side will be looking to really punch back off of that. Orange, you know you got the hard-fought goal. Go for it again, earn it again.
I think, honestly, you've hit the nail on the head in terms of the positional issues. I think it's more so for the orange team than for the blue team, because, again, Stelios and And Efish have been on the back foot more often than not. They have to learn how to get into the offensive. Chowder knows that. But Chowder does not have enough mustard on that shot to make it 2-1. But check out the blue team here. Struggling on defense just a tad, although Ash has been able to bring it over to the other side of the field. Picks up that 100 boost as well. Xylem, oh, Chowder going back towards his own backboard again. He is running his own team into trouble, although he does get them out briefly before Asher steps in. That's going to be heading towards the net. Well dealt with by Efish yet again.
Again, keeping it into your own corner, especially when we've got 100 sitting there for a teammate to pick up, is a smart move. The issue is, are they communicating that? Is the rest of the team comfortable? Because digging it into your own corner and then having to just scoop it out or clear it yourself, that's not the play.
It isn't indeed. Got a little bit more synergy, but that will grow with time, most certainly. And there is 120 seconds left of that, although I tell you what, if you're the blue team defense, you wanted to run out as soon as possible and then sucker punch him, get a goal, although Chowder's not going to get any closer to this one. Bit of a neutral there on the side. Well, ultimately won out by the blue team as Fruit Loop strides forward. Hello, defense, where are you?
Everyone caught a little bit downfield, and again, the pickup, sort of solo queue nightmare. Everyone thinking they got to be in attack. Efish didn't read the situation correctly, thinking that they would have an easy little swipe in on the shot. Didn't happen as they expected, so it's a little bit of a runaway. You've got to be rotating fully. Yes, that means your attacks aren't going to be as aggressive, going to be holding up to your opponent's line like we saw earlier, but you've got that safety.
Well, how safe are you really on a 1-goal lead? 60 seconds to decide whether to hunker down or to go for the third. Or in two minds, and maybe that might bite them as the orange team comes forward yet again. That's a great block by Fruit Loop. Buying a little bit more time, and there is the third! It's all Fruit Loop!
I was getting the feeling about a minute ago before we got that second goal for the blue side. I was like, I'm telling you now, this is going to be a close one. Game 2 is going to be a blowout for the blue side. You can just see they're starting to adapt to each other a little bit better. There's less holes in their defense, and as soon as they figure out that attack, they are going to be scary.
Well, take the proverbial clean film. Orange are poking holes in their own ready meal effectively, and there's plenty of steam leaking out, and it's evident to see for the blue side exactly where to shoot and exactly where to go for. For me, Bacon, these back passes are not working. Whether it's to themselves or to the corner, you're just inviting opposition pressure onto you, and well, time has elapsed. The blue team have got their first win on the board, 1-0 in this best of 7 all-star series, and I'd say, on the whole, deserve it pretty thoroughly.
Yep, and remember they had to earn it in the last minute, essentially, so you can go away from that orange side and just go, okay, right, where do we... Just some smiles and giggles. I like that. That's good. Energy is high. That's great for them. Now they're getting to construct talking. What do I want? What do you want? That's going to be the questions they need to be talking to each other about. And, like, where do you like the ball set up? Okay, don't go into that game 1 with a proper game plan. You need to learn it sort of naturally. Now you've already got that 5 minutes or, you know, with goals, 6 minutes under your belt. Okay, I liked what you did here, but can I put it here? You know, like in trying to just figure that out. And it's going to be a game-by-game basis as these players have to learn each other.
Allow me to be the hype man and the person who sets the record straight. You could see it there. Mr. Humble taking the leadership responsibility, directing. That's what you're good at, Stelios. Like, you know, don't shirk the responsibility when you're really good at what you do. And we'll see whether those kind and passionate words will see them good in game number 2. It always starts at 0-0. But the blue team looking to pick up where they left off. Early shots in their favor.
Big aggression coming out from the blue side. Fruit Loose up to the skies. It's been cleared away by Efish. Well, this blue side, no! Oh, Asher just respawning again. The demo earlier is what actually hurt them there. Orange side shouldn't have gone in for that demo on Asher.
Is Fruit Loop setting up for herself. Double tap and just about gets it across the line.
Absolutely well worked. Great aggression. Notes in their opponents was somewhat low on boost. Just follow through with it. They're clustered up in net. Sure, there's 2, but you just force that ball through the top left. Blue side getting a very early lead.
It is, certainly. And they're not going to find a second off the kickoff. Is Orange though. Chowder, 1v1 and Fruit Loop denies. I don't think she knew too much about it, to be fair. Looked a little bit panicked as E-Fish is in a bit of strife here. Oh, life, a pulse for the Frenchman.
I'm now thinking in my head, just after seeing that bit between Chowder and Fruit Loop, like, what if the show matches were 1v1s, you know? Like, that would have been just an intriguing thought. Maybe next year we introduce that, eh?
Well, you know what I love, what's it, club battles or whatever it is, where you go from 3 to 2 to 1 to 2 to 3. Yeah. Gosh, oh my goodness. Please can we have that format in more things? That's just like, there's a personal request, AFI 2025. Hopefully we'll see you there. But for now, at least, still on the offensive, the blue side. It's not to say that Orange don't look better. I think they look significantly more comfortable in the transition, and the passes are finding a lot more success on the whole. They're just struggling to carve out that clear-cut opportunity to go for the shooting chance. Not the case for the blue side. Still finding them plenty.
Yeah, but at the same time, blue side aren't finding boost as easily. So I think this orange side has just got better control of the pitch. But blue, when those opportunities arise, you can see they are pretty fierce. Like, they are absolutely baring their teeth to show. And it is scaring this orange side away a little bit.
Chowder. Oh, bit of a miscommunication there. Two going for the same ball. And that kind of breaks down the attack, as you would expect. Xylem, that's a massive clearance on target as well. The follow-up is not on target though. Ricochets off the woodwork. Lovely recycle from Stelios down to Chowder, but Fruit Loop says right back to sender. Xylem with the setup, but no third player to take advantage.
Simon didn't want to slow that down there. That was meant to be just a straight-up shot towards net. The slowdown just came from connecting with the wrong part of the car, of course, the undercarriage, instead of one of the corners, one of the bumpers, because you have different zones that provide different power on the ball. And the underside, that's the weakest.
Fruit Loop with 2 minutes left. Precarious lead still intact for the blue side. Scored 1 in the first minute, and we haven't really seen too many chances since. Stops E-Fish from getting on that. And Asher will throw it towards the backboard, but it's well marshaled by Chowder. You see Xylem there waiting, hoping the Fruit Loop will brace. I mean, they've got to step in themselves. Off the backboard, looking for that second touch, but Chowder goes sky high. The angle's in their favor. They move forward. That's a demo. Asher all on their own, but there's no one there to pressure the ball home.
And now this is where this orange side needs to steal away all the boost. Don't allow even a sip of it for the blues, but notice how the blue side then jumped into their opponent's end, took away the mid, took away the deep one, and now they look pretty comfortable. We need to see them, though, get big clearance and run it downfield, but they're looking, dare I say, just so calm, even when things get a little bit stormy.
They brought the ponchos, that's for certain. Less than a minute left, though. Double demo in the midfield, down to 2v2 briefly. And Chowder is pickpocketed by Xylem, looking for the demo. Stelios avoids. Fruit Loop infield. That's going to be on target, and that's going to trickle through. Unfortunate or just unruly?
Yeah, it's a little bit of an awkward one. They're saying it. E-Fish there, not able to reach it. Thought it was going to be a little bit more powerful, so they came out with so much gusto, and the same could be said for Stelios. So it just shows control over power. You don't need to hit the harder shot, because most of the time your opponents are going to expect you to just absolutely belt it towards net. So a calm, slow bouncer like that can really throw off opposition.
It's got to feel rough, doesn't it, though? They've been building up the orange team. They've been doing really well to find a rhythm, to find a pattern. But the pattern has been well and truly read by the blue team, who have struck when it mattered most, just to truly calm the game down a touch. 2-0, looking good, being bullied, finding a hat trick.
Oh, game 2 is definitely going to be a statement, and they will want to follow up on this. It's been all but perfect for this blue side. I think they're at a 9 out of 10 right now. The flow is great. The communication seems to be on point. This orange side is not doing necessarily anything really wrong. It is just the blues have got the better read and the better control of the game.
right now for me, the orange side is the definition of a 7 out of 10 performance.
Yeah.
It's good.
Yeah.
But good ain't gonna cut it. You need that 8 out of 10 for a strong defense. You need that 9 out of 10 for a bit of spice down the final third. And I tell you what, this lady, I really appreciate the role that she changed into for this particular game, because as flashy as you can be as an attacking player, sometimes servicing the team, dropping a little bit deeper, looking for passes to teammates, you know, helping everybody move up the pitch as a unit will actually serve you better in the long run. You don't need flashy musty flicks or flip resets to get a goal. You just got to hit the ball on target.
Well, and that's it. You'll even see at the highest level where the flashy plays are kind of like subsiding, because you've got to get back down to the core. You've got to play something which your teammates can read. That's the most important thing in a game like this, that being predictable to your opponent, sure, can be a little bit of a downside, but you want to make sure that your teammates are on the same page. And that's a belter.
That is a proper barn burner, isn't it? A bit of fortune in the setup, though. The pinch pass set up perfectly. Hammered home, though. Application gorgeous. 1-0, this time in the first 10 seconds, let alone the first minute.
You say fortunate. I would argue for me there, Fruit Loop to be perfectly positioned on the midfield line as you do want from your third is what sets up for that goal. The pinch pass could have gone any way. A little bit odd that they were shadowing that close, but nonetheless, having your third player ready to pick up onto that, because at the same time, it could have been a pinch sent due to, you know, a block in play, you know, a 50-50 sent in that direction, to which Fruit Loop had it covered.
I don't know how to describe this formation, Bacon, but Fruit Loop is basically circling the wings and the goal mouths, but then you have Asher and Xylem, who tend to be in the midfield. And the one time we don't see Xylem in the midfield, he's flopping in net, giving up a freebie.
It's I don't know, not necessarily a field backflip, man, but like, yeah, it went free, just a little bit of uncontrolled misinput, and they'll feel the price for that. It's good for this orange side, though. That'll give them confidence to come back into it. You know, there you go. Let's get a goal. Let's go for another. Like E-Fish is clearly feeling, but instantly blocked out because the blue side know that was a mistake.
Oh, dear.
Oh, me and my.
Oh, dear. Have they ruined the tour? What tour? The World Tour. Fresh memes from Relic. If you don't know what it is, please look it up. It's hilarious. But what's not hilarious is the fact that this blue defense has capitulated so drastically. And to be fair, we've seen this time and again in Rocket League, Bacon. Sometimes that one mistake does lead to a momentum shift, but it's then how do you settle yourselves and get back into the rhythm when you clearly have the inherent ability to turn the fortunes yet again?
Loose lofted balls, utilising the wall. That's another shot straight to net. No one was home. It's painful for the orange side because that should be 3-1 right now.
Should be, but shoulda, woulda, coulda. There's another opportunity here as Stelios roars into life, but no one to receive. And the blue team happy to bump themselves, still tripping over each other, but Xylem's got... Oh my goodness me! Xylem went straight for net like a heat-seeking missile, and there was an explosion at the end.
Xylem entered that like that was the plan. No way. You are not telling me that that's what you expected. The 50-50 would just work out so perfectly grounded there instead of just pinching up in whatever direction possible. I mean, the orange side had a fair bit of luck in this game. Now the blue have got it back. Even Stevens, and it should come down to skill.
Ooh. Well, there was unfortunately a lack thereof. That should be not just 1 goal, but 2 goals. There is no third bite to the cherry, but there is a third goal for blue and for Fruit Loop.
I mean, different type of fruit, I guess. Not even a fruit with a Fruit Loop. But nonetheless, a solid deal, bringing the team back on track. And that's been the kind of role that we've seen from her, that kind of stabilizer of the squad, making sure that when a goal is needed, they get it, and when that defense is needed, just to try and bring them back on track, try and keep them calm and confident. They put it out, but Chowder is now, they're getting serious.
they are getting serious. They're also deciding that rather than team synergy, we're just going to go for the solo plays. And it's low-key kind of working, which, look, lean into what you do best. Chowder's had a great day in front of net, so maybe just let him have the ball and go off, King.
Well, and again, that's not the worst idea ever, realistically, because then the other two, can just facilitate it. Allow them to work on his own, and then you cover Efish and Stelios. The rest, whether that be in defense or when Chowder needs to get out, get boost, that's when you hold the ball up downfield.
I will say, just a tangent, because I thought it's funny talking about it. With the pronunciation, it's technically a fish, which sounds like the guy is disgusted by fish, which, I mean, hey.
Fish.
Yeah, right. So we apologize, fish, if it is actually a fish. But anyway, back to the Rocket League. There's still 2 minutes left of this game. Why hasn't the time gone, Bacon?
It's because we've had a lot of goals. Essentially, that slows it down, right? Because replays and all of that. Yeah, it's weird. It's counterintuitive.
Or maybe it is as intuitive as it needs to be.
Ugh.
I know.
Fish.
Perfect.
On
I
the
was
ball.
there. Let me finish your joke. No, I'm kidding. It's okay. You got the stage. 90 seconds left. Hey, look, there's another 30 seconds off the clock. But we've come to a bit of a standstill now, really, where both teams have honestly just kind of sussed each other out. So it's now what's going to win out, the team synergy or the individual brilliance?
It could just be a freak goal as well. I'm going to be real with you, buddy. Like, it's kind of one of those games now. The two squads have got into a stalemate where it's a lot of long balls downfield. You notice, like, not so quick on these follow-ups, so it could just be a little fluke. It could be a loose ball in front of net, which no one can get to.
Fruit Loop standing and watching, wishing that she was having a go at that, but yeah, try again next time. Yeah, exactly. Pull the roulette machine and see whether you come up with a 7-7-7. We're looking for that 7th goal. 40 seconds now remaining, and they gotta hope that Chowder doesn't make something of this. 100 boost stolen. Stelios in goes for the near post, snuffed.
But you gotta think Chowder has been the big one to step up realistically on the goal front for this orange side, but I kind of get the vibe that it might be official. Stelios that get the final deciding goal for them, just because it'd be so out of left field, so out of the blue, but it would be set up by Chowder, a loose ball in front of net.
Got to be 2 steps ahead of the opposition, and that's exactly what Stelios is going to do. Prophetic, Bacon.
I don't want to say I'm a prophet or a soothsayer, but just don't blame me for it. No, just that's not on me, okay, Chief?
Not on me. Shirking the blame. Take the compliment. You saw it coming and you read it like a book. You can see patterns in Rocket
League. That's it. You could just see the flow of the game, and that was pretty obvious that that's what was building up. But you gotta think this is good for us on a story front, because we'll be going into a game number 4 with it not being a 3-0 sweep so far. This is gonna get a little bit spicy, as the blue squad will be looking to reclaim a little bit of momentum that was lost.
They're not trying to go for a 5th. I mean, they were, but I'm just like in disbelief saying they're not. Anyway, no clean sweep. Thumbs up to the camera. We have a series, folks. Orange team on the board. But can they find another to tie things up?
I mean, you could see they were happy, cheerful all the way through it. And I think that's kind of just the infectious nature of Stelios, just continuously grinning. Like, I don't think that guy has ever frowned. But on the opposite side, you can see they're all enjoying themselves. Even in, a loss like that, it's good fun. You're playing with amongst friends. It's great.
DualShock 5 player, by the way, based. We've got a range of controllers in KBM.
Yeah.
Got an Xbox controller in there. The Deadeye stare. I'm unnerved.
Yeah.
Can I continue on?
So the answer was no. Wow. Okay.
Yeah, no. I wasn't lying.
Wow. I mean, I don't like the DualShock 5. I'm just saying it now.
You don't like the DualShock 5?
I prefer the PS4 controller.
What about the haptic stuff?
Which you turn
little
off
tinglies.
because I don't want the battery life of my controller to be 5 hours.
No, you always keep it plugged in, man.
Ew, no.
Just to be safe.
Connection is faster on Bluetooth PlayStation consoles. It's weird.
No way.
Yeah.
That's a lie.
I'm telling you.
That
Seriously,
is,
polling rate is faster on Bluetooth.
I don't know what
it's
I'm more
weird.
unnerved by, Xylem's stare or this new information to me.
Yeah.
What world are we living in, folks? What world are we living in? Well, we're living in a world where the first minute has come and gone, and there are no goals, which I guess perhaps was to be expected given how both teams are very much just met in a stalemate almost, with only a bit of individual brilliance seeing the orange team across the line.
I will correct myself. It can take... But I will in a second because... Woo! That is a crisp passing play from Stelios over the Chowder? And you're telling me this is just a pickup team? Sheesh.
Look, where is the big fluffy white hat? Because the dude is cooking, man. He's in the kitchen.
The many
Honestly,
pleats.
the guy's got the spatula out. He's, you know, scooping up those pancakes, and he is flipping tables. 1-0, 1-1.
Sum up this series in a matter of seconds. Like, damn, what a good goal. Don't get me wrong, that's a good goal, but it was just an instant response. Like, you can't keep these two teams separated any longer for, like, you know, more than 5 seconds, it feels like.
Seriously, it's why that forward thinking, that forward vision is so important in series like these, where you've got to have that outlier. You've got, or not the outlier, you've got to have like the outlet. You've got to have the person who's ready to receive the ball. That's exactly how the blue team scores that, by the way, because Ash is in a good place. They're like, okay, pass it towards Ash's vicinity, and as long as they get a good enough connection on it, guess what? The entire orange defense is MIA, so you're probably going to get a goal out of it nonetheless. Oh my goodness, how many fakes did we see in there? I don't even know. Do these guys know which way they're supposed to be shooting? I have no clue.
Awkward balls, but look at that. Ash is going to be the only one back. Chowder, 1v1. Xylem has been given enough time, but they are playing this a little bit riskier, blue side, with that amount of boost. They're not leaving anything in tank. They will go straight to 0.
It's a good thing that they did, otherwise that would have been a through ball, although Xylem's here, and they utilize a little bit more of that boost to make the save. Fruit Loop is back to full tank, although she's forced into the retreat here. A bit of a misplay. Stelios is going to miss this too. Dangerous for Asher. The lift up for Chowder. The drop down saved by Fruit Loop. She's there again. Loose ball. Who's going to get there first? Asher. Chowder to the backboard. Xylem misses.
Oh, no.
3 for the finish.
Again, another quote-unquote freak goal. You would expect Xylem, they've been phenomenal day to get to that, but a little misread. Accidents happen, but Chowder was always ready to finish that off. You've got to have your trust in your teammates, of course, naturally, to get those saves, but this is that awkward nature of Rocket League of you can quite easily go a goal down, so you've got to go claim it back.
Chowder and Stelios are starting to find something akin to a partnership. And you can see E-Fish more often than not has been just left on that defensive role. When he steps up, both Chowder and Stelios move back. And that seems to be working for the moment with less than 2 minutes to go, still the 1-goal lead. Ooh, make that 2! Snookered.
Unlucky, Chief. That's all that is, you know, but really well picked up by Chowder. Simple shot towards net, keeping it on accuracy, of course, keeping it on target. That's a 2-goal lead. That's something you can hold on to now.
Will it be enough, though, is the question. Certainly on the basis of the last couple of minutes, yes. Oh my goodness, if the fourth had gone in, absolutely with certainty. Good sirs and madams. But check this out, blue team still lurking around. That was a shot on target, would you believe? Chowder with the save. Here's Asher now around the corner. Xylem looking for a bump, right idea. Big send from the blue team. And that's really smart from Xylem, just to keep it as far away from any orange player as possible. Throw it up in the air.
And that has caught him out a couple of times here this evening, right? Or this afternoon, sorry. I'm so used to, you know, tournaments taking place in the evening. It's only half 3 for me. It's still relatively early, yeah. This afternoon. we're seeing both sides really overcommit. More so, the criminal at that, though, is this blue side. They've got to be careful. They've got to make sure they don't send that last player past the midfield line.
Xylem. Chowder was looking to go on the back foot, but uses the ceiling beautifully. But the turnaround is short-lived. Asher, surely on target. Efish doesn't deal with it. 1-goal game.
Perfectly read as well. The follow-up after seeing the opportunity. Efish a little bit caught out of position, thinking it was going to be a backboard hit, you know, a bounce out, and they were setting themselves up ready for the second touch. Instead, the waterfall down was not in their line of thought, and so, yeah, got caught. No!
Oh my word. Well, that is quite extraordinary, isn't it? Straight off the kickoff, Efish sets up Chowdo. How about that for a redirect? That is gorgeous.
Kickoff king. I think we need to crown them, because they can't keep getting away with this. Every single time off kickoff, just these instant responses is unfair.
There's only one Chowder I know of as a British person. It's a very famous Chowder, but there is nothing clammy about Chowder's play right now. It is clinical. It is incredibly important for his team and the momentum. 2 games down, but hold the phone, folks, because 3 games down is still a possibility.
Yeah, we don't care who you're calling right now, but just put them on hold. 17 seconds. We could have OT, or we could have the tie-up in the series.
Chowder is not going to be first to the ball on this occasion. They're looking for the fake kickoff, but they're going to find themselves out of possession. Fruit Loop loses it though. Chowder with no boost, and Asher knows that. Asher goes to fall on it. It's just Efish. Xylem in support. Good block. Stops it momentarily. Xylem to Fruit Loop, but Chowder there again in front of both nets. A king of the court. Nobody is laughing at him. There is no jester in sight. Tie series. Why did Chowder keep it up? Just let it hit the floor. Surely, good sir. Fruit Loop with the lift. Stelios looking to drop it down. Efish looking to drop it down. Still hasn't fallen. Stelios, that's the touch we were looking for. Tie series.
I respect keeping the ball up at 0 seconds, okay? Like, yes, in a competitive sense, Chowder should not have touched that ball. But in a sportsmanship sense, in Rocket League sense, you gotta keep it up.
Shout out to the cameraman getting in on the fist bump action. Gotta love to see it. I mean, that's kind of like a vicarious fist bump from us, I guess, since this is our view. We are watching the same TV as you guys. Does that make any sense at all? I don't know. Sure. What does make sense to me is this resurgence from the orange side, though. The Stelios wisdom words are making a difference.
Notice this time around, like, not as talkative. Sure, they got the game, but I think they're happy on the game plan now, aren't they?
Yeah, I mean, there's not much need to talk when everything is going smoothly. I mean, obviously, when you're in game, you only need the short call-outs and you're good to go, but everyone's... I was going to say, does anyone want to hit the ball here? And I tell you what, it's a potential 2v1. That's a really important interception from Fruit Loop, actually. An early goal here for the orange team, who just further cement how far this series has been turned around. But Fruit Loop aiming to deny that. It's backboard. It's a miss from Xylem, and Asher kind of flounders around as well. Chowder now moving forward, but Xylem to dispossess.
It's not great pop. Asher pushing off towards the walls. The clever choice there, but it's read so well. Fruit Loop dispossessed by Stelios, and that is a pinch wildly sent across. Chowder can't get there in time. I didn't realize the ball was going that fast, and well, it felt like it was always going in the opposite direction in the last game, but here, they kind of got a freebie.
You know, I love a good pinch goal, but it's all the more frustrating for an orange team, I think, when it doesn't have too much pace on it. Like, that was a lawnmower, but it was a lawnmower from another postcode. Like, surely somebody's got to be able to get there, but they don't. And it means that the blue team, yet again in this series, find themselves with a lead, but it's been 2 games since they've been able to convert one, Bacon.
Dangerous. Stelios here, the pass across. This is where eFish steps up, but you see they've got no boost, and that is the issue. Keeping these passes low across the ground is not a bad idea, but clearly you've got to communicate that, and they just weren't in that situation because they weren't expecting it.
All three orange players back and ready to go. Chowder past Fruit Loop, past Asher, not past Xylem. Sky high. Stelios stops the charge. eFish is 1v1. The direct drive not exactly looking for too much more than to just try and work this blue defense out of its rotation. eFish to stop any sort of rebuttal on this occasion. Xylem and Chowder to throw it wide, but honestly, the blue defense looking as comfortable and as calm as we were seeing them in game number 1, Bacon, especially when they found a second goal to sit on.
Beautiful little redirect with that shot. Hey, straight down off the sin, hitting the curvature. No one really ready for that. eFish thought it rolled down, I think, from that angle, hence why they're pushing out. I think they had a little bit more time. But no, Fruit Loop to just send it hurtling towards the net, caught them off guard. And again, that is a lead you can now hold on to. From looking at this game, though, they will need that third.
Yeah. Although I will say that orange team for me a little bit uninspiring thus far, and that is disastrous defense.
I see what you mean by uninspiring. I think the better term is maybe a little bit deflated.
Yeah.
They're just not as clean and clinical as they were in the last 2 games. I don't know what necessarily is going on here, but little gaps are forming.
There's big gaps forming as well. And all of them together are making life hard to try and stay in their game. Almost with a lifeline there, but just a little too short to the order. Mercifully, for the orange team at least, there is still over half the game just about to go. And 2.5 minutes is a considerable amount of time in Rocket League. 3 goals is not difficult, especially if you can find 2 back-to-back.
No, but this orange side need to look for who they're passing to. You can see when they pick up the ball, there's not really an idea of where it needs to go to next. For some reason, that instinctive communication, not necessarily talking to each other, but that putting yourself in places where you become an option to your teammate has kind of just gone away for this orange side.
Yeah. They're lacking the flexibility that we saw earlier, although we have to say the blue team has adapted well. They're a lot more clinical with their passes, and they seem to be a lot more patient as well, waiting to see what the orange team do, and then looking to pounce upon it. Half reading, half reactionary. The results speak for themselves. Oh, Asher looking for that drop down on the backboard. They're thinking up of new ideas, Bacon.
But also this blue side, when they are in attack, are a lot faster than what we've seen in the previous game. So I think they're just, again, they've stopped full sending it, knowing that there will be a third player back, or at least in position. They've got more confidence, and thus can just pick up that pace.
Now the ball is rolling, both literally and metaphorically, as Asher makes it 4-0. And there are smiles, there are laughs over on the orange team. And it's there's a little bit too much time on the clock, I would say personally, to say GG's go next at this point, but it's not looking good.
Maybe for you. For me, I don't know. I'm not a defeatist, but I would just be looking at the long game here. Maybe you get a goal now, you can turn it around, but realistically, it's looking like this orange side need a kind of mental reset, right? They need that minute to just talk it out. And right now, they're still focusing on games, so good, there, but I think they just need to start coming up with a plan of, like, talking live on pitch. When you see a problem, call it out so you've got a good reference.
I mean, from here, the long game will last all of 5-6 minutes if the blue team win the next game as well. There's not much time to react, unfortunately, and so maybe some short-term thinking is the plan. In the short term, Xylem has found a 5th for the Blues.
They're just running out the clock here, orange side. It's not too bad. They're just quite happy to let them keep attacking, maybe get them a little bit overconfident, but it's more a case of they're just doing the formalities. Run out this game, then, like you said, GG, go next.
Yeah, it's literally
they're not
like...
stressing it. They've turned off their brains.
It's like, at the end of the day, it's an all-star show match. It's a bit of fun, for a bit of pride. And as long as you can brush it off, Who knows, but that is a solo standard special that we just saw there. The triple commit might lead to something, mind you, but Chowder, I mean, honestly, this has been the difference maker for me, Bacon. Every single blue player has upped the ante when it comes to the challenge game so fast, so pacey. They've not given Orange a chance to breathe, and they've not given Orange a chance to score. Clean sheet, 5-0.
Results like this, I hope some of these teams, especially as blue side, when you're looking at Space Force and Coast Guard, they take that into tomorrow on their full squads going, look, we kind of saw this work for us. Why don't we bring that into our game? You know, because they're coming in kind of like with fresh eyes here, because it is a different perspective for them.
It's a very different perspective. It's always fun to play with a new team, and it's why I think we see a lot of the top pros in RLCS typically playing ranked with people who are not their team, because you do get to play with different play styles, you get to experience different scenarios. And I certainly hope for the likes of the French Air Force and for the Sentinels and for Storm Shadows, like, they'll take a lot away from this series irrespective, and even for the more successful players, like, you know, like your Chowders or like your Fruit Loops, you know, they'll see that there are certainly merits to not going all out in offense either. Like, they can play a little bit more conservatively and still see success, but just with a bit more defensive solidity.
So this game number 6, again, 30 seconds, it looking pretty close, but the Orange side have got aggressive once again. They have got that gusto back, they've got that energy, but that's a double commit. Entirely unneeded that position, but perhaps a goal. It really threw the blue side through a loop. They weren't expecting this, like, you're in a full charge.
Xylem had two options, get destroyed or allow Chowder to score on the follow-up. All the work done there in fashion by Stelios, and a 1-0 lead is exactly what the doctor ordered. My only problem, Bacon, is that it comes so early in the game. It just gives the Blues so much time to respond.
Here is that instant response. Nice little tee up off the post.
Well, time to throw another cliche out there off your bingo card if you have them. It was easier to score, but they didn't. And down the other side, I think Efish was hoping to set up. Stelios has actually gone right down the other way. And Chowder! Oh, how close do you want it, Blue?
The woodwork is so stable for this defense. I mean, it's stable, more stable than the cars, it seems. Launch downfield. Asher looking for Fruit Loop again. That's a nice idea to try and pass it across to see them, but not going to happen on this case. And, well, Orange player one after the other just throwing themselves towards the ball.
Xylem chasing shadows, it seems. Asher. Xylem uses what little boost they have left to good effect, actually. And the follow-up from Asher. Oh my goodness, that's... I mean, this orange goal is living a charmed life.
Magnets in the woodwork. That's what I'm calling on this one, because nah, not happening.
I simply refuse to believe. They've got to score eventually, surely. They've got a demo. But Efish does masterfully with that, sends it straight to Chowder. And Fruit Loops facing the wrong way. Asher now, 2v1. It's a neutral challenge, another one on the follow-up. And Chowder wins the race to give them space. I'm a poet.
You wouldn't know it, no. But, ooh, what on earth happened there? I don't know. Anyway, you're seeing, whilst this Orange side do get big drives into their opponent's half, it's generally just on a solo attempt, so there's no follow-up, so it's very loose. It could be a goal, sure, but most of the time it's just throwing the ball into the opposite end and then being very defensively safe.
2 minutes then, left to run. The one goal enough, somehow, against the run of play. Chowder. Asher with a strong one. It's Fruit Loop. Well won by Stelios, but look at Xylem. It's all Xylem!
Again, not expected there, but just simply being it past one Stelios up. Chowder was in the corner picking boost, so they were just I wouldn't necessarily out position, they just weren't expecting the whiff earlier from Efish. So, yeah, it happens. It's a weird goal, don't get me wrong, but it ties it up.
And it just puts another level of doubt onto this orange team. The life that has been so charmed might not have the fairy tale ending that they were hoping for. 90 seconds left. They haven't scored since the first minute. They've not looked like scoring since the first minute. The blue team has. The momentum swings towards them. Plenty of boost Chowder, but he has it nicked off him by Efish. Here's Stelios with nothing to work with. Well defended, 60 seconds left.
Awkward breakdowns in play here make it really difficult to follow up, and where everything's so disjointed, you're getting like this weird ebb and flow. You can see a couple of misses now coming out. 50 seconds left, and it is going to be a bit of a spooky finish in the sense of you could just get an absolute freak show of a goal.
It looks exasperated. The blue defense, and now it's the blue goal that's using up. We saw Milo earlier, of course, with Jara Jam. 9 lives. How many do these goals have? Are they sentient? I tell you who has got sentience and smart and guile. It's Stelios 2-1.
Well, they gave up the ghost on a goal earlier, but now they bring it back, strong arming their way into a good position. But it's 28 seconds. The blue side are going to throw everything they can at this one.
Asher wins the race over Stelios. Efish misses. Chowder's got nothing, but that's a strong clearance. Have plenty of time to wind up too. Xylem tries to go infield. Cancelled. Asher looking for Xylem. Cancelled. It's all Chowder on clean-up duty. DFH awaits a game 7, but will we get it? Just a couple seconds more! Oh my word, it's Chowder again! I've reached a new octave, and we've reached game 7, Bacon.
This was just a show match, you know, like nothing too serious in it. Don't worry, folks. We're just getting one player from each team. No, this has gone the whole way to 7. This is close, and it's more indicative of how close these teams are in the grand scheme of things. And it really does come down to that kind of team synergy at the end of the day, James, where, you know, that's what's put the Air Force ahead of everyone else, it feels. And who knows, a little bit of team synergy, a good team meeting tonight, a couple of scrims, that could change all ahead of tomorrow.
Hey, tomorrow, Relic, I just want to apologize. You know, I just want to apologize. You've had a long day, and here you are screaming over the All-Star Show match because it deserves it. But you deserve love as well, so good luck for tomorrow. And good luck to these players as they head into game number 7. Bacon, we've been treated to a really fun series, and I genuinely can't tell how it's going to end.
Nor can I. So let's just watch it unfold. Don't put any bets on. It's absolutely fine because you'd be a fool too. It is a 50-50 coin flip, this one, and well, may the best team win.
I imagine that the first goal will be pretty important. As
You've
goals
cursed
tend
it.
to
It's
be.
going to be a flop goal. It's just going to be an open net pinch. I'm telling you.
No, this game has 1-0 written all over it, and that 1-0 has happened immediately. So, you know what? Scratch that. Relic's wrong again, but Efish isn't.
I mean, I was wrong with the open net pinch off the back of those vibes, but nonetheless, that's a well-worked wall bounce out to Efish, who has been more that defender player, remember, on this orange side. So this little change-up might have just thrown the blue side into a loop because they weren't expecting the follow-up.
Look at this! What a bully in the schoolyard! I want your pocket money, please! But Fruit Loop has managed to escape the clutches. Here they are again. Efish, so quiet for so much of this series. As you say, Bacon, they've been doing a lot of defensive duties, but now they're out of defense. Ooh, Orange watching as that whistles wide, and Chowder's now going to start from square 0.
Your impression of a bully, did you go to school with, like, Dick Dastley or something, buddy? Like,
Absolutely, yeah, I went to private school.
Oh, Asher on the opposite side. That's where you want to see him turn around onto it, but with 0 boost, again, I called it earlier. These players try and look to finish your plays, leaving, 10. Look at Efish here, 16 in the tank. That's enough to just give yourself a little bit of acceleration if you need it.
That was a big uh-oh. And I'm not going to laugh like Muttley, but I'm certainly going to say somebody has to call that. Whether it's E-Fish or Chowder, somebody has to call that, because that is as free a shot as Fruit Loop is going to get all day, has gotten all day. Tie game.
But again, a great pickup from the blue side there for Fruit Loop. Just always been lurking around, ready to pounce on those opportunities.
Will there be another? Well, there has to be another at some point, doesn't there? Somebody's got to win this series, and that does mean winning this game, which does mean not tying. And, well, they've somehow slalomed their way into the final third, the blue side. Yet to find that goal, Fruit Loop. You can see Asher and Xylem were lining up for the same shot, ended up tripping over each other. Fruit Loop has gathered it up and carried it a little bit too far over. Gets a demo on the way out, and E-Fish has gone straight into Xylem. Wonderful reactions from Stelios, saw the danger evolving.
Good pressure being lined up. I love this touch actually by Asher to lay off Fruit Loop. You can see his squad was a little bit low on boost. So let's, for this next round of attack, make it a little bit slower so that we can pick it up. Of course, your opponents don't know the levels of boost you're on, so they're going to always go out and challenge it. Just playing those mind games to full effect.
E-Fish from the backboard actually leaves it to Chowder. With 100 boost, you'd imagine that they do a lot with it. What on earth is this? What on earth is this? Oh, E-Fish was going for the body block, but Fruit Loop said absolutely not. And they're looking to try and counter-attack now, but Fruit Loop has expended all of her boost in both the defensive and transitional action through the corner. Orange get away with it.
Yeah, it is good room by Chowder as well. Pick up the 100 in the corner. It allowed them to keep being so defensively able there and keep pushing it out. Of course, they're low on boost now, but they've had to work side from side.
And again, tripping up over each other, the orange team. That's on target. Chowder to Stelios. And somehow they're working it towards midfield, although not for long. Fruit Loop, backboard, no follow-up. E-Fish out into the midfield, hits that line. Chowder with a bit more of a convincing clearance through the corner. Fruit Loop gets under it, but still wins the challenge somehow. E-Fish sideways and straight into Fruit Loop, who spikes upwards. Chowder's got to read this, doesn't really catch it correctly. Xylem bullied out the way. Stelios to Asher, infield to Fruit Loop, who misses! What an opportunity!
Big one, but look at that Fruit Loop lingering around. Weren't too convinced on that play. Clearance from Chowder. Should be able to follow up for a second touch. Does get the blocks, but it's not massive. Earlier on, we saw this blue side welcoming the attacks from Orange and looking for a counter-attack, but in the final minute, that's a risky play.
Asher had to get a piece of it. Xylem misses, but Stelios has nothing to work with. It's Fruit Loop. Double commit again. Orange side, how many times will they go unpunished? Stelios once again utilizing all of his boost to make up for the problems that his two teammates are causing. Asher with a demo on Stelios, who's sent back home. It's Chowder. Clears the lines masterfully. Again, it's 100 boost for Stelios, but that's no shooting range.
Oh, good control here from Chowder. Has enough boost in the tank, try and feather it down to ground, but instead the blue side sent the player up. Didn't quite catch who it was to get that clearance away. It hasn't got rid of the danger entirely, but at the same time it's taken away control, and I think right now this blue side is just looking to run down the clock. Shot not able to be put on target. Xylem looking to just drop it to ground a little bit quicker, but this blue side wouldn't mind just going to OT.
Stelios is pushing up quite far here, and they've missed the pass, but so is everyone else. Is it going to be a 1-1 OT? You bet it's going to be a 1-1 OT for the win.
What a way to end this up. It is literally coming down to golden goals, sudden death, whatever you want to call it. And it's Asher on the ball looking to drive it, but Stelios to dispossess.
Fruit Loop. You'd imagine if anything spectacular will happen, it'll arrive through her doing. She's still on that wing, but Asher has stepped forward into place. Runs out of boost. Dispossessed. Sent back to Xylem, who's the third man in this rotation. He moves forward with aplomb, with purpose. And Fruit Loop's here to try and continue his work. Asher past one, but is there there's no fourth player, but right down the other edge. Oh, what a save from Xylem!
Everyone is stepping up for this final moment. You can see the game plan, the passing tactics coming out. Asher with a step in, not able to get the second touch, but there's Fruit Loop. Chowder to get it past one, no boost, but able to just hit it after the touch with the wall, send it hurtling down to the corner by a little bit of respite.
is positioned versus boost priority. Bacon Blue has the boost priority, but Orange is positioning themselves better. Sorry, scratch that. Chowder is positioning themselves better. They are the lone star out in the Wild West. They're heading into the central area yet again. It's a neutral challenge. Could set up well for Chowder! 7-game thriller! Orange team winner!
And again, it's off of this blue side. Everyone committed to that play. They were confident in themselves, but at the end of the day, the block came through good enough from Efish. Left it lingering in the center. Perfect position for Chowder to pick up. And it will be the Orange team. Remember, they went 2-0 down at the very start. They had to claw their way back into the series.
So that's technically 3 games that Air Force Gaming have lost now. By virtue of Chowder in this series. No, I'm kidding. It's what a series. What a series. Like, what a great showcase for all of these players. I think everyone had their moment, but some had more moments than others. And I think Saturday is Chowder's day. He has been, for me, the MVP.
We've had so many good players on display today in this, all-star match, as well as the other players that were on their different teams respectively. It is an incredibly stacked tournament with so many good players. Jam, come on, you watched on the sidelines. Any thoughts you want to throw in towards that one, buddy?
Just platitudes and platitudes of amazement. This has been a great series, and the fact that this went to Game 7 overtime. The fact, I suppose, that Chowder has put the final goal in just once again proves that he is the best of the best, both by himself and on that US Air Force team. This was a series to watch, and I'm really happy that we got an all-star match in the end. Today has been great at Rocket League, but to cap the day off with something like this, I applaud to everybody who has made this happen, who has picked his teams as well. You changed one person somewhere else or picked up another player from a different team, and this would have been completely different, but this has been amazing. So I love it. I absolutely love it. So here's to a great day of Rocket League and an even better day tomorrow. So, yeah. So Relic, any last thoughts from you yourself?
I think I can't echo your thoughts enough. I think it's been a phenomenal first day. We've got plenty of storylines going into day 2. Air Force Gaming completely undefeated. Right down the other end of the table, a team that hasn't picked up a W with some of the best performances in game against that same Air Force Gaming team that we've seen throughout the entire day. I think everything is up for grabs tomorrow. I don't think it's as clear cut as Air Force Gaming's just going to destroy everyone. We'll see how right or wrong I am, I guess, in 24 hours time.
I figured it all out. Bacon, what about you?
I'm just really happy here, because normally we have to write the script, but this time it's just writing itself. So it's just lovely. It makes life really easy.
Alrighty, let's join one more time Jasmine on stage with the winners. Take it away.
Thanks very much for that, boys. What a hectic game that was, Efish. Talk to me. What was communication like with this new team that you formed on stage?
The communication was really easy because it's the same thing for every game. There is a language, and everybody know how can say everything. So it was really fine to discover other players, and if I could do this anything another time, I will be this.
Well, you are going to be playing against Stelios tomorrow. Excited for that?
Yeah. I played against him today, so this evening it was with him. So tomorrow we'll see.
Anything you want to say to your team or anybody that you've been facing today? I'm going to leave the floor with you.
With my team or our team, we'll do the best for tomorrow, and we hope we go at the maximum. So, guys, let's go.
Amazing. Thank you so much for joining me. Give him a cheer, a round of applause. I'm going to let you go join your team. Thank you so much for joining me. But from myself, it's been an absolute pleasure to be joined alongside some incredible Rocket League talents, my fantastic commentators, a great production crew to say the very least as well. And I'm super excited for lots more Rocket League to come for tomorrow.